Chapter 61. The Ninja Way of Konoha White Fang. Konoha is located in the middle of the Land of Fire, with a superior geographical location, only 1,000 kilometers away from Akihabara, which was originally part of the Land of Wind. Due to the tight time limit for the mission, the group did not stop along the way until they arrived at the camp of the Border Defense Force, where they prepared to take a short rest. High intensity and continuous condensation of chakra and release on the soles of the feet and legs is a great test of the ninja's chakra control ability and perseverance. After running for more than 1,000 kilometers, even Yeshan felt trembling and exhausted. Hitaki Sakumo, who had been leading the team, had no signs of fatigue on his face except for a messy hairstyle, which made Yeshan once again sigh at the strength of the top ninjas. The highest commander of the border camp was a ninja from the Hyuga clan, about 40 years old, with a capable appearance. He had received the report from the reconnaissance ninja a long time ago, and he led the jonin in the camp and stood quietly at the entrance waiting. No matter how the Konoha high-ups treat Hitaki Sakumo, just based on the 4 words Konoha White Fang, all powerful ninjas will respect him from the bottom of their hearts. After all, the iron rule of the ninja world is that the strong are respected. When Hitaki Sakumo appeared dozens of meters in front of the entrance, the Hyuga ninja bowed deeply and shouted, "Hyuga Tetsujiro, former captain of the 4th Squadron of the 1st Combat Battalion, welcomes you." The snow accumulated on Hinata Tetsujiro's body fell to the ground as he bent over, and it was obvious that he had been waiting for a long time. Hitaki Sakumo walked slowly to Hinata Tetsujiro, stretched out his hands, grasped his arms, pulled him up, and said, "Tetsujiro, we haven't seen each other for a long time since the Land of Grass." Hinata Tetsujiro said excitedly, "It's been 2 years since we last met." "It's been 2 years. Time has passed so quickly. However, it seems that your strength has not improved at all. Is it because of that injury?" Hinata Tetsujiro's face showed a look of reminiscence, and he smiled and said, "Your Excellency remembers it clearly. I am already in my 40s, and it is normal for me to stay where I am." Then he deliberately raised his voice and said, "Why would the village send you out again to carry out a meaningless mission? Aren't you afraid of discouraging the heroes?" Hinata Tetsujiro said this to the group of jonin behind him. Sure enough, after hearing his angry words, some of them immediately disregarded etiquette and grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Lord White Fang, I am willing to join the mission," someone shouted. "We must make Lord Hokage give us an explanation," someone said angrily. However, half of the ninjas did not speak, but quietly clenched their hands and moved away, obviously not wanting to be involved in the political game of high-level officials. Hitaki Sakumo stared at Hinata Tetsujiro's face, and after a few breaths he said, "As a ninja of Konoha village, you should fight for the village. Tetsujiro, you are a little sensitive." Hinata Tetsujiro's pure white eyes glared in dissatisfaction, and he even said in disobedience, "Sir, in my opinion, the village is deliberately targeting you." "Shut up." Hitaki Sakumo released his hand that was holding the other's arm and shouted without any doubt. Hinata Tetsujiro gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Since you saved me from the rock ninja, my life belongs to you." At this point, Hinata Tetsujiro tore off the fire armband on his left arm that symbolized his glorious military exploits, threw it to a ninja behind him, and continued under Hitaki Sakumo's turbulent gaze, "Aizawa Toshihiro will take over my position. I, Hinata Tetsujiro, have been a coward all my life, and now I want to live for myself." Hitaki Sakumo's iron-cold heart warmed up slightly, but he said nothing. He took his companion's hand and walked into the camp shoulder to shoulder. After the two entered the camp, Aizawa Toshihiro glanced around, laughed, handed the armband to someone beside him, and walked to the side of Kanishi Kakui. He stretched out his hand and patted him on the back, saying, "You have always been one step behind me since you were a child. Whether it was promotion or marriage, I was always ahead of you. I didn't expect that you would catch up with me this time." Kanishi Kakui coughed a few times and said, "Who are you pretending to be my senior to? You are only 3 days older than me." "What? Are you not convinced?" Toshihiro Aizawa said, glancing at Kakui Kanishi. "I obey, but you have a wife and children, why do you have to stand out?" "Humph. Let's not talk about that. Let's not sleep until we are drunk tonight." Aizawa Toshihiro's expression changed for a while, but he still said so. The two of them walked away arm in arm, leaving hundreds of people standing there staring at each other in bewilderment. Yeshan smiled, which was rare, and followed Shan Chengchen in. In the evening, the camp took out the stored meat to entertain Hatake Sakumo and his group. They had a desert-style open-air dinner, not caring at all about the light snow that was still falling. For a moment, the aroma of wine and meat filled the air in the open space in the middle of the camp, and the ninjas seemed to have forgotten their mission and the unhappiness in their hearts, enjoying the feast to their heart's content. Yeshan and Uchiha Fugaku were sitting in an inconspicuous position, arguing with each other over who was raising the fish. Uchiha Fugaku had received an aristocratic elite education since he was a child, so he could not beat Yeshan, who had been through a lot in his previous life. He drank a lot of wine in a daze. Under the catalysis of alcohol, he soon started talking nonsense. Hehe, you have a cold face all day long. Don't think I don't know that you have been coveting Uchiha girls for a long time. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and pointed at Yeshan. Yeshan laughed wantonly. He enjoyed the current atmosphere very much. The words in his mind came out of his mouth, come on, Uchiha girls are all underdeveloped. I like big ones. As he spoke, he made some obscene gestures with his hands and squinted his eyes as if he was feeling something. Puff. Shan Changchen was stunned by Yeshan's bold move. In all these years, he had never seen his captain in such an unserious state. It was true that one cannot judge a person by his appearance. Uchiha Fugaku, who was half drunk, chuckled and asked Yamashiro Tatsuya, is the Yamanaka clan ninja in your team plump? Ah, this. Yamashiro-chen was extremely embarrassed because he had really seen the enchanting figure of Yamanaka Yura up close with his own eyes. At the moment, he didn't know what to say and could only pick up the teacup and drink water to cover up his embarrassment. Yeshan sneered disdainfully and said, if I'm going to find someone like Tsunade, Yuzu is just a Wangzai bun. Several Uchiha ninjas sitting around were immediately stunned and looked at Yeshan with admiration. Wow, you are awesome, young man. Your life is getting better and better. You even dare to dream of becoming the princess of the Senju clan. Aren't you afraid that Jiraiya will fight you to the death? Uchiha Fugaku took advantage of his drunkenness and shouted out what Yeshan said, which attracted the attention of the surrounding ninjas. They openly gave Yeshan a thumbs up. Well, if all the ninjas present in this mission are not dead, the Fire Country Daily will inevitably publish Yeshan's heroic words. By then, everyone from the nobles to the common people will know that there is a toad named Byun Yeshan who wants to eat swan meat, and the meat of aristocrats. The steady Yeshan got drunk. The entire Fire Nation belonged to him. For a man, the most important thing was to be charming and dashing, even if he would be beaten black and blue afterwards. Immediately, Yeshan, who was a social stunner, pulled up Uchiha Fugaku and performed a Yanko dance for everyone, which successfully attracted everyone's attention, including Hatake Sakumo. Do you still remember the lakeside in the Frost Country when Konoha was 33 years old? Hatake Sakumo said with a nostalgic look. Kanashi Kakui and Hyaga Tetsujiro smiled at each other, raised their glasses and said, ha ha ha, those were the few romantic years we had together, how could we possibly forget them? Come on, let's drink this glass of wine and toast to our youthful days. The 3 wine glasses clash together and are then emptied in one gulp. I was very optimistic about Yeshan at the beginning, thinking that he would inherit my ninjutsu and ninja way. Now I think that he inherited my unruly character. Hatake Sakumo said. The two of them didn't say anything. At their age, what they wanted most was a satisfactory successor, and everything else was just a passing cloud. After all, people leave their names behind, and geese leave their voices behind. Ninjas all have to die, and everyone hopes that their will be passed on in the world. Sir, your ninja way is indeed too profound. This thing cannot be forced. Seeing the loss in Hatake Sakumo's heart, Kanashi Kakui comforted him. Hatake Sakumo smiled carefreely, changed the subject and talked about other things. Of course, Hatake Sakumo is lonely in his heart. His ninja way requires him not to treat ninjas as tools for tasks, but to respect the ninja's inner choices. The reason why the last mission was abandoned was because of this. Several elite ninjas were unwilling to confront the enemy head-on in an insignificant mission, so Hatake Sakumo ordered a retreat in exchange for the lives of their companions who were captured by the enemy. Strictly speaking, Hatake Sakumo's behavior was inappropriate and even violated the professional ethics of ninjas. Even the tender and affectionate will of fire emphasized that Konoha ninjas should burn themselves to illuminate the village. This practice of abandoning the mission was really heresy. But Hatake Sakumo is Hatake Sakumo, the only Konoha White Fang in the ninja world. He will stick to the ninja way he believes in, even at the cost of his life. Every ninja who becomes a strong one has his own way of doing things and his own pursuits, otherwise it is impossible to persist in the extremely difficult training. Judging from the way of doing things that Hatake Sakumo adheres to in his heart, he is not wrong. Everything has two sides, and everything in the world always develops in contradictions, so Hatake Sakumo will be criticized and excluded, but in order to implement his own ninja way, he thinks it is totally worth it. Perhaps, only the ninja who can withstand the test between ninja way and mission, between morality and interests, between life and death, is qualified to be called Konoha White Fang. This night was the first time Yeshan indulged himself since his time travel. He didn't know why, he just wanted to indulge himself once. Chapter 62. On a mountain full of bare rocks in Akihabara, the cold winter wind was blowing wildly. The snow on the rocks covered the entire mountain with silver while greedily absorbing the warmth from the ninja. Yishin, covered in a white windproof coat, was hiding in a valley with his eyes closed, resting. Beside him was Yamashiro Tatsu, who was dressed in the same outfit. As for Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Seiji, they were on guard not far away. This was already the third day that Uchiha Fugaku's team had been in hiding, and the expected enemy had not appeared, making them inevitably feel anxious. Yeshan really wanted to question Hatake Sakumo why he didn't choose to send all the troops to attack and completely annihilate the enemy, but instead dispersed the troops and launched a regional blocking war. Ninjas cannot be merciful, not only to their enemies, but also to their own people. A frontal battle will certainly result in a large number of casualties, but the mission will be perfectly completed. Even if a large number of ninjas are sent to support the loss of a large number of manpower on the front battlefield, it will not change the facts. After all, the border defense forces of the Fire Country are waiting for them dozens of kilometers behind. It is inevitable to sacrifice the names of some companions in order to complete the mission. No one can have the best of both worlds. Hatake Sakumo's decision will bring uncertainty to the mission, which is something Yishin would never dare to think about. About 20 teams were deployed by Hatake Sakumo to the mountains of Akihabara to block possible reinforcements from Tsunagakure and Omegakure, and he himself only brought more than 20 people to attack the hundreds of enemies left in Akihabara. I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. But Yishin is a ninja and can only unconditionally obey the arrangements of the Supreme Commander Hatake Sakumo, even if his orders are inappropriate. Feeling irritable, Yeshan took out his kettle and took a big gulp of water. He looked up at the grey sky and realized that a large cloud had covered the entire mountain area. Obviously, there would be rain and snow, which would be unfavorable for the battle. As the sky was about to fall into darkness, the steel wire wrapped around Yeshan's little finger shook violently, instantly dispelling all the distracting thoughts in his mind. Are there enemies? Yeshan, who touched Uchiha Fugaku, asked in a low voice. Uchiha Fugaku's tough face was full of fatigue. He quickly made a few gestures to explain the enemy situation to Yishin. There is a team of ninjas in the 10 o'clock direction in the northwest. Yeshan interpreted what Uchiha Fugaku meant, narrowed his eyes, and then gestured to tell others not to take action. He would teach the ignorant enemy a lesson alone. Shan Changchen looked at Yeshan with some worry, but he didn't say anything. As Yeshan's teammate, after years of working together, he could easily detect the dissatisfaction and irritability hidden in Yeshan's heart. It was a taboo for ninjas to perform tasks with emotions, and perhaps it would be much better to let Yeshan vent. A standard Sand Village team was cautiously crossing the border and heading towards Akihabara. Their mission was simple: kill all Konoha ninjas they encountered and ensure that their companions who were carrying out the task of relocating the people could return to the Kingdom of Wind. When the leading Sand Ninja keenly sensed that something was wrong and was about to speak out to warn, a figure suddenly rushed in from the center of the team's formation, and without saying a word, swung a dagger and stabbed towards his heart. The leading Sand Ninja was a little stunned. Ninja fighting is all about coordinated operations and feint attacks. Isn't he afraid of being worn out to death by rushing into the enemy's formation alone? Facing Yeshan's slashing attack, the leading Sand Ninja snorted coldly, shook his wrist, took out a kunao, and met the attack without hesitation. When the sound of iron clashing echoed in the cold mountains, and the remaining Sand Ninjas all attacked with their own methods, hitting the vital points of the Konoha ninja who was not aware of the danger in his life with the weapons in his hands. There was no fluctuation on Yeshan's cold face, as if he didn't care about the siege of the Sand Ninja at all. His narrowed eyes stared at the hideous-looking Sand Ninja like a poisonous snake. Ninjutsu, blazing flames. A large amount of flames suddenly gushed out of Yeshan's body, engulfing everything around him in front of the horrified gazes of the Sand Ninjas, leaving them no chance to jump away to avoid it. The results of Yashan's intensive practice of ninjutsu shone for the first time in the ninja world. Several sand ninjas didn't know until their death why this Konoha ninja could release ninjutsu without forming hand seals and even spray flames from the surface of his body. After melting the sand ninja team with one strike, Yashan nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the charred bodies. The fire attribute chakra extracted from the heart was undoubtedly much more powerful than ordinary fire attribute chakra, and due to the existence of the sealing technique, it did not require any seals to be cast instantly, which made Yashan very satisfied. The traditional Chinese medicine thought from the ancient Eastern country deeply influenced Yashan. The heart belongs to fire, the kidney belongs to water, the lung belongs to gold, the spleen belongs to earth, and the liver belongs to wood. Every person's organs are a perfect five-element system. The small body contains enough power to destroy the world. It is based on this that Yashan thought of developing his own unique ninjutsu. This battle scene fell into the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku from a distance, completely overturning his 20 years of knowledge of ninjutsu. With the excellent insight of the Sharingan, he only saw a flash of extremely colorful chakra on Yashan's body, and then a large amount of flames appeared out of thin air, and then several sand ninjas died. Sage of the Six Paths, can anyone tell me what this is? When can chakra be used like this? When Yashan returned to the place where he had been hiding, he was greeted by 3 pairs of eyes that had seen a ghost. Uchiha Fugaku moved his lips a few times, but he couldn't ask Yashan how he did it. Although the two of them were very close, they each had their own little secrets, and it would be very bad to ask rashly. Yashan smiled and said, "After I die, everything will belong to the Uchiha clan." This sentence was said very bluntly, so bluntly that it made Uchiha Fugaku feel a little embarrassed. He wanted to say no, but when he thought of the temptation of the secret technique, he didn't say a word and just nodded calmly. For Yashan, the Uchiha clan is his great benefactor. When he dies, all the secrets can be handed over to the Uchiha clan, which is both a way of repaying the favor and an investment. Yashan believes that the value he has shown will make the Uchiha clan truly regard and protect him as a member of the clan, rather than using him as a tool. As for whether the Uchiha clan members can succeed in their practice, it is not something that Yashan should worry about. This secret technique requires not only talent for practice, but most importantly, a strong mental strength. Yashan has been practicing for more than 40 years in his previous and current lives, and he is the only one in the entire ninja world who has had this experience. However, there are always talented people in every generation. Perhaps the younger generation will far surpass Yashan in terms of mental strength. After all, the ninja world is not short of geniuses. Gradually, the sky became completely dark, and Uchiha Fugaku's team encountered 3 waves of enemy attacks. Although they perfectly annihilated the enemy every time, the situation seemed to be developing for the worst. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the kunao in his hand and asked coldly, "What are we?" Uchiha Kingsi said in a hoarse voice, "It can be regarded as a nail wedged in the mountain." Hearing the dissatisfaction in the two people's words, Yashan pursed his lips and said, "It's more appropriate to say it's a fishing net." Fishing nets. Nearly 20 teams are lurking on the road that the sand ninja must pass through. There is a team every 5 kilometers, connecting them together to form a large network to block the sand ninja's advance. Yashan's words fell into Uchiha Fugaku's ears, causing him to nod in resonance. They are not a fishing net now, but now the fish can still be blocked. Once the big fish comes, the net will inevitably break and the fish will escape. The situation was too passive, and Hotaki Sakumo's arrangement was not very wise. Even though he had the advantage in numbers, he did not choose to concentrate his advantages to annihilate the enemy, but instead dispersed his forces to block the attack, which made Uchiha Fugaku complain in his heart. The migration of tens of thousands of people was a difficult process. Judging from the mobility of the ninjas, it was no different from a turtle's pace. The difficulty of this battle for the people was that it could not be completed quickly and secretly, and they were bound to be attacked by the enemy during the migration. In fact, tens of thousands of people are nothing to the Fire Nation, just a few villages. But for the sparsely populated Wind Nation, tens of thousands of people are tens of thousands of productive forces, enough to produce a large amount of food to ensure the country's food bottom line. Kyoyu was originally the territory of the Wind Nation. Even if it was ceded to the Fire Nation, it was only temporary and would be taken back in the future. Territory can be ceded, but population cannot. This is the bottom line of the daimyo of the Wind Country. Under high pressure, no matter how reluctant the Kazekage is, he can only accept it. But the Fire Country daimyo's actions are totally unnecessary. The resources consumed in resettling a group of people who have lost their land and homes far outweigh the value that can be created. His actions are purely out of idleness and disgusting. As if the sky had heard Yeshan's dissatisfaction, it began to drizzle, which surprised Yeshan. It was snowing yesterday. Could it be that the temperature changed so much in one day? The drizzle of rain fell on the windbreaker, making a barely audible sound, which calmed Yeshan's irritable heart. He has always been a calm person, but Hatake Sakumo's self-destructive behavior made him depressed, and he had no idea what would happen next. The sporadic battles turned into continuous fighting as the rain fell, and some sand ninjas had already crossed the defense line and headed towards Akihabara, and the situation finally got out of control. Chapter 63. The situation turned out to be worse just as Yeshan had expected. After several rounds of attempts, the sand ninjas completely figured out the deployment of Konoha's forces in the mountains. Then, the targeted breakthrough turned into a concentrated annihilation. A swaying red flare was shot into the air by a dying Konoha ninja, so that it could be clearly seen within a radius of 100 kilometers. Yeshan looked up at the flare, letting the raindrops fall on his face and eyes. This was one of the only two signals agreed upon before the mission began, representing that the enemy had completely broken through the defense line, and of course it also represented the death of the 4 Konoha ninjas. What should we do next? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Although Uchiha Fugaku is the captain of this team and has absolute command authority, he will seek Yeshan's opinion on almost all of his decisions. After all, Yeshan has far more mission experience than him. Yeshan reached out his hand and wiped the rain off his face. He squinted his eyes and thought for a while, then asked in the same way, "Do you dare to take a gamble? What are you betting on?" Uchiha Fugaku asked puzzledly. "Let's bet on whether Lord Hatake Sakumo can eliminate the enemies behind us in the past 3 days." Yeshan said lightly. Uchiha Fugaku took out the waterproof map and read it in the dim light of the flashlight. Several marked locations quickly formed a 3-dimensional map in Uchiha Fugaku's mind. After a while, he put away the map and said, "I don't think it's possible. It's not that Uchiha Fugaku underestimated Konoha White Fang, but that ninjas have legs, and if they can't win, they can always run away. If they want to wipe out the enemy completely, they must have at least twice as many people as the enemy, otherwise don't even think about it." Yeshan then asked, "Where will the remaining enemies go?" Uchiha Fugaku frowned deeply, and after some consideration, he said, "Will they join forces with this enemy or lie low and try to regain the right to migrate?" Yeshan nodded. After understanding the enemy's intention, everything would be easy. Their next task was to get closer to Hatake Sakumo and try to concentrate all their forces to wipe out the reinforcements of the Sand Ninja and truly achieve victory in the mission. With Hatake Sakumo's means, 3 days is enough for him to defeat the enemy in the rear and make it difficult for them to pose a threat. Although the process of the mission is a bit tortuous, the result is the same, that is, group combat is indispensable. So Yeshan couldn't understand Hatake Sakumo's approach. Group combat is inevitable, why should he take the initiative to disperse his own forces to engage in a blocking battle, just to sacrifice fewer ninjas? The rain was getting heavier, and Yeshan simply took off his white windbreaker, folded it and put it into the seal scroll, revealing the Konoha standard vest he was wearing. The rain quickly soaked the vest, and the coldness invaded Yeshan's body, causing him to circulate chakra to resist. Next, let's return to Lord White Fang as soon as possible. There is no point in staying here. Uchiha Fugaku also took off his conspicuous white windbreaker and said to Yeshan and others. Yeshan stretched his arms and legs and nodded calmly. They had no other choice but to return as soon as possible to avoid being surrounded by the enemy. A flash of lightning suddenly appeared, illuminating the earth for a very short time. Amid the deafening thunder, the 4 people began to retreat. The location of Hatake Sakumo was easy to determine, and they only needed to follow the route of civilian migration. In the second half of the night, Yeshan and others successfully found the large group, but the situation of Konoha was not good. Of the more than 100 people who set out 3 days ago, only 40 have now gathered around Hatake Sakumo, and each of them has a disordered breath, obviously having encountered a large-scale battle. Hatake Sakumo stood in the rain with a stern face, quietly watching the slowly moving migrating team, wondering what he was thinking. Yeshan did not ask any more questions. He found a protruding rock and sat down, took out the dry food that was still in good condition and started to eat. How to make decisions was up to Hatake Sakumo, he just needed to try his best to keep himself ready for the battle. Hitaki Sakumo was able to reach his current position not only by force, but also by excellent command ability. A qualified commander will make the best decision based on the unpredictable battlefield situation, but there is only one choice left for Hitaki Sakumo, and that is to concentrate his forces and fight a decisive battle with the Sand Ninja reinforcements. Hitaki Sakumo was extremely reluctant to confront the Sand Ninja for the sake of the people who originally belonged to the Wind Country. In his opinion, it was natural for the ninjas of Konoha to sacrifice for the benefit of the village, but it was not worth dying for the benefit of the daimyo. But thinking of Sarutobi Hiruzen's tough face and aggressive attitude, he couldn't say no, which made him tangled. By dawn, there were about 80 ninjas gathered around Hitaki Sakumo, and the remaining 20 or so would probably never come back. Kanashi Kakui, with his left arm bandaged, looked around at his companions and said solemnly, "Gather." The Konoha ninjas stood in 4 rows. Everyone knew what was going to happen next, but they were not afraid at all. Instead, they stared at the wet Hitaki Sakumo with some fanaticism, waiting for his orders. "Leave a small team to continue the migration mission, and the others will follow me to kill the Sand Ninjas." This simple sentence contained a murderous aura that made the Konoha ninjas' hearts surge. Since they had chosen to follow Hitaki Sakumo to carry out the mission, everyone was ready to die on the battlefield. Naturally, they had no fear, only lofty ambitions. Only 20 kilometers away from the migrating team, the Konoha ninjas encountered the Sand Ninjas who had already deployed their battle formations. Both sides, whose ninjas were at least at the level of Chunin who had experienced 100 battles, would engage in a fierce battle. The winner would complete the mission, while the loser would only flee in defeat. The rain had already turned into a downpour, which was extremely rare in winter. Yeshan watched the white air he exhaled quickly dissipate in front of his eyes, and he entered a fighting state. There was no trash talk before the battle, nor any meaningless attempts at combined ninjutsu. Nearly 200 ninjas from both sides collided fiercely amid roars and densely falling raindrops. In just a moment, the ninjas who collided with each other suffered casualties. The screams, shouts, and the sound of weapons clashing covered up the sound of heavy raindrops. It seemed that the only sound left in the whole world was the sound of the ninjas' hearts beating wildly in their chests. Yeshan activated the secret technique of thunder release and shuttled across the battlefield like a ghost, ruthlessly breaking up the formation of a team of Sand Ninjas, while the other members of the team killed the disrupted Sand Ninjas cleanly and efficiently. It must be said that it was a blessing to have a teammate with a Sharingan. The powerful illusion that could be released without the need for hand seals and the extremely accurate hidden weapon throwing technique killed the Sand Ninja in an instant. The performance of Uchiha Fugaku and his companions was naturally noticed by the Sand Ninjas. A team that could efficiently kill their own ninjas would undoubtedly rewrite the direction of the small-scale battle to a certain extent. At this moment, several Sand Ninjas who were confident of their strong strength pressed forward. Wind style, hanging net. A net composed of wind attribute chakra covered Yeshan head-on. Judging from the momentum and range of the ninjutsu, it was a combined ninjutsu, and the casters were at least 2 senior ninjas. Yeshan's eyes turned cold. He was very familiar with the fighting style of the Sand Village ninjas. There must be a backup plan behind the large-scale ninjutsu. Sure enough, a strange-looking puppet shot a large number of poison needles from above him, forming a semicircular double team with the wind net, and smashed over with a whistling sound. Yeshan, who did not dare to break out to the left or right and was too far away from his teammates, raised his right hand and slapped his chest hard. The sealed special fire attribute chakra rushed out and turned into a violent flame under Yeshan's precise control, forming a wall of fire standing in front of him, perfectly blocking the attack of the Sand Ninja. Looking at the growing wall of fire, Yeshan narrowed his eyes, stomped his right foot hard on the muddy ground, forcing out a hidden Sand Ninja, and then pierced his body in front of his astonished gaze. Boom! The smoke produced by the shadow clone exploded, and taking this opportunity, Yeshan flashed and returned to the team formation. Although the battle had just started, the violent profession of ninja had completely changed the surrounding terrain. Blood mixed with rain flowed on the jagged ground, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. In this small battlefield, death is happening every moment, but the frequency is gradually slowing down. Chapter 64. The pouring winter rain, the chaotic sound of metal collisions, and the wails before death turned the originally beautiful Akihabara into a living hell. The ninjas on both sides were completely bloodshot at this moment, with bloodshot pupils. They chopped at the enemy with the weapons in their hands without hesitation and would not stop until they fell down. On the noisy and tragic battlefield, Yeshan and others stood quietly in place, confronting several sand ninjas not far away. When Yeshan circulated the chakra in his body to its peak, he suddenly squatted down, quickly formed a few seals with his hands, and slapped the muddy ground. Earth release and hell. The moisture-rich soil caused this earth-style ninjutsu to consume nearly half more chakra, but considering Yeshan's chakra level, it was still insignificant. The huge mud vortex firmly attracted the solace of sand ninja's feet, and then sank rapidly, and soon it would swallow up the sand ninja. However, a rectangular soil pillar sprang up from the ground, carrying the sand ninja's body and breaking Yeshan's ninjutsu. Thanks to the combat experience with the rock ninja, the extremely lethal ant hell has long been studied thoroughly, and it is difficult to make any achievements in a frontal battle. Yeshan certainly knows this. With his personality, if he takes action, it must be a series of killing moves. Burst. In Uchiha Fugaku's view, the brightly colored chakra that drifted from Yeshan's body to the surroundings of the sand ninjas seemed to be guided by something, quickly compressed into a thick ball, and then suddenly exploded. A large amount of flames that shot up into the sky surrounded several sand ninjas who were unprepared, and after a nimble sway, they pounced over fiercely. Hiss! Uchiha Fugaku took a breath of cold air. Although he had seen Yeshan's strange fighting style, the scene in front of him still made him feel incredible. He couldn't understand why chakra could be controlled so accurately, and why someone could release powerful ninjutsu without forming a hand seal. In fact, not to mention Uchiha Fugaku, even the caster Yeshan didn't understand why the chakra condensed from the heart could be used in this way. But no matter what, it works. Yeshan narrowed his eyes, slowly pulled out the short sword from his back, and after his left hand touched the blade with chakra, a flash of lightning appeared under his feet, and he disappeared from the spot. Uchiha Fugaku saw this and followed him in a flash. The mighty fire escape did not cause any real damage to the sand ninja, it just made them a little embarrassed. When a sand ninja had just landed and hadn't even had time to breathe, a sharp thunderous sound came from behind him. He was startled, but he didn't panic. He flicked his fingers twice, and a jackal-shaped puppet broke out of the ground and pounced on the rushing Yeshan. Puppet. The jackal-like puppet was made to look very lifelike, and even had 2 green gems inlaid in its eye sockets, shining with green light, and it was obviously loved by its owner. However, the puppet's terrifying part was its hidden weapons, and the sand ninja's use of it was undoubtedly a quick wit in a hurry, just to buy time for his escape. A flash of lightning flashed on Yeshan's cold body. He dodged the puppet that was biting him, and stuck his whole body behind the sand ninja, stabbing forward with the dagger in his hand without any fancy moves. Pfft! The familiar feeling of flesh being pierced came from the dagger, and blood splattered all over Yeshan's head and face at close range, making him lick it with his tongue in a somewhat perverted way. Then he twisted the handle of the knife and cruelly turned the sand ninja's heart into a pool of rotten meat. Then he raised his foot and kicked it down, pulling out the dagger under the reaction of the force. The entire killing process was as smooth as flowing water. The remaining sand ninjas could only watch Yeshan kill their companions and get away with it. Asshole, I'll kill you. Ger. The roar of the sand ninja sounded particularly pleasant to Yeshan, who didn't care what kind of hatred his actions would bring to the sand ninja. We are all ninjas, who doesn't have some hatred? As long as the 5 major countries stand in the ninja world, the fighting between ninjas will exist, and hatred will accumulate. Not long after, the sand ninja team that lost their puppeteer who was capable of both offense and defense were sent to the underground to reunite by Hayama and Uchiha Fugaku. Ordinary special jonin and even jonin could not last a few rounds with their tacit cooperation, unless the sand ninja could fight with their eyes closed. The advantage in numbers cannot make up for the gap in high-end combat power. The sand ninjas are already showing signs of defeat, but what puzzles Yeshan is that even with such a disadvantage, the sand ninjas still did not choose to give up the mission. Could it be that these people are the mortal enemies of the Kazekage? Gradually, the remaining 20 or so sand ninjas were surrounded by Konoha and trapped in a low-lying area, waiting like lambs to be slaughtered for Hitaki Sakumo to wield the butcher knife. But the strange thing is that even in a desperate situation, there was still no panic on the sand ninja's face, and he looked as if he had the upper hand over everyone in Konoha. Yeshan frowned deeply and looked at Hitaki Sakumo not far away, trying to find some clues from his face, but unfortunately he couldn't find anything. Etc. Yeshan's heart skipped a beat. Where have the ninjas from Ninja gone since the battle began? Thinking of this, Yeshan took a wrong step and was about to walk to Hitaki Sakumo to remind him to beware of the Omegakure ninjas, but a dazzling flare interrupted his action. Looking at its direction, it was exactly the location of the migrating team. The leading sand ninja laughed loudly after seeing the signal flare, with a look of satisfaction on his face, and said, "Hatake Sakumo, you are just a brainless warrior, given the title of Konoha White Fang." Everyone in Konoha was filled with anger and was about to jump down to chop off the sand ninja's head, but was stopped by Hatake Sakumo indifferently. "Rain. Master White Fang, is it time for us to have a good talk?" "What to talk about? If you surrender, we may consider accepting it," said Hatake Sakumo. "Let's be frank. The ninjas of Omegakure have seized control of the migration team. I wonder if their lives can be used to exchange for the ownership of this mission? I wonder if the Konoha ninjas who follow the will of fire will agree." Hatake Sakumo frowned, never expecting that the Rain Ninja could seize control of the migrating team while Hinata Tetsujiro stayed behind. Things became tricky. But Hatake Sakumo believed in Hinata Tetsujiro. With his ability, it was impossible for him to completely lose control. It would be better to confirm the actual situation before making a decision. A yellow flare shot up from Kakui Kanashi's hand and stayed in the air for a long time. Not long after, a masked ninja that Yeshan had never seen before came from a distance and reported the situation of the migration team in detail. Hatake Sakumo listened to the report with a sullen face, and then said to the leading sand ninja, "You call kidnapping more than 100 people controlling the migration team?" The leading sand ninja smiled coldly and said, "It makes no difference. You can try the consequences of sticking to the mission." Indeed, kidnapping 10,000 people and 100 people would have the same effect on Konoha, or even better. 10,000 people cannot be killed at will, but more than 100 people can be killed without any worries. The situation became difficult. If they gave up the mission and allowed the Sand Ninja to take away the migrating team, it would be difficult to explain to the village. If they insisted on carrying out the mission, it would undoubtedly lead to the killing of hundreds of civilians, and it would be difficult to explain to the daimyo or even the entire fire country. Hatake Sakumo's face was full of frost, and he was caught in a dilemma. Chapter 65. If Konoha lets go of the Sand Rain Ninja, will they let go of the people of the fire country? On the battlefield, only fools would believe the enemy's promises. Even if they really let the migrating people go, there is no doubt that after escaping, the Sand Ninja and the Rain Ninja will continue to ask for support from the village, striving to regain control and complete the mission. Then Konoha will face a tough battle. Although the frontal forces of the Sand Rain Ninja seem to have no ability to fight back at this time, this is only because the opponent's top powerhouses have not arrived and the frontal forces are surrounded by Konoha. Even if the current enemy could escape danger and regroup to fight again, Konoha might not necessarily win, not to mention that the enemy already had the advantage in numbers, and if they got reinforcements, they could surround Konoha in turn. Even if Konoha wins, there won't be many people left. Now, rather than a choice between killing the enemy and rescuing the people, it is more of a choice between the lives of the Konoha ninjas who are carrying out the mission and the lives of the people of the Fire Nation. So, Lord White Fang, which one would you choose? Master White Fang, it has been confirmed that people from more than a dozen villages were indeed detained by Rain Ninja in a canyon 10 kilometers away. Our people transformed and hid among the people, and have not been discovered yet. What about the other people? No unusual news has been received. I am trying to contact them. However, judging from the performance of the Rain Ninja, this should be their last resort. Sir, what should we do now? Yuju, we have known each other for many years, right? Baya suddenly said this without any reason. The masked ninja, also known as Yuju, paused as a bad feeling came over him. Yes, sir. The first time I went on the battlefield was in your army. Well, inform everyone that the plan remains unchanged. We must do our best to annihilate the enemy's frontal forces. Grown-ups. Executing in order. Lord Sakumo. Yeshan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly interrupted. The best option now was not to annihilate the enemy but to abandon the mission and request support later. Anyway, the migrating team moved very slowly and there was plenty of time. Yeshan, you can survive, and so can I, but most of the people in this army can't. Hatake Sakumo said lightly. It was originally a siege and annihilation war. If he had to fight a war of attrition or even be besieged with the enemy with superior numbers, this was something that Hatake Sakumo could never tolerate. Lord Sakumo, this is for the mission. Yeshan said. If the mission is not completed just because there is danger, then what is the point of having ninjas? The 5 major countries with forward protectors can just go and do nothing. Don't forget, the purpose of the mission is to cover the retreat of the people of the Fire Nation and save the village from the impact of the failure of Konoha White Fang's previous mission. If these hundreds of civilians are allowed to be massacred, it can be said that everything Konoha has done so far has become useless. Mission? Haha, this is not for the mission. Hatake Sakumo sneered, his words full of sarcasm. Yeshan was silent for a moment and realized that he had nothing to say. If the leader of the Konoha troops at this time was an ambitious man like Danzo, or a pragmatist like Orochimaru or Hayama, he would definitely turn back to save the lives of the people of the Fire Nation first, or in other words, to save their own mission results first. Yeshan believes in the quality of the Konoha ninjas. They will never be afraid of the sacrifices required to complete the mission, even if such sacrifices are completely unnecessary. Considering the blame he would inevitably face if he gave up the mission, as well as the heroic cheers and praise he would receive if he returned to complete the mission, Yeshan believed that if he were in White Fang's position, he would turn back without hesitation and fight to the death with all his troops, using their lives to save himself. Yes, that's right. There are countless high-sounding explanations for this behavior: for the glory of the village, for the people of the Land of Fire, for the duty of a ninja. But no matter how much you say, it can't cover up one essence. This is to treat your subordinates as tools and sacrifice them in exchange for the things mentioned above. Yayama, I've said before that ninjas are not anyone's tools. Before, when I was selecting the candidates for the second echelon responsible for regional blocking, I repeatedly emphasized the dangers that this team would have to bear. Yes, it is impossible to be a ninja without facing danger, but facing danger and being sacrificed are two completely different concepts. A ninja's sacrifice can only be because he wants to sacrifice, and it should never be sacrificed for something. Yeshan clenched his fists and roared in a rare moment of anger. The ninjas of Konohagakure may not be willing to sacrifice themselves for this mission, but everyone present is willing to die for you. I think the best option is to abandon the mission and retreat. Next time, I will personally lead the team to put his head on your desk. Yeshan pointed a trembling finger at the leading sand ninja, trying his best to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Hatake Sakumo glanced at him, and a trace of warmth flowed through his heart, but he would not change his mind. The implementation of the ninja way has never been a simple matter. If you want to get something, you must give up something. His ninja way and will of Konoha White Fang do not allow his companions to be used as tools, even if such tools will bring him praise from the country and fame from the village. Only a ninja with a strong heart can harness power beyond human limits. Hatake Sakumo was a ninja with a strong will and a firm belief in the way of ninja, which is why he was called the White Fang of Konoha. Yeshan, you are an excellent ninja, but you don't seem to have found the ninja way that suits you, which is very dangerous. The reason why I choose to draw a line between us is not because of the boring reason that you have joined the Uchiha clan, but because you and I have different beliefs. No matter what the ninjas in the village think of me, I will still give the order to annihilate all the sand ninjas for the sake of my subordinate's reputation. I am who I am, the one and only Konoha White Fang in the ninja world. The sword intent on Hatake Sakumo's body soared into the sky, and it actually caused the small area of heavy rain to stagnate near it. His entire momentum reached its peak. Yeshan's fists creaked, and he wanted to punch the stubborn Hatake Sakumo to wake him up. The fate of a ninja is to die for a mission, and no one can change it. Why can't he temporarily give up the so-called ninja way and choose to compromise with reality? For Yeshan, a time traveler, nothing is more important than his own life, but the favor given by Hatake Sakumo allows him to give up the safety of his life and risk his life to serve as a pawn to continue fighting with the sand ninja. Hatake Sakumo, you will regret this. Seeing that he could not change Konoha White Fang's will, Yeshan said this and slowly walked away. Kanashi Kakui, who was standing next to Hatake Sakumo, opened his mouth but failed to call out to Hayama. As the person caught in the middle, he was really in a dilemma, but Hatake Sakumo's orders were the law, and he had to carry them out meticulously even if they were not correct. In the heavy rain, Kakui Kanashi slowly raised his right hand, and all the Konoha ninjas took out their ninja tools and waited for the order to come. Follow Lord Sakumo's order, annihilate all the sand ninjas. Yeshan, who had not walked far, heard the sound of fighting behind him, raised his foot and kicked the corpse of a sand ninja who was still dead in the air, and then clenched his right fist and smashed it hard. Like a explosive release bloodline, the flames that burst out engulfed the corpse of the sand ninja. The burnt smell was detected by Yeshan's nose, which made his frantic thoughts clear again. He began to think about how to minimize the impact of the matter. Fugaku, I may have to trouble you to make another trip. Uchiha Fugaku didn't say anything. He patted his friend on the shoulder and ran towards Konoha village with Uchiha Seiji. Uchiha Fugaku is going to have a long-distance marathon with the ninja who delivers the information. He has to return to Konoha village first, and then use the newspaper resources controlled by the Uchiha clan to once again build momentum for Hotaki Sakumo, so as to reduce the public opinion brought about by the mission. At the end of the 42nd year of the Konoha calendar, the hundreds of civilians who died in Akihabara shocked the entire ninja world. Various ninja villages and daimyo demanded severe punishment for the culprit, Hotaki Sakumo, without even thinking that it was the Omegakure village and the Sand village that killed the civilians. Under overwhelming pressure from public opinion, the third Hokage personally went to the capital of the Land of Fire to meet the daimyo and explain the mission to him. As the person involved, Hotaki Sakumo was removed from all his positions and stayed at home, awaiting the subsequent trial. Chapter 66. Yeshan has been running around the village in recent days, busying himself with the mess left by Hotaki Sakumo, but with little success. As expected, the top brass chose to add insult to injury this time, intending to completely deprive Hotaki Sakumo of his power in the village and turn him into a pure knife, a killing knife completely controlled by the top brass. With the promotion of some people with ulterior motives, Hotaki Sakumo went from being a hero in the village to a civilian killer and a murderer. For a time, the titles of cowardly and fearful of war were overwhelmingly pinned on Hotaki Sakumo. Even a 3-year-old child knew that a famous ninja in the village was afraid to move forward on the battlefield, which led to extremely bad public criticism. In a tavern on Fengqing Street, Jiraiya and Orochimaru sat face to face, with 4 plates of exquisite side dishes and 2 jugs of wine on the table, and it was obvious that they wanted to have a long talk. Jiraiya took a sip of wine, looked at his pale partner, and said, "Orochimaru, what are you doing in the laboratory all day?" "Nothing, just some interesting experiments." "But why didn't you go out to collect materials today but instead invited me to dinner?" "The so-called collection of materials is nothing more than peeping. It is just a personal hobby, but the whole village knows about it." "Ha ha ha, don't say that. You are my best friend. It's only natural for us to have a meal together to improve our relationship." Orochimaru sneered, seeing through Jiraiya's insincerity at a glance, and said in a hoarse voice, "You want to ask me what I think about Konoha White Fang?" Jiraiya touched his hair. His childhood friend was good in every way except that he was not good at chatting and would easily kill the conversation. Hotaki Sakumo's actions may seem serious, but in the final analysis, they only resulted in the accidental deaths of hundreds of civilians while carrying out their mission. Let us ask ourselves, how many civilians died on the battlefield of the Rain Country because of us? Jiraiya's figure was reflected in Orochimaru's snake-like pupils. Seeing that Jiraiya was only focused on eating and didn't respond, he didn't care and continued talking. "The weak can only die in vain. This is the iron law of the ninja world. The so-called strong are just people who step on the corpses of the weak to get to where they are today. The development of everything follows certain rules. Although Hotaki Sakumo's success today is inseparable from his own choices, it is probably also due to the instigation of Sarutobi-sensei." Jiraiya put down his chopsticks, casually released a soundproof barrier, and said seriously, "You think so too? Haha, anyone who is not a brainless idiot can see this. Whether it's the Senju clan or the Uchiha clan, anyone who underestimates our teacher will suffer. The strength of Sarutobi-sensei is that he never takes the initiative to attack, but stands from the perspective of the interests of the village and the country, mobilizing the power of everyone to attack, and the will of fire plays a very important role in this." Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru strangely. It was hard for him to believe that such words would come out of his mouth. After all, it was not good for a disciple to talk about his master behind his back. "Don't look at me like that. I'm just telling you the truth. Haven't you noticed that Sarutobi-sensei has changed since he became Hokage?" Orochimaru picked up the chopsticks, slowly picked up a piece of egg and started eating. Jiraiya remained silent. He certainly found that the Sarutobi teacher who once loved the village so much had changed and became a slave to power. Any force that wanted to get involved in power became his enemy, even the Senju clan, the founder of the village, was no exception. Jiraiya couldn't understand why the position of Hokage was so evil that it could make a ninja who was originally determined and resolute become so unscrupulous. But no matter what, Hotaki Sakumo is a top fighter and a force that the village desperately needs. "Aren't you afraid that he will defect by doing this?" Jiraiya said with concern. Until this moment, he still did not blame his teacher for his actions. Instead, he was on guard against Hitaki Sakumo's defection. Orochimaru suddenly felt that the egg in his mouth had lost its taste. He put down his chopsticks and smiled slyly. Do you know Hitaki Sakumo? Without waiting for Jiraiya to reply, Orochimaru continued, Hitaki Sakumo is a Konoha ninja who truly possesses the will of fire, and he is also a ninja who loves the village. I can say with certainty that if this happened to Danzo Shimura or me, I would have defected from the village without hesitation, but Hitaki Sakumo would not. He would only accept it silently, and until the moment of his death, he would still consider himself a Konoha ninja. Orochimaru's words silenced Jiraiya, and he then said viciously, you actually want to defect from the village, I will break your legs and bring you back. Haha, idiot. What did you say? I'm talking about you, idiot. In the evening, Yeshan walked out of the Uchiha clan territory with a tired look, looked up at the sky, sighed, and felt extremely irritated. Just as he was thinking about going to the training ground to practice, his stomach protested, and he remembered that he had not eaten all day. The news of Hitaki Sakumo's affair spread widely in the village. Despite Yeshan's best efforts to save the situation, public opinion was still developing in a bad direction. People are forgetful creatures. They will not think about how much you have contributed to the village and the country. They will only seize on your shortcomings and talk about them. People's words are terrible. Since it was not mealtime, there were only 2 or 3 ninjas eating in Ichiraku ramen. Upon seeing this, Yeshan immediately walked in, wanting to eat some soup to fill his stomach. Soon, a bowl of deluxe ramen was placed in front of him. Now that Yeshan had some savings, he naturally didn't want to compromise on eating. After all, he was a serious foodie in his previous life. After taking a mouthful of the thick soup, Yeshan felt a warm current rising in his stomach. His index finger moved and he ate voraciously. Hey, have you heard about the Konoha White Fang? A square-faced ninja not far away said mysteriously to his companion beside him. How could I not have heard of it? After all, he was Lord White Fang. There was some sarcasm in his words. Tisk, 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 the Uchiha newspaper is really bold to say that they had to sacrifice the lives of civilians for their companions. I think it was just for their own lives. Such people are not worthy of being Konoha's ninja. Well, even though the lives of civilians are worthless, we can't just let the Rain Ninja kill them. They even took photos and made them public. How miserable. I wonder if anyone dares to stand up and support Hitaki Sakumo this time. Such people will be finished sooner or later. Really? What is the name of this ninja master? Yeshan appeared between the two of them like a ghost, put his hands on their shoulders, and spoke with a smile on his face, his pair of narrowed eyes emitting a captivating cold light. The 2 ninjas who were chatting felt their eyes blurred, and then they were held down and unable to move. They were horrified and shouted, Who are you? How dare you attack Konoha's ninjas in the village? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down? Haha, now you think of the strong men in the village? Don't worry, killing you will only dirty my hands, but it is inevitable to suffer a little. As he spoke, Yeshan exerted force with both hands and broke the shoulder blades of the 2 men amid the groaning of bones. The screams were heard from far away, attracting the patrolling Uchiha law enforcers. You're useless. You can't even bear this little pain. You're just a piece of trash. After Yeshan said this, he nodded to the Uchiha law enforcer who came and walked away. He became more and more irritated and had no intention of practicing anymore. He returned home and fell asleep. On the last day of the 42nd year of the Konoha calendar, Yeshan spent it in a state of irritability. Chapter 67. Early the next morning, Yeshan, who had wasted the whole day, came to the training ground dressed neatly to prepare for practice, but his attention was attracted by the sound of iron colliding. In a small open space, 5 or 6 children were fighting with kunao in their hands. Although their moves seemed a little immature to Yeshan, from the perspective of the slashing, they were extremely ruthless and they specifically targeted the opponent's vital points. If it had nothing to do with Yeshan, he would at most stop both sides from fighting, and would not interfere at all. Konoha village was a standardized military base that advocated the supremacy of force. It was normal for ninjas from the same village to have some friction. As long as no one was killed, everything would be fine. But a white-haired child on the field made Yeshan stop and watch quietly. If he was not mistaken, it was Hitaki Sakumo's child. Yeshan narrowed his eyes and carefully felt the atmosphere around him. He found that there were at least 3 ninjas lurking in the dark watching the battle. He couldn't help but smile. Interesting, this is someone from the Anbu. No, is this someone from the route? Gradually, several people on the field became really angry. Kakashi and a kid with thick eyebrows and big eyes who only knew physical skills were suppressed. Yeshan concluded that if no other means were used, Kakashi would be defeated within 10 rounds. Konoha Tornado. After the boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes and outstanding looks forced back several people with a flying kick, Kakashi seized the opportunity to clumsily make a few seals and slapped his hands on the ground. Earth Style, Earth Wave. This is a D-level Earth Escape Ninjutsu, which is an auxiliary ninjutsu. The caster uses chakra to turn the hard ground into irregular surging earth flow, thereby disrupting the enemy's body shape and creating a killing opportunity. Although the power is not strong, it is very practical. Yeshan looked at Kakashi calmly releasing ninjutsu, and was full of admiration in his heart. Kakashi was no more than 5 years old, but he could keenly grasp the opportunity in the battle and release the most suitable ninjutsu to change the situation at the moment. This talent for ninjutsu and fighting far exceeded all the geniuses Yeshan had ever seen. Sure enough, Kakashi's perfect ninjutsu made several opponents unstable and full of flaws. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the child with thick eyebrows and big eyes relied on the explosiveness of his body to stick close to the opponents and kick them continuously without any hesitation, knocking all the opponents to the ground groaning. Yeshan was a little surprised at the ridiculous physical skills of the child with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Most ninjas would choose ninjutsu as their first training goal. Although they would keep up with the physical skills training, they would often not put too much effort into it. After all, physical skills have too many limitations in actual combat and can easily be killed by ninjutsu-type ninjas. But Yeshan found that this child with thick eyebrows and big eyes was actually a pure physical skills ninja, and he couldn't help but become curious. Suddenly, the root ninja hiding in the dark shot out several kunai, aiming at the children who were knocked to the ground. Hiss hiss hiss. The sound of the detonating tag burning could be clearly heard in the small venue. Kakashi stared at the incoming kunai with wide eyes. Being completely unprepared, he had no way of intercepting the deadly kunai and could only scream in despair in his heart. However, Yeshan, who was hiding in the dark, was well prepared. Seeing the root ninja trying to frame someone so ruthlessly, he sneered and disappeared on the spot with a flash of lightning on his body. Several kunai with tricky angles were grabbed by the ghostly Yeshan, and then with a flick of his wrist, he shot them towards the place where the root ninja was hiding. Boom! Kakashi looked at Yeshan, who suddenly appeared in a daze, as if he had not yet recovered from the unexpected shock. Yeshan laughed and disappeared again. A short and powerful sound of iron clashing came from the forest. Not long after, Yeshan came to Kakashi again with 3 root ninjas. After throwing the 3 shameful root ninjas to the ground, Yeshan took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag in front of Kakashi, slowly squatted down, and pretended to stab the unconscious root ninjas in the throat. Wait! Kakashi's childish voice interrupted Yeshan's actions. He smiled and turned to ask, why? These people just wanted to frame you. Because they are ninjas in the village, and they are companions. Yeshan smiled even more, but behind his smile, there was a hint of sarcasm. Companion? You call this a companion? Let me tell you what to do when you encounter this kind of rubbish. As he said that, Yeshan put away the kunai in his hand, raised his right foot coldly, and stepped down heavily. Don't use your hands to kill them. It will get your hands dirty. It's better to use your feet to crush them like bugs. Do you understand? Next time, don't let me hear you calling them fellow rubbish, or I'll give you a few slaps in the face, got it? Yeshan's cruel behavior and cold voice made the children shiver, and one of them even couldn't bear it and sobbed softly. Tell me what the fight was about. Kakashi turned his head away stubbornly and didn't look at Yeshan. He said calmly, nothing, just some personal matters. Haha, you tell me. Yeshan pointed at a child who was shaking with fear. The frightened child wanted to go home immediately. He had never experienced such a scene before. He said tremblingly, we just said something bad about Lord White Fang, and Kakashi rushed up to beat us. Seeing Yeshan's gloomier expression, he quickly added, we also heard it from other people in the village. It's none of our business. Roll. Yeshan naturally wouldn't argue with a kid. After he coldly drove a few people away, his expression softened. He threw a bandage to Kakashi, asking him to treat the wound. He then walked to the corpse and began to seal it. There is nothing wrong with a father insulting his son and drawing a sword to avenge him. Not only should he not be blamed, but he should be praised. You did a good job. You should do the same next time you encounter something like this. Do you hear me? Yeshan said. Kakashi snorted proudly and did not answer, but asked, Yeshan, is father really wrong? Yeshan sealed the three bodies neatly, clapped his hands, stood up, walked to Kakashi, touched his bright white hair, and said, Master White Fang is right, don't be misled by the words of outsiders. But they all say that my father is a coward and the perpetrator of the Kenyan massacre. Yeshan laughed and said, those people are just a group of weaklings. Remember, only when you become stronger can you overturn these opinions. Do you understand? Kakashi nodded, not quite understanding. Honestly, Yeshan's mouth is too stupid, repeating the same few sentences over and over again, with no new ideas at all. Maybe if we talk about aircraft carrier manufacturing, he can cheer up and talk to you for 3 days and 3 nights. The actions of the root ninja completely angered Yeshan. He, who was always steady, could not hold back his anger and openly killed the root ninja in front of several people. But with the Uchiha clan standing behind Yeshan, killing a few trash was enough, so what? Thinking of this, Yeshan lost the mind to practice. After sending Kakashi home, he came to the Uchiha clan's territory again and told Uchiha Fugaku about how he killed the root ninja. Chapter 68. After they finished talking about serious matters, they began to discuss the arrangements for the New Year celebrations. The 42nd year of Konoha has become history, and the 43rd year of Konoha has come to the world in a stumbling manner. Although no one knows how many ups and downs and adversities there will be in the new year, at the beginning of the new year, everyone will be happy from the bottom of their hearts and pray for happiness and good luck. Yeshan, what are you thinking about? Uchiha Seiji stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the dazed Yeshan and said. Yeshan smiled apologetically and said, sorry, I got distracted. What were we talking about? Uchiha Fugaku half collapsed on the tatami, relaxing completely for a rare moment, and said with a smile, how about having a drink together and taking a bath tonight? Of course you can, but is it really okay for you to do this, Fugaku? My sister-in-law is pregnant, so you should spend more time with her. Uchiha Seiji and Hayama are both bachelors who can feed the whole family with their own food, so no one would worry about them if they go out to play all night. However, Uchiha Fugaku's wife is pregnant and needs care, so it is not appropriate for them to go out to hang out. Uchiha Fugaku glared, sat up straight and said, it's okay, as the head of the family, it's inevitable to go out for social events, so it's settled. After a pause, as if remembering something, Uchiha Fugaku said to Yeshan, remember to wear your mission clothes and bring your ninja tool bag when you come in the evening. Ha ha ha. Yeshan couldn't help laughing and said teasingly, head of the family. Ahem, I have the final say on major matters, and she has the final say on minor matters. Uchiha Fugaku said seriously. Is there nothing serious going on at home? Yeshan winked at Uchiha Seiji, and the two of them immediately performed a crosstalk to mock Fugaku, who was a little afraid of his wife. But Yeshan also knew that Uchiha Fugaku was not afraid of his wife, but respected her. After all, it was not good for him to go out for a drink and a bath when she was pregnant. So even if he pretended to do so, it could provide some comfort. After the negotiation, Yeshan stood up and said goodbye, and went straight to the Uchiha hospital to visit his mother. He didn't leave the hospital until it was dark, returned home, changed into a mission outfit, and then came to the door of Uchiha Fugaku's house. After Uchiha Fugaku got married, he moved out of his father's house to a slightly smaller residence not far away for a more convenient life. Although the scale is slightly inferior to the original house, the new house is still fully functional and even more exquisite in the layout of the courtyard. The hostess, Uchiha Mikoto, who was feeding the fish in the yard, saw Yeshan, who was fully armed and looked solemn. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous and asked, any mission? Yeshan nodded coldly, and then said, it's a temporary mission. Is Master Fugaku home? Uchiha Mikoto showed a disappointed look on her face, but she quickly cheered up and said, wait a moment, I'll go call him. After a while, Yeshan, who was admiring the elegant posture of the goldfish in the courtyard, heard Uchiha Fugaku's dissatisfied voice. I won't go on any temporary missions. I want to stay at home with you. Okay, since it's a mission, there's nothing I can do about it. It's the same if you accompany me tomorrow. But today is the first day of the new year, and the meaning is different. Uchiha Fugaku was acting hypocritically. I am also a ninja. A ninja should put the mission first. Go ahead. Oh. Well, then you should eat more at night, don't be hungry. Next, it was time for the two to show their affection to each other, which made Yashin feel so annoyed that he wanted to expose Uchiha Fugaku on the spot. When the three of them walked down the street in their mission outfits, they didn't fit in with the atmosphere of the entire village. Everyone else wore their most gorgeous and formal holiday outfits to attend the New Year celebrations, but the three of Yashan wore green. Brother, I won't get involved in this kind of thing next time. Uchiha Seiji said helplessly. Haha, you are still young. When you get married, you will understand how happy a night of free time is for a married man. Yashan, who was more than 40 years old in his previous and current lives, unfortunately embarrassed the time traveler because he had been single since birth and had never held a girl's hand properly, so he naturally did not understand the meaning of Uchiha Fugaku's words. In Yashan's opinion, marriage should be like glue and like fish in water. Unless the body can no longer bear it, how can one yearn for freedom? Thinking of this, Yashan rarely had the heart to joke, and tried to test, why don't we go eat skewers? I know a place that serves good grilled kidneys. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes lit up when he heard this, but he covered it up well and said, come to think of it, it seems like I haven't eaten skewers for a long time, I'm really craving for it. Yashan smiled slightly, which made Uchiha Fugaku, who had been observing his expression, feel uneasy for no reason, but fortunately Yashan didn't say anything, and the three of them walked in the busy street at such an inappropriate time. The New Year celebration is a grand celebration shared by Konoha village and the entire ninja world. On this day, people will not only put down all their work and enjoy life, but there will also be a gorgeous fireworks party in the evening, pushing the New Year atmosphere to its peak. In fact, if it weren't for Uchiha Fugaku's invitation, Yashan's plan for today would only be to eat, sleep, and practice. The festive atmosphere would only make him feel more lonely and desolate, and could not bring him a trace of celebration. Yashan was originally a person from another world. All the customs and habits in the Naruto world were very different from those in his previous life, which made him dislike it. At the beginning of the new year, the family should watch the Spring Festival Gala replay at home and make dumplings, stew large pieces of mouth-watering meat in the pot, and put festive candies on the table. The atmosphere is extremely warm. Instead of everyone taking to the streets and strolling aimlessly, just for the fireworks set off at night. It's boring. It's better to practice and improve myself with this time. Besides, Yashan is already extremely upset about Hitaki Sakumo's affairs, and he has lost interest in celebrating the festival. Just as Yashan was following Uchiha Fugaku with empty eyes, a playful child ran out from the street and bumped into Yashan's arms. Yashan's eyes narrowed, he put his left hand in his sleeve, pressed the child's head with his right hand, and after gently pressing it a few times, he let go of the seemingly unhappy person and let him run into the bustling crowd. What's wrong? Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have discovered something and asked, staring at Yashan's left hand tucked in his sleeve. Yashan shook his head and said, nothing, let's go. The three of them came to a well-decorated yakitori restaurant. After ordering a bunch of skewers and sake, Yashan stood up and said, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll go too. Uchiha Fugaku said immediately. The abnormal behavior of the two made Uchiha Seiji a little alert. After nodding calmly, the three of them disappeared into the private room at the same time. In a dead end, Uchiha Seiji opened his Sharingan and squatted on the wall, carefully surveying everything around him, while Hayama and Uchiha Fugaku squatted in the dark, carefully opening the note that the child had just delivered. There was not a single word on the note, just a clock-shaped scribble that looked like an ordinary child's drawing. The two looked at each other, confused by the note. Was it a coincidence? No, this clock is accurate to the minute. It's obviously not a coincidence. After observing for a while, Yashan finally found a clue. Although the appearance of this drawn clock was crooked, its pointer scale was too clear, and it could accurately display the time. Yashan narrowed his eyes, rubbed the note with his right hand slightly, and a flash of lightning suddenly jumped out from his fingertips and landed on the seemingly ordinary note. A strange thing happened. The paper absorbed the lightning and some wrinkles appeared on its surface. Yashan was refreshed and increased the injection of lightning chakra under the nervous gaze of Uchiha Fugaku. When the paper was completely curled up, it suddenly caught fire and turned into ashes that fell to the ground. A mark that was obviously the family emblem was placed by Huey. Yashin and Uchiha Fugaku looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. This family emblem is the symbol of the Hotaki clan. It is obvious that the note was passed to Ishin by Hotaki Sakumo. What time was it just now? 12:25. Yeshan said confidently. Interesting, Lord White Fang actually asked you to go. There was a strange look on Uchiha Fugaku's face. Of course Yeshan understood what the other party meant and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 69. The purpose of Hotaki Sakumo's invitation was still unclear, but Yeshan was certain that the other party did not invite him because of the coming of the new year. Ever since the two of them had a falling out over their ideas on the battlefield of the Wind Country, they had never met in private again. Even if they met in public, they would just nod at most, and never communicate with each other verbally. Nowadays, there are more and more complaints against Hotaki Sakumo in the village and in the Land of Fire, and even to the point of insulting. Every day, civilians who are ignorant of the truth and deceived come to the tribe of the Hotaki clan to hold demonstrations. Yeshan knows all this, but he has no way to help Hotaki Sakumo. In Yeshan's mind, people's memory is not very good, so Hotaki Sakumo only needs to swallow his anger for a while and keep his position as the leader of the civilian ninja group, and then make a comeback when people's attention is attracted by other events. It is very common in the ninja world for minor mistakes during a mission to lead to casualties. What Hotaki Sakumo did was nothing more than a higher death toll, but people are dead and the development of affairs is driven by living people, isn't it? With a bad feeling in his heart, Yeshan stomped hard on the ashes of the paper, scattering them into the air, and then forced a smile towards Uchiha Fugaku. Let's go and eat. Uchiha Fugaku patted his friend's shoulder and said, if you need any help, just ask. Kyoshi and I will be on duty at the security department tonight. It would be a lie for Yeshan to say that he was not touched. Ever since he made a clear commitment to the Uchiha clan, he had received countless conveniences and help. He did not say anything at the moment, but just nodded heavily. Uchiha Fugaku smiled slightly, called out to Uchiha Seiji, and the three of them instantly disappeared into the dark alley. Due to an appointment, the cautious Yeshan did not drink. Uchiha Fugaku did not force him to drink and called a few pretty maids to liven up the atmosphere. The meal was very enjoyable and was not dull. After the meal, Yeshan was the first to pay the bill. The three of them walked out of the restaurant arm in arm and slowly walked to the Nanhi River. The Nanhi River runs through the village, with turbulent water, providing convenient drinking water conditions for Konoha village. But for the Uchiha clan, it is more than just a river. If you follow the Nanhi River all the way, about 400 kilometers away is the ancient clan land that has been passed down from generation to generation by the Uchiha clan. So, nominally speaking, the Nanhi River is the mother river of the Uchiha clan. It has witnessed the rise and fall of the Uchiha clan for thousands of years, including the famous Uchiha Madara who pacified the Warring States period, who also grew up drinking the water of the Nanhi River. Yeshan, you don't have an apprentice yet, right? Uchiha Fugaku looked at the rushing Nanga River, wondering what he was thinking about, and asked. Yeshan was slightly stunned, shook his head, and said, I am not yet 20 years old, why do I need to accept a disciple? If I am still alive in 10 years, I will consider it again. That's not the case. A powerful ninja will accept apprentices. It is both a kind of inheritance and an investment. Just tell me which promising young man in the clan is interested in my ninjutsu. Yeshan said with a faint smile. Yeshan had no aversion to Uchiha Fugaku's proposal. Apart from the unique training method and the lightning escape technique taught by Hotaki Sakumo, there was no ninjutsu that could not be taught. In fact, with the background of the Uchiha clan, those ninjutsu were not secrets. They just needed to be granted within the clan based on merit. Uchiha Fugaku walked to the river, scooped up some water to wash his face, and after getting rid of the drunkenness, he said, in the report of the etiquette room some time ago, a child named Uchiha Obito was specifically mentioned. According to the bloodline deduction within the clan, he is likely to awaken the space attribute Mangeki Sharingan. A space attribute Mangeki Sharingan. Yeshan was shocked. Space ninjutsu had become a swan song in the ninja world since the death of the second Hokage. Just when people thought there would be no more space ninjutsu, Namikaze Minato once again promoted this powerful ninjutsu, making the enemy terrified. And it was with this talent that Namikaze Minato became the direct descendant of the Hokage, the kind of direct descendant who had the hope of inheriting the position of Hokage in the future. Of course, this is just the deduction within the clan. Even if this child has this potential, whether he can open the Mangeki Sharingan is still an uncertain event. After all, even those geniuses in the clan's history rarely awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. No one can predict what will happen in the future. Uchiha Fugaku's words made Yashin fall into deep thought. The bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan was no secret in the entire village. Ordinary ninjas could give a rough idea of it, let alone Yashin, who was extremely familiar with the Uchiha clan. The clan wants to use this to counter Minato Namikaze. Yashin, with his keen sense of smell, guessed the purpose of the Uchiha clan. As a 1,000-year-old clan, the Uchiha clan could not be unprepared for the direction of the situation. It was necessary to prepare for a rainy day. The space attribute ninjutsu was known for its fast speed and wide application. The original intention of its development was to restrain the Sharingan, which had a strong inside ability. Under the premise that no one in the clan could practice it, the search for the space attribute Sharingan naturally became the top priority. Uchiha Fugaku did not hide anything and openly admitted Yashin's guess, then said, "The clan's intention is to make Uchiha Obito become a disciple of Namikaze Minato through manipulation, but it will undoubtedly cost a great price. You know the attitude of those high-level people towards Uchiha. So I want you to teach him ninjutsu for the time being, and we will talk about it after you really become Minato's apprentice." Yashin nodded, and had no objection to Uchiha Fugaku's arrangement, and was even somewhat grateful. Obviously, the talent shown by Uchiha Obito was worthy of the Uchiha clan's vigorous cultivation, and the Uchiha clan did not lack jonin who could handle this task. The fact that this task could be assigned to Yashin was obviously the result of Uchiha Fugaku's secret operation. However, some things should be said in advance to avoid hurting the relationship. Yashin then expressed his concerns, saying that the Thunder Escape secret technique and special training methods could not be taught. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand nonchalantly, not taking Yashin's concerns to heart at all. The Uchiha clan's ninjas have their own mature and complete growth systems, and Yashin's path is just one of them. Don't worry, a child of a few years old cannot be exposed to advanced ninjutsu. Just teach him a few ninjutsu. The important thing is to establish friendship. Yashin nodded. Uchiha Fugaku's actions were undoubtedly paving the way for him, so that he, an outsider, would not be ostracized by the clan when the new generation grew up. The three of them sat by the Nanhi River until about 11:30, and the topics they talked about were nothing more than future prospects and women. No matter how powerful a ninja is, he is still a human being. Perhaps, a ninja must be a human being before a ninja. If three grown men get together and don't talk about women, they are either transvestites or gays. Yashin and others are obviously not like that. They are normal, energetic, high-quality men, and it is normal for them to talk nonsense. Seeing that it was getting late, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Seiji rushed to the security department to be on duty, leaving Hayama alone standing by the river. Yashin couldn't guess the other party's intention for Hitaki Sakumo's invitation, nor did he spend too much time thinking about it. All the mysteries would be revealed at 12:30. Time had passed and the Konoha village had fallen into a deep sleep. It was 12 o'clock, and the first day of the new year had passed. Yashin quietly came to the outside of the Hitaki clan's territory. It was still early, and there was still half an hour until the agreed time, so Yashin planned to wait and see. Chapter 70. Under the cover of night, the Hitaki clan lurking in the darkness is like a peerless divine weapon hidden in a scabbard. Anyone who covets it has to consider whether they can withstand the attack of the divine weapon. Although the Hitaki clan has never been truly prominent and has always been at the middle and lower level among the ninja clans in Konoha village, it was not until the generation of Hitaki Sakumo that they became truly famous in the ninja world. As long as Hitaki Sakumo survives, the Hitaki clan will be a well-known ninja clan in the village, even if its members are few. And according to Yashin's observation and speculation, Hitaki Sakumo's son Hitaki Kakashi is a rare genius, and he will definitely inherit his father's name and dominate the ninja world in the future. Moreover, Yashin believes that Kakashi is one of the few original protagonists he knows, and he will definitely be very successful in the village in the future, so he did not hesitate to stand up for him that day. Otherwise, Yashin would only cripple the root ninja instead of killing him. After all, being too aggressive does not suit his style. Just as Yashin was squatting silently watching the Hitaki clan's territory, a hand reached out from the darkness and patted his shoulder. Yashin's body suddenly tensed up, and his hands that seemed to be casually placed on his knees turned into afterimages. In an instant, his right hand took out a kunai and stabbed behind him, while his left hand condensed a large amount of fire attribute chakra, ready to create an explosion and escape at any time. "It's me. A faint voice made Yeshan stop his movements. After his cheeks twitched a few times, he silently released the chakra condensed in his left hand slowly into the air. Lord Sakumo, this is too much of a joke. Yeshan said helplessly. Although Yeshan is not a perception-type ninja, there are not many ninjas in Konoha village who can quietly touch his back. After years of fighting on the battlefield, Yeshan is extremely sensitive to the air fluctuations and chakra reactions around him. Without this ability, he would have died on the battlefield long ago. Hitaki Sakumo, wearing his family's attire, which was a rare white outfit, said, "You are too unvigilant, but your reaction ability is good, and you haven't slacked off over the years." Yeshan stood up and looked at the tall Hitaki Sakumo behind him, only to find that his face was full of fatigue. It was not the fatigue from performing high-intensity tasks for a long time, but the mental fatigue. His usually sharp eyes also dimmed. "I wonder what you want me to do tonight? If you want to seek help, just let someone tell you." Hitaki Sakumo shook his head without saying anything, pointed to the clan land in front of him, and disappeared instantly. Yeshan pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, and then instantly entered the Hitaki clan's mansion. The residence of the Hitaki clan looked clean, tidy, dignified, and solemn from the outside, but once inside Yeshan discovered that many parts of the residence were overgrown with weeds, and even the walls had many cracks, giving it a dilapidated and desolate appearance. As if he had noticed Yeshan's gaze, Hitaki Sakumo looked around and said calmly, "When I was young, this place was very lively and there was not enough space to live here. But later on, the number of people in the tribe decreased, and finally only my branch was left to continue the tradition." Yeshan was silent. He knew what caused the number of people in the Hitaki clan to decrease, and he also knew what caused the Hitaki clan to be so dilapidated. It was nothing but war. Years of war not only caused heavy casualties among civilian ninjas, but also caused some small and medium-sized ninja clans to be wiped out and completely disappeared in the long river of history. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Hitaki Sakumo, the Hitaki clan would have been destroyed. So, what did these ninjas get in the war? Yeshan couldn't understand why there would be a war without any interests. Isn't war for conquest and plunder? Seeing that Yeshan didn't say anything, Hitaki Sakumo lost interest in reminiscing about the past and walked into a house on the left that looked tidy. After the two of them sat down, Kakashi brought tea and some snacks on a wooden tray with his little hands. "Kakashi, stay here and listen and watch, but don't talk." Hitaki Sakumo's words interrupted Kakashi, who was about to walk out, which made him a little scared because his father's tone seemed to contain some kind of oppression. Seeing this, Yeshan moved to the side, asked Kakashi to sit next to him, and then asked again the purpose of inviting him here tonight. Hitaki Sakumo did not answer Yeshan's question, but stared at the teacup in his right hand in a trance. After a long while, he said, "Do you hate me?" Yeshan was slightly stunned, and was about to blurt out, "I don't hate you," but Hitaki Sakumo's hawk-like sharp gaze made him narrow his eyes and carefully consider his words. "To say I don't hate you is just deceiving myself, but I can't really say I hate you either. At most I just have some complaints." "Are you blaming me for being stubborn?" asked Hitaki Sakumo. Yeshan shook his head, took off the Konoha forehead protector from his forehead and said on the table, "Everyone has their own obsessions, and I am no exception. I just blame you for not liking me." What Yeshan said tonight was completely true. During the dozens of months he stayed at the border of the Land of Fire, he had been looking forward to Hitaki Sakumo's help, but in the end it was the Uchiha clan who solved Yeshan's dilemma. Naturally, he blamed Hitaki Sakumo. This is all human nature, there is nothing to hide. Hitaki Sakumo nodded, retracted his sharp gaze and stared at the cup again, saying, "Joining the Uchiha clan is your best choice. It's much better to follow them than to follow me. Do you know why I asked you to come?" "Do not know." "Because I intend to commit suicide." The calm tone contained enough information to shock the ninja world. Hayama was caught off guard and crushed the teacup in his hand. Kakashi was even more confused. He forgot his father's order, crawled quickly on the floor, came in front of Hitaki Sakumo, and wanted to hug his legs. "Don't abandon my father." Kakashi's childish voice made the cold Hitaki Sakumo's eyes waver, but then they were covered with determination. After reaching out his hand to push Kakashi away, he said, "Kakashi, no one in the world can accompany you forever. As time goes by, you have to learn to grow up alone." After saying that, he squeezed Kakashi unconscious without hesitation, and then an old servant carried him out of the room. "Why? There was no emotion in Yeshan's words, only coldness. The Fire Nation needs an explanation, the daimyo needs an explanation, and the village needs an explanation even more, so I will give them an explanation, that's all. Hatake Sakumo spoke very calmly, so calmly that it seemed as if he was just explaining what to eat tomorrow. Boom! The well-made table was smashed to pieces by Yeshan's slap, and a flame that appeared out of nowhere devoured the broken remains. You are acting like a coward. If you have the guts, then go to the Hokage building and give them an explanation. Bullshit explanation. What Hatake Sakumo did was just some mistakes in the mission. The death of hundreds of civilians cannot be blamed on him. The most he should do is give up his position as the head of the Anbu as a punishment, but he will never commit suicide. Ninjas are the carriers and tools for executing missions, but they also have their own feelings and judgments, and are not really precise machines. It is inevitable that some irrelevant people or people involved in the mission will die in dangerous missions. If it is really serious, then the 3 Konoha ninjas who accidentally caused the deaths of countless civilians on the battlefield of the Rain Country will all commit suicide to apologize. You are just talking bullshit. Go and commit suicide. Don't think you can save the situation by doing this. You will only make Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others happy. In an emotional state, Yeshan smashed everything that could be smashed in the house. Seeing that Hatake Sakumo was still drinking tea as if nothing had happened, he immediately became furious and snatched the teacup from his hand and crushed it to pieces. The sharp fragments cut Yeshan's palm, and blood dripped from his fingertips onto the floor, quickly staining Hatake Sakumo's clean and tidy socks red. Yeshan, let's talk, there's no need to be so excited. Yeshan took a few deep breaths and felt his rationality returning to his body. After nodding, he sat directly to the right of Hatake Sakumo, looking at the overgrown rockery in the courtyard and assuming an attitude of listening attentively. What Hatake Sakumo said is just bullshit in Yeshan's mind. No matter how much you talk, it's still bullshit. Those who want to commit suicide to save the situation are not talking nonsense. Chapter 71. Hatake Sakumo slowly stood up, pushed open the tightly closed wooden partition door, looked at the lonely waning moon hanging in the sky, tightened his loose home clothes, and said, "Do you know the Warring States period?" Yeshan frowned and became impatient. Every older ninja was talking about the Warring States period, and his ears were calloused from listening to it. I don't know what the hell the Warring States period is. I only know that you have chosen to escape now. Hatake Sakumo smiled slightly and did not refute, but Yeshan saw endless fatigue in his smile. Yeshan, you were born in the 24th year of Konoha, so you naturally haven't seen the cruelty and chaos of the Warring States period. I don't want to hear these old stories. There is no point in talking about them now. Before Hatake Sakumo could finish his speech, Yeshan rudely interrupted him and paced around the room like a trapped beast, looking extremely irritable. Then why don't I talk about the Warring States period? How about I tell you my story? Yeshan leaned over and grabbed the burnt black Konoha forehead guard. After a surge of chakra in his body, lightning shot out of his palm, shocking the iron sheet again and again. The depression in his heart finally dissipated a little. He nodded expressionlessly, motioning Hatake Sakumo to continue. I was born in the 6th year of Konoha. At that time, the village was very small. There was not even the concept of a village. It was just a street about 2 kilometers long running north and south. Despite this, everyone had a satisfied smile on their face. Everyone was proud of what they were doing and was full of energy. You know, during the most difficult time, the entire village's food reserves were used up, and the cold winter was about to come. It was Uchiha Madara who licked his face and asked the daimyo for food for the winter. At that time, I was only 4 years old, and a bowl of porridge was handed to me from 5 people. Everyone was looking forward to me eating the porridge, even though they were all hungry. From that moment on, I knew what hope was and what a village was. When I was 10 years old, the first generation and Uchiha Madara died one after another. The second generation found out that other villages were eyeing them and began to actively prepare for war. At that time, countless ninjas signed up to go to the battlefield. Everyone loved this immature village with many loopholes from the bottom of their hearts. For it, my father and 3 uncles died on the battlefield. When the bodies were brought back, they all had smiles on their faces. I think they were proud of being Konoha ninjas until they died. When I was 13, I was promoted to Chunin by the 2nd Kai-sama for my military exploits, and began my true ninja career. From the dusty wind country to the towering earth country, and then to the fierce lightning country, I fought for more than 20 years. During this period, the number of friends I met continued to decrease, and I almost died on the spot several times, but I survived in the end, and was given the title of Konoha White Fang by the gossipers. But I am not a real strong man. Compared with the adults of the Kanda Warring States period, I am no match for them. But I have never felt the slightest bit of shame because of my strength, because no matter how strong I am, my love for the village is stronger than anyone else's. Hitaki Sakumo stopped talking, looked at the dilapidated and desolate scene of the clan's land with a nostalgic look in his eyes. Sadness and self-blame surged in his heart. When I was 17, I became the 39th chief of the Hitaki clan. However, when the once powerful clan was passed on to me, there were not many members left, and there were even fewer ninjas who were really good. Before he died, my uncle held my hand and begged me to be a qualified chief instead of a qualified ninja, to save the only remaining male in the clan and leave the seeds for the revival of the clan. At this point, Hitaki Sakumo pointed to the only remaining patch of ground without weeds outside the house and said to Yeshan, "At that time, I stood here and announced that the family would be closed for recuperation, but you know, the remaining 10 or so ninjas in the family knelt there in unison for a day and 2 nights, just to let me take back the order. Their blood was still warm and had not yet dried. The village they loved in their hearts needed them, so I took back the order and took them back to the battlefield. When I was 22, all the adult ninjas in the clan were killed or wounded. I was the only one who survived, and the war stopped temporarily. Years of fighting caused the Hitaki clan to become a civilian ninja family. Hundreds of clan members died for the village. This is something I will never forget in my life." 2 lines of tears appeared on Hitaki Sakumo's stern face. This ninja who was feared by enemy ninjas actually shed tears of sadness when he recalled the past. Yeshan's irritability calmed down, and he looked at the tearful Hitaki Sakumo, but he couldn't say anything to comfort him. The pain and sadness in people's hearts cannot be soothed by words. Only the passing of time in the world can make people forget these temporarily and live every day bravely. In his previous life, Yeshan always believed that the things that he had vowed to never forget would always be forgotten in the trivialities and nagging of life. After all, this is the charm of time. But after coming to the world of Naruto, everything he experienced was as unforgettable as if it happened yesterday. To this day, the scene of Kuma Duff being disemboweled by the wind escape ninjutsu and his intestines spilling all over the floor is still his lingering nightmare. At this moment, he could understand the grief in Hitaki Sakumo's heart. It was a kind of pain that would make people cry even if they recalled it 500 years later. Time would not heal these, but would only make them accumulate more intensely. Hitaki Sakumo wiped his tears and continued, "I often wake up in the middle of the night. I dream of my dead father scolding me for being so incompetent. I also dream of my uncle's eyes wide open before he died. I also dream of the demise of the Hitaki clan after my death. All of this made me panic and blame myself. It was not until I held Kakashi for the first time that I truly became a man. From that moment on, the ninja way in my heart was determined, and my strength was greatly improved. Yeshan, the feeling of blood connection is so wonderful that it can make people grow up in an instant. You will know this later." Yeshan walked into the corridor, sat down cross-legged, took out a kunao and carefully cleared the weeds around him. He didn't feel much about what Hitaki Sakumo said. "So, you're going to abandon Kakashi and commit suicide?" I said, "No one can accompany you through your life. Kakashi is the son of Konoha White Fang. He has to take on this responsibility, even if it will be extremely difficult." Duo. A kunao pierced through the wooden pillar supporting the house and pierced into the cracked wall, but it was Yeshan who interrupted Hitaki Sakumo again. "I have always believed that the reason why ninjas are stronger than samurai is not only because of their unique chakra, but also because of their unyielding will and their unstoppable means. It may be more appropriate to call someone who commits suicide to apologize after encountering a little setback a samurai." Yeshan's meaningful words did not make Hitaki Sakumo give up his idea. His purpose of calling Yeshan was not to find someone to persuade him, but to make arrangements for his final affairs. Everyone has different experiences, so naturally they react differently. If you were to experience the same things as I did during these 2 missions, you would at most just smile and do whatever you want. No, this kind of thing will not happen to me. Yeshan said firmly, "I will order my subordinates to go forward without hesitation, even if they die, it doesn't matter. As long as they can complete the mission and ensure their survival, sacrifice is inevitable." Hitaki Sakumo shook his head, disagreeing with Yeshan's idea. It was normal for ninjas to sacrifice themselves during missions, but the mood they were in when they died was important. Dying as a tool for a mission and knowing why they died were two completely different things. Just like the ninja ancestors of the Hotaki clan, they knew that they died for the village, so they died with a smile without regrets. Yeshan picked up a withered weed and held it in his mouth, and asked, "Do you have a cigarette?" The old servant who took Kakashi away appeared beside Yeshan like a ghost and handed him a pack of unopened cigarettes. Yeshan hesitated for a moment, but still took it, tore open the package, lit it, and took a deep puff. Hiss! Hoo! The unique burning sensation of tobacco quickly passed through Yeshan's lungs, bringing a strange sense of comfort. After exhaling a light smoke, Yeshan said, "There are many choices on the road of ninja, either joining the route or defecting. I have never considered joining the route, which uses ninjas as tools. As for defecting from Konoha, the dead ancestors of the Hotaki clan are watching me from heaven, so I will never consider it." Yeshan threw the cigarette in his hand into the yard fiercely and shouted angrily, "Only living ninjas are qualified to mention their ancestors and rebuild the family's glory. If you die, you will lose everything. Honor, power, ninjutsu, and family are all gone. Believe it or not, as soon as you die, Sarutobi Hiruzen will turn Kakashi into a pure task tool. You keep talking about the glory of your family's past and how to implement your unrealistic ninja way. Have you ever considered your subordinates who have been with you for many years, the young Kakashi, and the bright future? You will get nothing by doing this except making your loved ones sad and your enemies happy. Why choose to die when you can live? That's why I asked you to come here tonight." Hotaki Sakumo's light words blocked all of Yeshan's emotions and words, and he immediately said, "Do your own things yourself, don't rely on anyone else. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I've finished talking about my experience and determination. Next, I'll introduce a few people to you." Yeshan lit another cigarette and stared at the waning moon in a trance in the smoke. He couldn't understand why some ninjas would consider honor more important than life. Hotaki Sakumo is a man of honor, not a politician-type ninja. As Yeshan lit up his second cigarette, he thought of this. A ninja can endure hardships just to survive, but a pure person will protect something more important than his own life, such as national justice, the safety of his country, and the pride in his heart. Everyone has to die, some die lighter than a feather, some die heavier than Mount Tai. Hotaki Sakumo did not want to die in humiliation like a feather, he wanted to die in his own heroic way, with a blazing death heavier than Mount Tai. Chapter 72. Time passed slowly in the rising smoke, and just when Yeshan wanted to light up his sixth cigarette, an obscure smell appeared in the yard. This smell was hidden before entering the yard, but after entering the yard, it became more prominent as if it was deliberately showing its presence. A ninja who was about 40 years old walked into the yard, knelt on one knee solemnly and said, "Master White Fang." Yeshan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up hurriedly and tried to avoid the indiscriminate gift from the ninja, but was stopped by Hotaki Sakumo. "From today on, you are their new leader. There is no need to avoid you." Yeshan's heart skipped a beat, knowing that Hotaki Sakumo was starting to make arrangements for his funeral. "Yuju, you're here early as always," Hotaki Sakumo said with emotion as he looked at the ninja who was half kneeling on the ground. "As long as the Lord summons me, I will come a moment in advance even if it is at the ends of the earth." The simple words revealed an extremely firm will. Hotaki Sakumo smiled and said, Okay, wait for the others. You go find a place to sit first." After hearing this, the ninja named Yuju first glanced at Yeshan, and then responded with a solemn expression. However, he did not find a place to sit down. He just stood in the yard with his hands clasped, closing his eyes and resting quietly. After a moment, another shadow suddenly fell down. He was wearing a grey-white hooded cloak and a raccoon mask on his face. It was the standard attire of an anbu. The only special thing was perhaps the long samurai sword at his waist. Hotaki Sakumo pointed at Hayama, then at the anbu who was half kneeling on the ground, and said, "Let me introduce you. This is the Jonin by Kyumo Hayama, and this is the anbu Taoshi." The anbu stretched out his right hand to remove the mask on his face and said, "Yukio Taoshi, the captain of the 1st Squad of the 1st Battalion of the anbu, nice to meet you." Yeshan narrowed his eyes and thought about the information revealed in the other party's words. Squad leader of the 1st Squad of the 1st Battalion. In the anbu, this position is already a very advanced position. Although this does not mean that the ninja named Yukio Toshi can completely control all the members under him, this position can already conveniently obtain certain secret information. Yukio Taoshi held the mask in his hand for a moment, making sure that Yeshan had enough time to remember his face, then put the mask back on and stood beside Yuju with his hands folded. Yeshan knew every active supporter of Hitaki Sakumo, but people like Kanashi Kakui and Hyaga Tetsujiro did not show up tonight, which made him have some vague speculation in his heart. About half an hour later, 13 ninjas with solemn expressions stood in the yard. Yeshan concluded that each of them was an elite who had survived hundreds of battles. Finally, when the 14th ninja finished introducing himself, Hitaki Sakumo stopped waiting. He stood on the slightly higher corridor, looked around at the 14 ninjas standing in the yard, and said with mixed emotions, "All are here. You didn't let me down after all." Ha ha ha, the laughter came from a female ninja who seemed to have the most lively personality. She was wearing a short ninja uniform. In addition to protecting the important parts, a large amount of snow-white skin was exposed in the cold moonlight. The whole person looked extremely hot. However, just now she personally admitted that she was the mother of 2 children. "Lord White Fang, tell me, who will not respond to the call?" The woman dressed extremely hotly spoke in an equally hot tone, making the atmosphere in the courtyard so hot that it was even fun to laugh. Hitaki Sakumo shook his head and smiled, then pointed at her and said, "Yuna, how many times have I told you not to dress like this? You are already a mother of 2 children. Besides, you are the last person who should have come." Someone in the audience laughed out loud immediately. The female ninja named Yuna raised her eyebrows and her beautiful eyes shone. She pointed at the person opposite and cursed, "What are you laughing at? No matter what I am better than a dead cripple like you. If I hadn't helped you back then, you would have died long ago. How could you have eaten for the past few years?" The thin ninja, who was leaning on a wooden cane to support his disabled body, paid no attention to Yuna's sarcastic personal attack. Instead, he stretched out his little finger to pick his ear and said, "Speak louder. I can't hear you." Hitaki Sakumo was about to speak, but Yuna glared at him and shouted, "Boss, I just want to say one thing. If you say that people with families cannot come, who among you here doesn't have a few relatives to worry about, except for the dead cripple who has no family? You advised me not to come, but you look down on me because I am a sensory ninja and a woman." Someone immediately responded coldly, "Yuna, be careful with your words. It sounds as if Lord White Fang summoned us here to start a rebellion in the village." Yuna didn't say anything, but the lame man said, "Why? Is Lord Nyamura scared?" "That's right. Lord Nyamura has been very successful in the Hokage's office in recent years. He has been promoted step by step and is almost the Hokage's assistant. It is not impossible that he will run for Hokage in a few years. Naturally, he is unwilling to do such a thankless job. For someone like me who has no ties, what can I do even if Lord White Fang really wants to rebel? It's just a scar on my forehead. As long as the Lord says the word, I will be the first to act. I've known you for so many years, and these are the only words a man should say." Yuna gave the cripple a wink of approval. The ninja named Nyamura was so angry at what the two said that he trembled all over. After suppressing his anger, he respectfully asked, "Sir, why did you summon us here? Please tell me." Hitaki Sakumo looked at the people standing in the yard, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "My affairs have been widely spread today, I am sure you all know about it. I summoned you here tonight for no other reason than to see you for the last time." These words caused a huge sensation in the yard. Several people immediately knelt on the ground to express their determination to escort Hitaki Sakumo out of the village. Of course, there were more people who were confused and at a loss. The ninjas in the courtyard were all loyal subordinates of Hitaki Sakumo, but to abandon their families and careers to follow him as a traitor would undoubtedly make them feel awkward. They had people they cherished and a peaceful life they didn't want to be disturbed. Until now, they were only relying on their past friendship. Hitaki Sakumo had nothing to give back to them. It should be said that under such circumstances, they were willing to obey the call and come here secretly, which was already considered to be kind and righteous. "Okay, stop arguing and listen to me." After the courtyard returned to silence, Hitaki Sakumo continued speaking. "I called you here not to ask you to defect with me, but just to introduce you to someone." Hitaki Sakumo pointed at Yeshan beside him and said, "This is Byun Yeshan, he is my disciple. From now on, you will all contact him, and Kakashi will be entrusted to him, so you can rest assured that you will not be exposed." Everyone was silent, obviously noticing something was wrong. Yuna's eyes turned to Yeshan, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground like a wooden man, and asked, "Bayun Yeshan?" Yeshan nodded, extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and stood up. Seeing that everyone looked a little puzzled, he made a few seals expressionlessly and released his aura unscrupulously. The extremely domineering lightning and fire attribute chakra spread in the courtyard, shocking everyone so much that they stopped looking down on it and started to take it seriously. Obviously, all the ninjas were rebellious, and they could obey Hatake Sakumo's orders because Hatake Sakumo had the power to make them submit. If a young ninja from the same village wanted to give them orders, it would take more than just White Fang's appointment. Yeshan certainly knew this. He grinned and disappeared on the spot with a flash of lightning. The eyes of everyone in the courtyard narrowed. This was Lord White Fang's famous skill, the Flying Thunder Kill. Of course they recognized it, but they did not expect that this ninja named Yeshan had the good fortune to learn this secret technique. Before the ninjas in the courtyard could react, lightning flashed again in the corridor, and Yeshan appeared in the original position, but he was holding two masked heads in his hands. Grumpy. Two heads, still steaming and bleeding, were thrown into the courtyard by Yeshan and rolled to the feet of the ninja named Shinmura, making him look grim. Hehe, the successor chosen by Lord White Fang is so fierce. He killed two ANBU ninjas without hesitation. I like it. Yuna's words did not elicit a response from the crowd. Everyone stared at Shinmura, questioning him with their eyes where the two ANBU came from. Hatake Sakumo sighed deeply and said, "Shimura, please go." Yeshan narrowed his eyes and said word by word in a cold voice, "You are just too soft-hearted." Everyone wisely made room, and a short, fierce fight broke out in the courtyard. A moment later, a dagger stabbed into Zinken's back. Yeshan smiled coldly, and his fire attribute chakra broke through the seal and instantly burned the corpse into charcoal ash. Then he put away the dagger and looked at everyone with his eyes narrowed into slits. The lesson of Zinken was placed in front of everyone, making Yeshan become gloomy and terrifying. Hatake Sakumo hid his hands in the sleeves of his loose home clothes and said unhappily, "Okay, Yeshan, I didn't call you here tonight to kill someone." Humph. When Yeshan sat down and lit another cigarette, Hatake Sakumo said, "Everyone, I'll leave it to you from now on." All the ninjas responded and then dispersed instantly, leaving only 4 people standing still in the courtyard. Yeshan naturally knew that among the 14 people, the only ones he could really count on were the 4 who remained. Chapter 73. The 4 people who stayed behind were Gaku, who arrived first, the hotly dressed Yuna, the lame ninja, and the ANBU captain named Kyutaoshi. Yuju glanced at the 3 people, chuckled and said, "Actually, being a rebel ninja doesn't seem to be a bad idea." His words immediately aroused the agreement of several people. Even the ANBU captain Kyoyodoshi, who was always known for his cold-bloodedness and calmness, took off his mask and threw it to the ground, using practical actions to persuade Hatake Sakumo to defect from the village. Yeshan sat cross-legged on the corridor, with no expression on his face, quietly watching the few people who were trying to persuade him. With Hatake Sakumo's strength, it would be difficult for him to break out of the village, but it wouldn't be difficult unless someone leaked the plan in advance. Although the village has strong men like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo and the 3 ninjas, Hatake Sakumo has always been known for his swiftness, so if he really chooses to defect, his chances of escaping are great. But Hatake Sakumo gave up the idea of defecting, or perhaps it could be said that the option of defecting had never occurred to this man. "Shut up!" Towards the 4 people who stayed behind, Hatake Sakumo was no longer as gentle and polite as before. These 4 were his die-hard ninjas, the most die-hard of them. "Is it your turn to interrupt what I am going to do? Just do your own thing and remember what I just said. From now on, Yeshan is the new leader." Looking at the 4 people who were hesitant to speak, Hatake Sakumo didn't waste any words and left in an instant. "Let's go." After Yeshan said this lightly, he also formed hand seals and activated the instant body movement technique, but he followed Hatake Sakumo closely. Well. The 4 sighed for a while, and finally chose to leave. Even though they were used to separation and death in life, they still felt reluctant and sad at this moment. They were helpless about Hatake Sakumo's choice. Even if they were dissatisfied, they could not vent it. Naturally, they hated the senior management who forced Hatake Sakumo to death. In a room filled with many memorial tablets, Hatake Sakumo was kneeling on the floor, praying with his eyes closed. Yeshan stood outside the room, folding his arms and watching with narrowed eyes, feeling somewhat amused. A ninja who was about to commit suicide and leave behind his young son and his family on the verge of destruction was actually offering sacrifices to his ancestors. I wonder what the expressions of the ancestors of the Hotaki clan would be when they knew about this. You have something more important than life that you need to protect and implement. I won't stop you. On the contrary, I will think you are a real person. Hayama's calm voice reached Hotaki Sakumo's ears, causing him to tremble. Who would choose death if they could live? Dying for the ninja way in their hearts and the village they once loved so much was a worthy death. No matter how the ninjas in the village view you, whether they mock your incompetence, lament your untimely death, or even scold you for your cowardice, I will make them all shut up. This is the oath that Byunyishin made in front of thousands of ancestors of the Hotaki clan. If I can't do it, I will seek a successor during my lifetime, just like the relationship between you and me, so that he can continue to complete my unfinished work. Hotaki Sakumo said in a hoarse voice, you know I didn't invite you here for this. Of course I know that you, Hotaki Sakumo, are a stubborn person, so how could you have such a cunning mind? Yeshan lowered his arms from his chest, took out a kunai from his ninja bag, cut his fingers, felt the pain and felt a sense of clarity, and continued, in my hometown, there is a saying that a teacher is a father for life, and there is also a saying that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. I, Byunyishin, am a vulgar person, a very vulgar person. What I love most are delicious food, luxury cars, beautiful women, airplanes, tanks, submarines. I like all good things, but I don't like to owe favors to others. Don't worry about that. Hotaki Sakumo turned around, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably, and said, Yayama, I don't ask you to do anything, just let Kakashi grow up well, even if he can't become a ninja. Yeshan looked at the emotional Hotaki Sakumo expressionlessly, holding the sharp blade of the kunai in his right hand, and said, Hotaki Sakumo, do you know that I have another name? This name is very rustic, but it is the real me. Wong Wong, how is it? Pretty rustic, right? The sharp iron cut Yeshan's palm, blood flowed out, but he did not feel any pain. Not satisfied with this, Yeshan took out another kunai and stabbed it into his thigh with an expressionless face. You know, I have thought about suicide many times, but every time when the kunai was on my throat, the rope was hanging around my neck, and the poison was fed to my mouth, I couldn't do it, because I hadn't reached the moment of complete despair in my heart. Survival is the instinct of living things. Even if there is only a 1 in a million chance of survival, it is worth it for every creature that longs to see the sun tomorrow to give it a try. I admire you for resolutely giving up your life and choosing to die for the sake of the ninja way and the village, but I am free to have disapproval and other negative emotions mixed in with my admiration. You see, when people want to speak their mind, no matter how hurt they are, they won't feel any pain. You need it. Yeshan pointed at his bleeding palms and thighs and spoke seriously to Hotaki Sakumo. After saying this, Yeshan looked deeply at Hotaki Sakumo, who was kneeling on the mat with a painful expression, as if he wanted to engrave his appearance in his mind. A moment later, Yeshan disappeared outside the ancestral hall of the Hotaki clan. The once glorious Hotaki clan was left with only people with the surname Hotaki. Hotaki Sakumo walked out of the ancestral hall and came to the bedroom, put on the Konoha standard vest, sat upright at the table, and in his palm lay a forehead protector that had been with him for many years. Why not choose to defect? Yes, Yeshan, a guy who has no sense of honor or rules in his heart, asked it at the first opportunity. Hotaki Sakumo recalled that when he was a child, the Hotaki family was at its peak. Even though it was an old mansion with decades of history, the clan members and servants would not allow such damage to appear in the dark. He remembered his parents holding his hand as they walked through the ancient but still clean corridors and gates, through the streets that had only been built a dozen years earlier and were not very prosperous. He remembered the grand Obon festival within the clan, and the new Konoha that was full of vitality and attracted by the reputation and ideals of the first generation of ninjas who continued to come to join. He remembered the saying, wherever leaves fly, fire will burn. Hotaki Sakumo was born and raised here. Behind this village, the blood of countless Hotaki clan members was shed. This blood has the same temperature as that of the countless Konoha companions who died on the battlefield to defend him from the enemy's swords. Yes, Hotaki Sakumo, he loves this place, he loves the inspiring will of fire. A ninja is not anyone's tool. His sacrifice can only be made because he is willing to do so. Yes, he was willing to die for the village and for the ninja way in his heart. Only in this way will the ancestors of the Hotaki clan who are buried underground accept and protect him in the Pure Land, only in this way will his son Kakashi be proud of him when he grows up. Even though the village he loves so much now has a dark side, it still cannot stop his love, nor change the reality for which his ancestors sacrificed their lives. Hotaki Sakumo picked up the short sword that had frightened countless enemies, and gently stroked it. After a long while, he placed the tip of the short sword against his chest, thinking back to what Yeshan had said, and silently reciting his thoughts in his heart. Pfft! The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh was heard in the bedroom, and Hotaki Sakumo slowly fell to the ground. Before he lost consciousness, all he could think of was "Damn Hayama for lying to me, it still hurts." Winter thunder exploded in the sky, as if mourning the death of Hotaki Sakumo, and then it started raining again. Yeshan stood outside the Hotaki clan's territory, looking up at Donglei and Yu, letting his wounds bleed. White teeth, white teeth. From now on, there will be no more white teeth in the world. Chapter 74. Yeshan stood quietly in the rain, letting the rain fall on his body and erode the temperature of his body surface. Hotaki Sakumo was dead, but the storm tonight was still not over. Yeshan was waiting for some disgusting people to do disgusting things. People with no bottom line will not let Yeshan down. Just a quarter of an hour later, two ninjas covered in black cloaks and wearing animal masks appeared in front of him. Who sent you here? Shimura Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen? Or Orochimaru? Yeshan's icy voice rang out in the rainy night, frightening the two Anbu a little, but before they could speak, Yeshan continued talking to himself. Forget it. I don't think you will tell the truth. I know the rules of the Anbu and the route. Mission comes first and confidentiality comes second. It's okay. I'll trouble you to shout quietly later. It is a great sin to defame the heroic spirit. In the rainy night, the short and powerful sound of metal collision could be heard from far away. To Yeshan's surprise, the two men in front of him were actually quite powerful. When they joined forces, they were far more powerful than ordinary jonin. No wonder they were sent to carry out this high-risk mission. But it just so happens that Yeshan's current strength is not something that an ordinary jonin can match. Appearing like a ghost behind an Anbu, Yeshan smiled bloodthirstily and stabbed his heart with the short knife in his right hand. However, the other person who cooperated tacitly saw this and formed seals with both hands without hesitation, obviously preparing to use large-scale ninjutsu to blast Yeshan and his companions into pieces. Yeshan's eyes flashed coldly, and his murderous intent towards the Anbu was even stronger. Not to mention that this was the land where the Hotaki clan had lived for generations, and it was impolite for a ninja to rashly release a large-scale ninjutsu. There were several residential buildings with lights on next to them. Would they really not be held accountable for slaughtering civilians without scruples? Haha, the answer is no, absolutely not. These two ANBU ninjas only need to bring back what their master wants. A few dozen civilians, if they die, so what? Anyone who dares to say no, watch out for your head. The Senju clan and Hotaki Sakumo are blatant examples. You guys are more disgusting than a pile of dog shit. Yeshan roared, his chakra was pushed to the extreme, and he launched his strongest power without reservation. Come die. Like the god of death, a gorgeous armor made of flames appeared on Yeshan's body, and then the two Anbu only felt a flash before their eyes, and a flaming fist hit them. Ah! Ah! The unique flames, under Yeshan's control, burned the skin and body tissues of the Anbu, but would not take their lives immediately. At this moment, Yeshan was a demon in human skin, enjoying the screams of humans and becoming more and more excited. Didn't I tell you to keep your voice down? You idiots! The flames first scorched the Anbu's skin, then gently licked the muscle tissue beneath the skin, and then penetrated the flesh and blood to reach the human's abdominal cavity, wrapping up the still moving internal organs until they were roasted. The flames stayed on the bodies of the two Anbu for about a quarter of an hour, and the two Anbu howled for a full quarter of an hour, waking up many mature people in the rainy night. The lights gradually lit up, and the entire Konoha village woke up from its slumber and regained its vitality. Yeshan squatted beside the two corpses that smelled of barbecue, carefully admiring his masterpiece, and had a new assessment of his strength. After opening the newly developed fire escape mode, with the lightning escape secret technique given by Hotaki Sakumo, he could really kill the enemy in an instant. After all, no one could defend against the fire escape mode that would kill anyone who touched it. This fire escape mode was named by Yeshan as exerting the technique Blazing Flame. The technique was very ornamental and powerful. It was a rare ninjutsu that could stay on the body of the caster for a long time. Perhaps it could not be called a ninjutsu, after all. Yeshan's current combat method deviated from the conventional ninja mode and became more and more weird. A moment later, Uchiha Fugaku arrived with several ninjas on duty from the security department. Seeing Yeshan squatting in front of the corpse, he immediately knew what had happened. He quickly whispered to one of them to return to the clan to request support, and then asked, "How is Lord White Fang?" "Died." The sudden explosion of winter thunder and the two words uttered by Yeshan almost frightened Uchiha Fugaku to the point of twitching. "Died." "Ah." After confirming again, Uchiha Fugaku and several ninjas behind him were stunned. No matter what, they could not accept that the Konoha White Fang, who was once a powerful figure in the ninja world, died like this. It's so sad that a powerful cage-level warrior did not die gloriously on the battlefield, but instead died from verbal attacks by his own people. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a big idiot. Immediately, an elderly Uchiha ninja started cursing angrily, and it was obvious that he had a close relationship with Hitaki Sakumo. Uchiha Fugaku not only did not stop the family ninja from scolding, but nodded in agreement. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had the real say in the village and was responsible for the Senju clan's retreat, it would be understandable. After all, no leader could tolerate someone telling him what to do, but Hitaki Sakumo was one of the few cage-level strongmen in the village, and he posed no threat to Sarutobi Hiruzen's power, but he was actually put in a dead end. Uchiha Fugaku could only give a thumbs up to the wise Hokage and praise him as Nyapai Glass. What the hell is this? The speed of self-destruction is too fast. At this speed, Konoha village will disintegrate from within without the enemy attacking. Comments such as Senju Tobirama has a good eye. He picked Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo who can destroy the Senju clan from so many candidates. He is really amazing. Will no longer appear in the idle chats of various ninja clans from tonight. Nothing is more talkative than Hitaki Sakumo being forced to death. Uchiha Fugaku can pat his chest and guarantee that everyone will definitely talk about it behind the scenes but dare not say a word in public. Haha, I heard that Kirigakure has always been implementing high-pressure rule, which is nothing compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen. They can shout slogans like the will of fire and Konoha belongs to everyone all day long while being a dictator. This is the correct way to use the cage. Lying drunkenly on the lap of a beauty, laughingly talking about the world, and easily destroying your companions, you are really like Sarutobi Hiruzen. The damage you caused was not as serious as the two ninja world wars fought by Konoha. Yayama, what should we do next? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Yeshan stood up, his eyes sparkling, staring at the direction of the Hokage building, and said, "Some people are no longer human. They have lost the bottom line of being human and have completely become slaves of power. Fugaku, do you dare to follow me and make a scene?" Chapter 75. Uchiha Fugaku wiped the cold rain from his face, and tried to open his eyes in the increasingly heavy winter rain, trying to see a hint of murderous intent on Yeshan's face. But strangely, although Yeshan's words contained icy murderous intent, his expression was very calm, as if the words just now did not come from his mouth. "Hehe, I've known you for so long, and finally I see you get excited." Uchiha Fugaku suddenly laughed, and he laughed in the street filled with the smell of burning corpses. "Yeshan, the Uchiha clan advocates the supremacy of force and pupil power. You know all of this. Simply put, the Uchiha clan are actually hot-blooded ninjas. The blood flowing in their veins is not only full of fire genes, but also contains violence and killing." Having said that, Uchiha Fugaku tore off the raincoat wrapped around his body, revealing the combat vest underneath. He then untied the ninja tool bag from behind the tribe member's waist and hung it up, then nodded with satisfaction. "You guys go back to the security department. From now on, I will fight as a Konoha ninja, not in the name of Uchiha." Seeing that several clan members were unwilling to leave, Uchiha Fugaku glared, and 3 megatama appeared in his blood-red pupils. He shouted, "Go back and tell the elder that I, Uchiha, am not a lion locked in a cage without teeth and claws, at least not tonight. In this case, we should follow the young patriarch and fight side by side. The Uchiha clan has never lacked those who dare to die." Several Uchiha ninjas were infected by Uchiha Fugaku's words, and they all roared with bloodshot eyes. But Uchiha Fugaku was just full of passion at this time, not completely out of his mind. The meaning of individual participation and family participation is completely different. If the entire Uchiha clan was involved, Sarutobi Hiruzen would surely be very happy, and he would happily control the entire Uchiha clan in the name of traitors and slowly defeat them. The blood of the Uchiha clan has naturally not cooled, and the glory of the Uchiha clan is the same. But this action is just my personal will and has nothing to do with the family. You go back and report it to the clan leader and the great elder truthfully. Yes. After several Uchiha clan ninjas handed over the usable ninja tools they had to the two men, they left unwillingly. Yeshan felt warm in his heart. At least at this time, he still had a few companions who were willing to fight alongside him, so he would not be surrounded alone. Fugaku, thank you. Yeshan said seriously. He was a person who would not easily say thank you, but Uchiha Fugaku's actions made it difficult for him not to say something. Uchiha Fugaku laughed a few times and said, "Fuck you, I'm just trying to gain fame. After tonight, if I'm still alive, I'll definitely be the clan leader. When I think about taking over the fan that symbolizes the glory of the Uchiha clan, I'm shaking with excitement." "Oh? Really? I thought you were trembling with fear," Yeshan said with a smile. "Ha ha ha. Afraid? I'm not afraid of those villains who only hide in the dark and plot." Uchiha Fugaku pulled out a sharp kunai from his ninja tool bag, held it in front of his eyes and looked at it carefully in the light of the distant light. "Don't die, or I'm afraid I'll explode with anger." Yeshan bent down and took off a forehead protector from the dead body. He put it on his own forehead without any hesitation and said with a smile, "If I meet that Sand Village Jonin now, I will kill him in 5 rounds. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Sometimes you are as steady as a man in his 40s, without the vigor and arrogance of a young man. Yeshan, now is the moment you can truly be considered a strong man. A strong person must have the aura to look down on the world and think that no one else can do it better than him. Otherwise, what's the point of practicing so hard?" Yeshan smiled faintly and said, "I used to think that as long as I was steady enough, I wouldn't have conflicts of interest with others. It wasn't until tonight that I realized that even breathing is wrong if a ninja doesn't make a fuss a few times. Since my calmness is rewarded with contempt and ostracism, I won't pretend anymore. Let them see the destructive power of an angry jonin. That's how it should be." The two's undisguised chat was heard clearly by several ninjas hiding in the dark. The leader suppressed his anger and did not launch an attack rashly. After all, the 2 charred bodies were there, so it was wiser to wait for reinforcements. Anyway, White Fang's body would not fly away. Uchiha Fugaku was still looking at the kunai, as if there was something wonderful on it. "The Anbu are getting worse and worse now. Anyone can be treated as such." A gloomy and cold voice sounded from behind several Anbu. They were shocked. Although they didn't know how the person got behind them, the ninjas' reaction nerves made them form hand seals like a conditioned reflex, trying to use the substitution technique to avoid it. However, in front of the ancient and powerful Sharingan, all ninjutsu was like a naked woman, being seen cleanly. Uchiha Fugaku casually threw out several kunai, which collided in the air and hit the throats of several Anbu accurately. Several bodies fell on the rain-soaked street. Uchiha Fugaku slowly walked out of the darkness, spitting with disgust on his face, as if he had dirty his hands. "What a piece of rubbish!" Several people gave the same reaction. "Nothing new. When will the profession of ninja be mass-produced?" Yeshan smiled coldly and said, "Are they worthy of being called ninjas? They are just products of an assembly line." Uchiha Fugaku, who was still looking at the kunai in his hand in front of Yeshan, turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated, but it turned out to be a shadow clone. If the village continues to develop like this, it will be difficult to produce decent ninjas. Ninjas are about flexibility and versatility. Those who are cast from the same mold will have zero fighting power. Uchiha Fugaku said disdainfully. Yeshan nodded with deep feeling. The growth of ninja strength is inseparable from the support of skills. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu can make a ninja's strength grow by leaps and bounds. But if you only have skills but no corresponding practical experience, you are just a fool in the fight. Even an experienced genin can easily kill such a waste, let alone Uchiha Fugaku who grew up in iron and blood. Every jonin has built his reputation on corpses. So far, Yeshan has never heard of any ninja who could become a jonin by just staying in the training ground. Don't be careless. A truly strong person will often launch a fatal attack when others are slacking off. Yeshan reminded. Who do you think will come? There are not many ninjas who can be considered strong in the village, and even fewer who are willing to carry out the task of snatching the corpse of a cage-level ninja. Uchiha Fugaku is very curious about who is willing to lower his status and take action. Before Yeshan could answer, a cold breath suddenly locked onto the two of them. Yeshan felt his whole body tighten, and the air around him seemed to become sticky, making it difficult for him to breathe. He squinted his eyes, and the dormant chakra in his body burst out without hesitation, trying to get rid of this cold breath. The two auras collided in the rainy night, disrupting the falling trajectory of the rain. For a moment, the rain seemed to be stagnant in the entire area. Haha, interesting, really interesting. The hoarse voice came like a poisonous snake, and the sonorous footsteps were like war drums beating in Yeshan's heart, making him a little nervous. Hayama-kun, Fugaku-kun, what are you two doing here so late? May I ask why Lord Orochimaru appears here? Uchiha Fugaku asked back with a cold face. Under the dim light, Orochimaru, with a pale face and wearing furniture clothes, appeared in front of the two of them, with a wicked smile on his face, and said, I came to pay tribute to Sakumo. I heard that he died. As one of his friends, I naturally need these red tape. Yeshan laughed out of anger. He never expected that Sarutobi Hiruzen was so anxious that he sent Orochimaru to fight for Hotaki Sakumo's body regardless of the dignity of the Hokage. There is no mourning hall or spirit banners. What does Orochimaru want to worship? Worship your good teacher. Now that things have come to this, there is no need for Yeshan to call Orochimaru sir. He would never do anything so humiliating. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed and the smile disappeared from his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not only his teacher, but also half his father. Hayama, a little jonin, actually dared to humiliate the Hokage in person, which successfully aroused his anger. Yeshan-jun, I hope you can still speak later. There was a naked killing intent in Orochimaru's words, but Yeshan was not afraid. He had been thinking about killing people every day since he stepped out of the ninja school. If he was afraid, he would have died countless times. Ninjas can respect death but cannot be afraid of it. Only by facing death can they live. In Yeshan's opinion, half of the Sunin's combat power is in the summoning beasts, and the current battlefield is in the center of the village. There is really nothing to be afraid of Orochimaru who cannot use summoning beasts. How pathetic, Orochimaru, have you even been reduced to being a pawn? Or, are you the one behind the incident involving Hotaki Sakumo? Facing Yeshan's questioning, Orochimaru smiled coldly and did not say a word. Instead, a snake emerged from his sleeve, standing upright on the side of his cheek with its snake core spitting out. The battle is about to break out. Chapter 76. The battle between ninjas is a process of constant testing, and few people will reveal their cards at the beginning of the battle, so in the early stages of the battle, Yeshan chose a combination of ninjutsu that was small in power but very practical. Earth escape river. Art fire escape ho fireball. The two ninjutsu were launched almost at the same time. The soil under Orochimaru's feet instantly became soft and then flowed violently like a mudslide. Orochimaru had a sneer on his face. His teacher was an expert in earth escape techniques, and he himself was also proficient in earth escape techniques, so he naturally wouldn't take Yeshan's techniques seriously. As for the fireball that was well controlled in scale, it was even less worth mentioning. Drink. The strong wind brought by the deep shout blew away Yeshan's fire-style ninjutsu. Orochimaru stood there with a cold face, and the ground under his feet had returned to calm again. Yeshan-jun, let's stop these boring attempts here, if you have any follow-up measures. Uchiha Fugaku stood on the towering roof of the Hotaki clan, sweating for his friend Yeshan, but had no intention of supporting him. No one knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen had sent several ninjas to fight for the body. If someone took away Hotaki Sakumo's body while they were entangled by Orochimaru, then tonight's actions would be meaningless. Never underestimate the shamelessness of high-ranking officials such as Sarutobi Hiruzen. These were the exact words spoken by the last patriarch of the Senju clan when he visited the Great Elder. Uchiha Fugaku has always followed this as a guiding principle. I wonder how much of Orochimaru's strength can be exerted here. Yeshan shook his neck, pulled out a short knife from behind, and brushed his left hand across the cold and smooth blade. A fiery red light lit up in the rainy night. Orochimaru looked at Yeshan's flaming short sword with great interest and asked, "Is this a fire sword?" Yes and no. Yeshan's answer puzzled Orochimaru. Judging from the characteristics of chakra attributes, wind and lightning attributes are most suitable for increasing the power of cold weapons. If they are cultivated to a high level, they can often cut gold and break stone without any disadvantages. However, it is not very meaningful to attach fire attribute chakra to weapons. It cannot enhance the cutting and penetrating power of weapons. The extremely conspicuous flames may even expose the user's attack trajectory, which is not worth the loss. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. Several spotted snakes as thick as bowls with bared fangs jumped out from Orochimaru's sleeves and bit towards Yashin's vital points with great agility. The air was filled with a fishy smell. Yashan narrowed his eyes and looked at the snake that was approaching closely. A few bolts of lightning jumped out of his body, and the whole person mysteriously disappeared on the spot. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that Yashin could practice Hitaki Sakumo's secret technique to some extent. He snorted coldly, and several snakes rushed out and slammed their tails on the ground in unison. They returned to his side at a faster speed and then surrounded Orochimaru. All this happened in an instant. Just as a few snakes surrounded Orochimaru, a short sword with flames on the blade appeared silently at the back of Orochimaru. Boom! Just the short sword touching the body of the fast-spinning snake caused a large amount of flames to erupt, causing Uchiha Fugaku's cheeks to twitch. The blood-red eyes glowed with a strange light in the rainy night. Although Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan was not the Manjiki Sharingan, among the current Uchiha clan, its comprehensive ability was enough to rank in the top 10, and its inside ability was even in the top 5. Under the observation of the Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku clearly saw the high-intensity chakra condensed and compressed on the blade of the short sword in Yashin's hand. Every time it struck the enemy, the chakra would erupt along the collision point, then forming a large flame that would burn the unsuspecting enemy. What's even more strange is that the chakra on the blade does not come from Yashan's body, but flows out continuously from the seal in his heart. No one knows how he did it. Clap clap. A round of applause came from the side of Hayama, and another Orochimaru walked out slowly and said, "What a powerful ninjutsu! I was almost killed, Hayama-kun." Yashan narrowed his eyes, his face was calm, but he was a little surprised. Since the battle, his eyes have been fixed on Orochimaru's hands, and he still couldn't tell when the other party made the clone seal. Thinking of this, Yashan looked calmly at Uchiha Fugaku who was standing on the roof of the house. When he saw him shaking his head slightly, his face darkened. There is no false reputation below a great one. Orochimaru's reputation as one of the 3 ninjas was built on the piles of corpses of the enemy countries. He was honored as an adult only when he was covered in blood. In the hands of a ninja of this level, simple ninjutsu can often achieve unexpected results. At least he had formed a clone seal under the eyes of Yashin and Uchiha Fugaku. If the clone just now had an explosive tag attached to it, Yashin would even suffer a small loss. It seems that Yashanjun has a lot of secrets. The power of the slash just now is comparable to that of sea-level ninjutsu. It's similar to the explosion Kekii limit of the Hidden Rock Village. It can be used instantly without the need for hand seals, but it seems that the prerequisite for triggering it is to have a point of force. I just don't know if there is a limit to the number of times this ability can be used. As Yashin's face became increasingly gloomy and cold, Orochimaru analyzed the ninjutsu he performed very thoroughly, as if he had seen it countless times. Yashan pursed his lips. The pressure from Orochimaru was huge, even more than the 3 tails. But he had a reason not to lose, at least he had to ensure that he would not lose. Orochimaru shook his wrist and several shurikens were thrown out, then he rushed towards Yashin. Shuriken Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. The shurikens thrown by Orochimaru suddenly split into 2, 2, and 4, and increased several times in the blink of an eye. A large number of shurikens were densely scattered, blocking all of Yashin's escape space. Orochimaru's seal had not yet been completed. After completing the seal of the previous technique, Orochimaru quickly formed another seal. Then his chest bulged and a whirlwind spewed out of Orochimaru's mouth. Wind-style breakthrough. The strong gust of wind suddenly wrapped around a rain of sharp shurikens. With the help of the wind, the shurikens flying at high speed seemed to have wings and instantly rushed in front of Yashan. If he doesn't attack, it's fine, but once he does, his force is as powerful as thunder and lightning. Orochimaru's attainments in ninjutsu, hand seals, and the timing of casting techniques far exceed those of Hayama. Yashan let out a terrible scream as his body was pierced into a sieve by the powerful shuriken. Then a burst of smoke erupted and he turned into a tattered wooden stake. Orochimaru's high-speed moving body suddenly stopped. A little white snake poked its head out from the collar of his clothes, and after shaking its body a few times nimbly, it looked up into the sky. In mid-air, Yashan made seals with both hands, gathered a large amount of chakra at his throat, and coldly launched a ninjutsu. Earth Escape, Iron Mouth Cannon. In an instant, stones the size of an adult's head came crashing down along with the winter rain. You underestimate me, Ye-shan. Orochimaru snorted coldly, puffed up his cheeks, and the wind-style ninjutsu that he had prepared long ago turned into a huge whirlwind that blew away the stones and then blew towards Ye-shan, who had nowhere to get support with the same force. However, at this moment, a sharp thunder sounded in the street, and a short knife appeared like a ghost at the back of Orochimaru, and then pierced through it fiercely. Orochimaru, whose body was pierced, had a look of astonishment on his face, but he turned into mud and tightly wrapped around Ye-shan's wrist. Ye-shan narrowed his eyes slightly, and as lightning flashed on his body, he was about to break free from the restraints, but at this moment, a huge black snake suddenly broke out of the ground under his feet, opened its smelly mouth and bit him. This is not over yet. On the left side of Ye-shan, Orochimaru smiled and formed seals with his hands in front of his chest, and then a large number of wind blades shot out. At this moment, Ye-shan was caught in a pincer attack, but with Orochimaru's fighting style, it was difficult to guarantee whether there was a trap waiting for him to the left or if he jumped into the air. Since dodging was not an option, he would just confront it head-on. The technique begins fire kill. A layer of chakra quickly emerged from Ye-shan's body, and when it came into contact with the air, it turned into a raging flame. In an instant, a violent explosion occurred with his body as the center, melting Orochimaru's wind escape ninjutsu and roasting the weak organs of the giant python that had opened its mouth to bite him. Then, the flames condensed into sharp arrows, illuminating half of the street red and evaporating the rainwater on the ground. Orochimaru looked at the oncoming flaming arrow in amazement, a hint of admiration flashed across his eyes, but his hands were not idle, and he completed several seals in an instant. Wind style, infinite breakthrough. When all the chakra concrete ninjutsu dissipated, Ye-shan stood there quietly like a fireman, confronting Orochimaru not far away. I have to say, Sarutobi-sensei's decision-making is as bad as ever. A genius like you was actually handed over to the Uchiha. You are getting more confused as you get older. Seeing that Ye-shan had no desire to speak, Orochimaru was not embarrassed and started talking on his own. Your technique is very novel and very suitable for frontal combat. Is it a bloodline limit? No wonder Orochimaru asked this question again, because the way Hayama performed ninjutsu was too strange, and he didn't need to make hand seals at all. The last ninja who could perform ninjutsu without making hand seals was the founder of Konoha village, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. According to what Orochimaru knew from the classics, the first Hokage could perform most of his ninjutsu with just a clap of his hands, and his ability to manipulate chakra was unmatched in the entire history of the ninja world. What do you think? Ye-shan spoke lightly and meaninglessly, while forming seals with his hands. However, Orochimaru interrupted him with his hand, that's it, my mission has failed. Ye-shan was stunned, but before he could say anything, a captivating aura burst out from not far away. The three people present were familiar with this aura, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who arrived late. Chapter 77. Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing on a high place, came to Ye-shan's side and whispered, here comes someone with bad intentions, be careful. Ye-shan dissipated the secret technique attached to his body, put the short sword back into the scabbard, stood there expressionlessly, and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was jumping forward like a monkey not far away with sneer in his eyes. Hayama-kun, I'm very happy tonight. I hope I can let go when we fight next time. Orochimaru said sinisterly. Ye-shan, who was in an irritable mood, frowned and shouted coldly, get out. The sinister smile on Orochimaru's face froze, and anger suddenly surged in his heart. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorite student and one of the three ninjas, he was praised wherever he went. He had never been scolded like this, and his murderous intention could not help but be leaked. Uchiha Fugaku also looked at Ye-shan with some strangeness, but he didn't say anything. Actually, there was nothing much to say. The three ninjas were all direct disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Except for Senju Tsunade, who might take care of the Uchiha clan a little because of their old friendship, Jiraiya and Orochimaru wished the Uchiha clan would die, so there was no need to please them specially. A moment later, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with several Anbu ninjas. The originally smooth and clean streets had become bumpy and messy, and the air was filled with violent chakra reactions. Even a fool would know that a battle had just taken place here, and it was a fight between ninjas of high level. A good leader will never clearly state his or her position at the beginning, but will often seek everyone's opinions and then make flexible changes based on the situation. It's so late, why are you guys here instead of sleeping at home? Look, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression is very confused, and there is dissatisfaction in his confusion, as if Hitaki Sakumo's suicide has nothing to do with him. Yeshan smiled coldly and said, Fugaku and I went out to find a place to have a midnight snack, but we ran into Orochimaru who didn't pay for his meal. We had no choice but to perform our duties as a security department. We didn't expect him to resist arrest and insult the Hokage. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen. To be honest, if they were not in the village, if many ninjas had not rushed here after hearing the news, and if Yashin did not have some strength to protect himself, Orochimaru would have wanted to kill him instantly. An ANBU stepped forward and shouted, Jounin by Kumo Yashin, watch your words. Who do you think you are? How dare you shout here? You. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed to interrupt the ANBU, and seeing that Hayama was unwilling to speak, he turned to Orochimaru and asked, what happened? Orochimaru stared at his teacher with a half-smile, and said slowly, Hitaki Sakumo is dead. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to fall to the ground as he swayed. The ANBU beside him quickly supported his arm and shouted, Third Sama. Cheer up, Third Sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen broke free from the support of the ANBU, staggered forward and grabbed Orochimaru's collar, and asked anxiously, what you said, is it true? Yeshan watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's show coldly, feeling disgusted in his heart, but since things had come to this point, nothing he said would be of any use. His first priority was to try his best to preserve Hitaki Sakumo's body and bury him in peace. Orochimaru gently shook off Sarutobi Hiruzen's smoky hand and said in a hoarse voice, of course it's true. I don't dare to joke about such things. After confirming again and again, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe from his pocket and wanted to take a puff to calm down, but his slightly trembling right hand couldn't light the tobacco. He threw the match on the ground with an annoyed look and stepped on it hard. At this time, a group of prominent ninjas from the village finally arrived, at just the right time, not too early or too late. The two people walking in the front were Uchiha Shinichi and a member of the Hyuga clan. What happened? Have spies from the enemy country infiltrated? Uchiha Shinji's voice arrived before he even arrived. Uchiha Fugaku's stern face fluctuated a little. He felt extremely amused when he saw his father who looked like he was willing to sacrifice his life for the village. Everyone was acting, even though they already knew what big thing had happened here. Orochimaru stared at Hayama and Uchiha Fugaku with a gloomy expression for a few moments, as if issuing a warning of danger, and then silently turned into a gust of breeze and disappeared on the spot. As one of the three ninjas, Orochimaru has great prestige in the village, but he does not have a corresponding position. Naturally, he does not want to be involved and get himself into trouble. However, the old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen had expected that Orochimaru would quit, but it didn't matter. His good apprentice had to be taken care of and used. It was okay for him to do some dirty and tiring work occasionally, but not for a long time. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen had candidates who could do dirty and tiring work for a long time, and he was well prepared. What do you want to do? Danzo Shimura appeared at the right time. He instantly stood on the street and separated Uchiha Shinichi and others from Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's such a commotion in the middle of the night. What is the security department doing? Can they do their job? If not, let the root department take over tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very careful about his reputation and was always considering what to say, fearing that a wrong statement would ruin the image he had worked so hard to establish. But his old teammate Shimura Danzo didn't care at all and always said whatever came to his mind without caring about his image. Facing Shimura Danzo's questioning, Uchiha Shinichi smiled coldly and said, Don't worry about it, Master Danzo. Konoha village is so big, how come we meet here tonight? I wonder what Danzo-sama is doing here. Uchiha Shinichi's question made Shimura Danzo laugh instead of getting angry, and he said coldly, Do I need to report to you what I do? Then what should I report to you? Uchiha Shinichi said without showing any weakness. Good. Shimura Danzo's voice became increasingly gloomy, and a hint of murderous intent was released without any concealment. Uchiha Shinichi sneered, and released his murderous aura unwilling to be outdone, and actually suppressed Shimura Danzo for a while. Shimura Danzo's strength is not weak, and he was once the best in the village when he was young, but after so many years of pampered life, even a ninja with good self-control will inevitably stagnate. The profession of ninja can only grow on the battlefield and through killing, and it is of little use to work behind closed doors. Stop it all! Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted in a dignified manner, and Uchiha Shinichi snorted coldly and gave up suppressing him. Without even looking at Shimura Danzo, he led a few people straight to Hayama and stood face to face with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sir, what happened? Do we need to call in the security department to impose martial law? Until now, Uchiha Shinichi was still acting, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's face twitched. Chapter 78. Faced with Uchiha Shinichi's pretense of stupidity, Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with hatred, but he could do nothing about it and could only say sadly, Hitaki Sakumo has passed away. What? The famous strongman Hitaki Sakumo from Konohagakure is dead? Who did this to the third Hokage? We will tear him into pieces even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. A look of grief appeared on Uchiha Shinichi's face, and then he gritted his teeth and vowed to find the murderer and avenge Hitaki Sakumo, but his eyes were staring straight at Shimura Danzo who was standing beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Regardless of whether it was Shimura Danzo who did it, it was right to put the blame on him. After all, one of the important roles of the root was to take the blame. From the sudden death of a daimyo to the disappearance of Asao in the village, it was right to put the blame on him. In fact, Uchiha Shinichi's action seemed a bit redundant. The heads of all the organizations, big and small, present turned their eyes to Shimura Danzo as soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen told the bad news. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly and said, "Why are you all looking at me? I have been resting at home tonight and have not been going anywhere." The head of the Hyuga clan with pure white eyeballs stepped forward, made a seal and saluted, and said, "With Lord Hitaki's strength, it is impossible for anyone to kill him silently. We all know this, but what I want to ask is, why did Lord Hitaki commit suicide? The mentality of a ninja is extremely strong. Unless they are subjected to inhuman torture, who would choose to commit suicide?" The words of the Hyuga clan caused many ninjas to whisper in agreement, and they all believed that someone forced Hitaki Sakumo to death, but who, no one dared to say. The Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan rarely joined forces to attack, not only to uphold justice, but also for their own interests. With Hitaki Sakumo's strength, military exploits, and status, he was still forced to death by the upper echelons. Who among all the people present dared to pat their chests and guarantee that such a thing would not happen to them in the future? Although Hitaki Sakumo is dead, it does not mean that the matter is over. Everyone needs a statement and commitment from the top to ensure that this incident will not happen in the village next time. Sarutobi Hiruzen had anticipated this. They were all smart people, and this blatant conspiracy might work once, but if used again it would be treating people as fools, so he expressed his position immediately. Hitaki Sakumo's death was caused by negative comments caused by a failed mission. The village will investigate this thoroughly. Danzo, send out the root ninjas to arrest everyone in the village who spread the rumor and block off the entire street. Uchiha Shin was stunned for a moment. This was originally the responsibility of the security department, but now it was assigned to the root department. He couldn't help but say, "Third generation sir, this is a bit inappropriate, isn't it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at him and said, "The security department is responsible for going to the capital to report the current situation to the daimyo, and at the same time express strong protest on behalf of the village. After all, you are all nobles, so it will be easier to communicate with you." Uchiha Shin opened his mouth, wanting to say something to refute, but he didn't know where to start. He really couldn't say it. The Uchiha clan had been an aristocratic family since the Warring States period. Not only that, in terms of blood relationship, the contemporary daimyo was indeed related to him, but that was a marriage concluded decades ago and it had long lost its effect. This is one of the important reasons why the Uchiha clan wants to enter the decision-making level very much, so that they can have someone to help them when encountering problems, instead of just following orders like they do now. Seeing that Uchiha Shinichi agreed to the arrangement without saying anything, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, and then felt torn. Although Hitaki Sakumo is dead, his body is extremely important, and Shimura Danzo has expressed his desire to obtain it more than once. The corpse of a cage-level warrior whose brain was not damaged was of great research value. Apart from other things, the rich reserve of ninjutsu alone was a valuable asset. The Hitaki clan had no bloodline and no special talents, but Hitaki Sakumo was one of the strongest men in the village. The mystery behind this was very exciting. After hesitating for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to ask for other people's opinions to see their attitudes. After looking around, he called out and asked, "Narashikaken, please tell us about the burial." Narashikaken's face changed when he was named, but he quickly returned to normal. He made a seal and bowed, then said, "I think that Master Hitaki has made outstanding contributions to the village and the Fire Nation, and he deserves a grand funeral. We should choose a suitable day, gather all the jonin in the village who have no missions, and ask the daimyo to send important officials to participate. We must make the funeral extremely grand. Seeing everyone nodding in agreement, Narashikaken continued, as for Master Hotaki's body, I suggest that it be stored in the Hokage building for temporary preservation, which will also facilitate the villagers' condolences. There is nothing wrong with the first part, but there is a big problem with the second part. It is extremely inappropriate to place the body of Hotaki Sakumo in the Hokage building. Otherwise, what are these people doing here? They should just wait in the Hokage's office. Uchiha Shinichi immediately glanced at the expressions of the people behind him, and then said, regarding the issue of preserving the remains, I think it is most appropriate to place them in the clan land of the Hotaki clan. After all, the Hotaki clan still has blood to continue, and it is not true that there is no successor. For the ninjas of the clan, the continuation of bloodline is more important than anything else. After Hotaki Sakumo died, Hotaki Kakashi, as his only son and the only male member of the Hotaki clan, naturally became the clan leader. Although this clan leader exists in name only, the clan leader is the clan leader and can enjoy all the political resources and training resources of the Hotaki clan, and no one has the right to deprive him of this. On the surface, the placement of the body is harmless. After all, Hotaki Sakumo was a ninja of Konohagakure. There is nothing wrong with leaving the body in the Hokage building except that it would expose the secret of the body. But the Hotaki clan is still there and Kakashi is still alive, so that is not possible. Placing it in the Hokage building for the villagers to mourn can only prove that Hotaki Sakumo is a meritorious ninja of Konoha village, while placing it in the Hotaki clan's land for mourning can prove that the family is still there, which has completely different meanings. This is also an important reason why so many families are willing to follow Uchiha Shinichi. The resources owned by the family were given by the first Hokage when the village was built. As long as there is an heir in the family, the village cannot be taken back even if it is in decline. This is the bottom line for the survival of the ninja family, and it is also one of the reasons why they are willing to fight for the village. Besides, the bodies of the family ninjas hide a huge secret, and no one wants it to be completely uncovered one day, not even the village. Seeing that everyone opposed Narashikaken's proposal, Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, but didn't say anything, simply expressing his dissatisfaction. It was difficult to offend the public, so Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately rejected Narashikaken's suggestion and adopted Uchiha Shinichi's proposal. At this time, the sky was already getting light, and occasionally the sound of roosters crowing could be heard, and everyone dispersed with satisfaction. Danzo Shimura walked to Ishin with a gloomy face and stared into his eyes for a long time. The Uchiha clan can protect you for a while, but not for a lifetime. There is still a long time to go. Yeshan didn't care about what Shimura Danzo said halfway, and smiled, according to age, I have definitely lived longer than you. Danzo Shimura's face turned terribly dark, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and he walked away without looking back. Chapter 79. Soon, the originally bustling streets became empty. Yeshan looked at the sky and found that it was still early, so he planned to wait a while before buying funeral supplies. Uchiha Shinichi patted Yeshan's shoulder with a heavy face, obviously knowing the pain that the young ninja who had grown up in front of him had experienced. Any ninja who had a master-disciple relationship would cherish it very much and treat the master with respect and filial piety as if he were his father. However, Yeshan's master, Hotaki Sakumo, who was a real but unknown master, was forced to commit suicide. To put it bluntly, if you were in the Uchiha clan and didn't open a 3 Megatama Sharingan, you wouldn't be worthy of the surname Uchiha. Yeshan, take things easy. Although Lord Hotaki has passed away, his family and son are still here. You have the responsibility to shoulder this burden. Yeshan nodded and forced a smile, I will. Uchiha Shinichi patted Hayama's shoulders twice again, then left with his men, leaving only Uchiha Fugaku and Hayama standing here. Fugaku, you should go back and rest as well. I'll be here for you. Considering that Uchiha Fugaku has just gotten married and is very much in love with his wife, it would be better to disturb them as little as possible. Haha, it's okay, I'm not sleepy yet. After saying that, Uchiha Fugaku walked into the mansion of the Hotaki clan without waiting for Yeshan's response. Yeshan looked expressionlessly at the body lying on the ground, ignored by everyone, and walked into the mansion with a sneer. The rain was still falling, but it was much lighter than in the second half of the night, and the dripping sound was also lighter. In a quiet and elegant bedroom, Hotaki Sakumo was lying on the tatami in neat clothes, with a short knife with a sharp blade stuck in his chest. The sharp knife was completely inserted into his body, leaving only the handle outside. Since the blade did not move, little blood oozed out, making Hotaki Sakumo look decent. Kakashi, who had been carried away by the old servant before, was now standing beside his father's body, staring at his father's back, which used to be extremely broad, with empty eyes, wondering what he was thinking. Yeshan sighed and woke him up from his vague thoughts. Looking at the lifeless eyes of the still young Kakashi, he felt a surge of grief in his heart. Losing one's father in childhood, one's mother in youth, one's wife in middle age, and one's son in old age are the most painful things in the world. Yeshan lost his father in this life when he was a child, and now his mother is not in good health, so she may not have much time left. Kakashi, go change into black clothes. After thinking it over again and again, Yeshan finally came up with the words to ask Kakashi to change his clothes. Kakashi nodded, bowed respectfully towards his father's body and walked out. Yeshan knelt outside the bedroom, kneeling beside the door, quietly staring at Hotaki Sakumo's body. Just a few hours ago, this body was still full of life and talking to him about the so-called ninja way and the so-called will of fire, but now it has completely become a piece of meat without temperature, making him feel like he is dreaming. Hotaki Sakumo, you chose death because you have something that you need to sacrifice your life to achieve. Most people think you are just a pedantic fool, and I think, so too. Nothing is more important than one's own life, even the life of Konoha village. I will continue to stand firm in my beliefs and live on at all costs. But now I can't just live for the sake of living. I have something on my shoulders that requires me to take some actions to complete. Your death is one, Sarutobi Hiruzen's humiliation is one, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's troubles are one. For now, there are three. After these things are done, I will seriously consider whether to retire. It's a rare opportunity to live again, and I don't want to waste all my time on fighting and killing. There must be some poetry in distant places. Yeshan kept talking to himself. Uchiha Fugaku, who was kneeling not far from him, listened to everything without saying a word. He really wanted to remind his friend that after finishing these three things, he would probably be old, and there would be no point in thinking about poetry and distant places. However, Uchiha Fugaku calculated the time carefully and found that Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost 50 years old, and he could not help but feel relieved. According to his age, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to step down in 10 years, and by then, the Uchiha clan might be able to return to the top. Leaving aside the two selfish thoughts, young Kakashi came to his bedroom and was about to change into black clothes, but he saw the old servant standing upright in the room, obviously waiting for him. This old servant was about 60 years old, with a head full of silver hair, but it was not the silver hair that was unique to the Hotaki clan, but the hair that had turned white in the background. Ever since Kakashi could remember, the old servant had been taking good care of him, so they had a very good relationship. Kakashi didn't know the old servant's name, but he knew that his father called him Uncle Fu, so naturally he had to lower his generation and call him Grandpa Fu. Lord Patriarch. After Hotaki Sakumo died, Kakashi became the new head of the Hotaki clan. But Kakashi was obviously not used to this title, and quickly waved his hand and said, "Forget the title of head. What can I do for you?" The old servant shook his head stubbornly and said, "Master Patriarch, this is the etiquette of the family. Etiquette cannot be abolished." Kakashi suddenly felt helpless. The older generation was not good in every way, except that they were a little old-fashioned. Not many people nowadays followed the etiquette passed down from the Warring States period. After all, times were changing. Okay. Since Master Sakumo is gone, you are the head of the Hotaki clan. I am here to convey Master's last words before he died. Kakashi's attitude turned serious, and he straightened himself up properly, waiting for the old servant's words. Lord Sakumo said that we should not be too close to Byunyushin, and should spend more time with the Hokage lineage. It would be best if we could become Minato's disciple. This is the only way to ensure the longevity of the family and the continuation of the bloodline. Kakashi was stunned by these words. Despite his young age he was exceptionally intelligent, but he still didn't understand why his father wouldn't let him get closer to Hayama. Yeshan is the ninja that his father could entrust everything to before he died. Compared with Yeshan, the people of the Hokage family are the culprits who forced his father to death. Kakashi couldn't understand and was very confused. Hotaki Sakumo had already anticipated this. He kept the old servant behind just to explain the pros and cons. Although the Hokage clan forced the old clan leader to death, they will also feel guilty. They will use the compensation given to the old clan leader on you, which can ensure that you will have a stable growth space. The old clan leader said it himself. Although Byun Yishin is grateful and powerful, he has no principles and no will of fire in his heart. He is the best choice to be a friend or ally, but not a teacher, otherwise he will easily go astray. What Yishin didn't expect was that Hatake Sakumo believed until his death that he was not a qualified Konoha ninja, but a sophisticated egoist. Having no will of fire does not mean that you are unworthy of being a qualified Konoha ninja. Chapter 80. Kakashi was very confused about the arrangement made by his late father. In his heart, Hayama was the ninja who truly cared about him, and the Hokage series was really hard to rely on. Why did father arrange this? Being young has its advantages. You can ask any questions at any time, and in most cases you will not be rejected. Sure enough, after thinking for a moment, the old servant said, because of faction and strength. Faction. Kakashi was even more confused. He couldn't understand why they were divided into factions when they were all ninjas from the same village. Logically, they were all one family. Yayama is very close to the Uchiha clan and belongs to the Uchiha line. The Uchiha line has never been favored by the top leaders. Even Chimura Danzo has made it his mission to destroy the Uchiha clan. It is foreseeable that they will not have an easy time in the future. The Hokage faction is full of talented people, with the Sunin in charge and talented ninjas like Minato Namikaze who have grown up. So you speculate that the 4th and 5th Hokage will most likely be from the Hokage faction. Yayama is definitely very good to the family and to you, but after the death of the master, we have to consider the future development prospects of the Hatake clan. From this point of view, it is definitely a wise choice to get close to the Hokage family. The old servant said a lot in one breath, but Kakashi understood it all. In general, Hayama is good but Naruto is better, it's just that it's nice to be under the shade of a big tree. Kakashi nodded. Although he was somewhat reluctant, he agreed when he thought that this was arranged by his father who had just passed away. Hatake Sakumo had just died, and the rumors in the village had not yet weighed down Kakashi's head like a mountain. At this moment, all he felt was sadness, and his persistence in the mission had not yet been revealed. Seeing that it was already light and Kakashi had not yet appeared, Yeshan felt a little anxious. According to etiquette, Kakashi should personally tidy up Hatake Sakumo's body, and no one else could do it for him. Even though this was cruel for a child, rules were rules. Just when Yeshan's knees were starting to hurt from kneeling for too long, Kakashi appeared in black. Brother Hayama, Lord Fugaku, thank you for your hard work. Kakashi said this politely, but Yeshan keenly heard a hint of alienation in his words and his heart sank. Nothing. This is what I should do. It's getting late. I'll go prepare the items needed for condolences. As he spoke, Yeshan slowly stood up, but almost fell because of the pain in his knees. Thank you very much, but that's not necessary. Kakashi felt a little ashamed and didn't dare to look up and look Yeshan in the eye. One of his little hands nervously fiddled with the corner of his clothes. Grandpa Fu has gone to buy the items needed for the condolences. You can go back and rest. Yeshan was stunned, his brain was like his knees, and after a long while, he said in a hoarse voice, okay. Uchiha Fugaku's face darkened. As the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he would never have appeared here if he had not accompanied his good friend Yeshan. You. Yeshan grabbed Uchiha Fugaku's arm to interrupt what he was about to say, then bowed again to the cold and stiff body of Hatake Sakumo, stared at it deeply, and limped out of the bedroom. It was not until the two of them walked away that Uchiha Fugaku could no longer bear it and complained in dissatisfaction. Yeshan, the Hatake clan is so rude that they actually kicked us out. We are just being ignored. After Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, he didn't get a response from his friend for a long time, and he couldn't help but feel curious. Then he realized that Yeshan had fallen behind him alone at some point. What happened? Uchiha Fugaku walked back and came in front of his friend, only to suddenly realize that Yeshan's eyes were red. Am I a failure? Yeshan asked self-deprecatingly, pinching his thigh with his hand to drive back the tears that were about to fall. Not at all. In my mind, Yeshan, you have always been an excellent ninja with a calm personality, a quick mind, and strong strength. How can you be considered a failure? Yeshan forced a laugh, but then the sense of dignity brought by a mature soul and the frustration brought by reality surged into his heart again. He could no longer hold back and 2 lines of tears flowed down. But why don't they want to believe me? Hatake Sakumo is like this, and so is his son. They would rather choose to be close to the narrow-minded, sweet-mouthed Sarutobi Hiruzen than to believe in me, a person who truly opens his heart. Uchiha Fugaku only then realized the hidden meaning behind Kakashi's driving the two out, and his anger grew even stronger. But seeing his friends so sad, he couldn't get angry. Both of them were powerful and mature adult ninjas. They might be extremely skilled in how to kill people efficiently, but they were not very good at comforting people. It's okay, the future will prove them wrong. Uchiha Fugaku was a little at a loss and kept repeating the same sentence over and over again. Yeshan's tears streamed down his cheeks, even soaking the close-fitting shirt he wore under the Konoha vest. A strong feeling of powerlessness enveloped him, making him unable to control his tear glands. Hatake Sakumo didn't believe I would abide by the bottom line when he was alive, and thought I would become a tool for killing. After his death, he didn't believe I could provide Kakashi with a good environment to grow up in, and would rather let his son recognize a thief as his father. Am I that bad? I also want to live in harmony with the Hokage family, but they are pressing me step by step and want to kill me. What's wrong with me trying to live? Fugaku, what exactly am I lacking? Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a long time, and decided to speak his mind. Power. What you lack is power, a power that only obeys you. Lord Hatake Sakumo is a top-notch ninja, but he was pushed to the brink of collapse by public opinion without much resistance. What he lacks is the power to protect himself. Take my own case for example. In terms of military exploits and strength, the Uchiha clan is definitely the strongest family in the village and even in the entire ninja world. However, it lacks the support of other forces, which leads to troubles everywhere in the village and everything goes wrong. If you now have the power and resources to compete with Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could Hatake Sakumo not choose to entrust his son to you? Yeshan's red eyes gradually returned to normal, his tears stopped flowing, and he suddenly felt enlightened. Uchiha Fugaku was right. What he lacked now was power. A ninja without power, no matter how strong he was, would only become a knife in the hands of those in power. He would be used when needed and destroyed when not needed. Hatake Sakumo is a clear example. Sarutobi Hiruzen just moved up and down, and rumors killed him. Yeshan's eyes lit up, and something called ambition emerged. From the beginning to the end, Yeshan was thinking about how to survive in the cruel ninja world, and never thought about developing his own power. His ideal was to retire at the age of 40 and use the money he saved to open a store. He even thought about what kind of store to open, a hot pot restaurant. But it is really not possible without his own power. It takes 3 to make a fence, and it takes 3 to make a hero. If Yeshan wants to survive safely and let the people around him live the life they want, he must have supporting forces. No one would engage in a certain profession with great ambition from the beginning. Even Zhu Yuanzhang chose to rebel just to survive. Yeshan wanted to live, but some people didn't want him to live and wanted him to die. There was no other way, so Yeshan could only express his ambition and develop his own power to ensure his right to survive. Kakashi chose the powerful and influential Hokage faction. Yeshan didn't blame him. He just hated that he didn't have enough power to become the chosen one. Perhaps on this morning, Yeshan began his ambitious journey. Chapter 81. The ambition that burst out in Yeshan's heart made him find a goal to strive for, but he found that he had no way to seek a position. It's very desperate. The Konoha ninja village was established 43 years ago. The power system has matured and the responsibilities of each department have been clearly divided. The entire village has become an efficient and complete machine with no lack of key parts. For family ninjas like Uchiha Fugaku, if they want to have a certain say in the village, the best way is to improve their own strength and the strength of their family. As long as their own strength is strong enough, they will naturally become an important figure in the village. At worst, becoming the Minister of Security can also grant you certain powers, but such powers will be limited. But for a civilian ninja like Yeshan who has no family support, the best way is to join the Hokage faction and gain reuse. For example, Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru are all popular ninjas in the Hokage faction, and are also candidates for the next generation of Hokage. Their success comes from the favor of the Hokage, and of course, also from their own talent and strength. Konoha village is not big, but it is difficult to make a name for yourself. Yeshan is very distressed as none of his existing options are feasible. In fact, the best way out for Yeshan is to show strong strength and war ability like the late Hatake Sakumo, and get a position with brilliant military exploits. But now is a peaceful era, and Hotaki Sakumo's way has been proven to be a road to failure. For a moment, Yeshan fell into confusion. His eyes seemed to be filled with thick morning mist. No matter how hard he tried to open his eyes, he could only see less than 2 meters away. How do you think we should gain power? Hayama asked Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a long time and said seriously, I don't know. Seeing that his friend seemed a little confused, Uchiha Fugaku said again, didn't Hataki-sama leave anything for you? Yeshan shook his head helplessly. Although Hotaki Sakumo had taken him to meet many high-ranking ninjas last night, he could not rely on them at all. Maybe they would give Hayama certain conveniences for Hotaki Sakumo's sake, but it would be a fool's errand to make them determined to follow Hayama. I was introduced to a few people, but now they are of no use to me. Uchiha Fugaku's face didn't look good, and he continued, where is the new leader of the civilian ninja group? Yeshan looked at his friend strangely and asked, why was Hotaki Sakumo forced to death? Uchiha Fugaku understood that a big part of the reason why Hotaki Sakumo was forced to death was that he held the right to speak in the civilian ninja group, which made the top leaders unhappy. Well, let's have breakfast first. After a long sigh, Uchiha Fugaku had no choice but to walk towards a breakfast shop that had just opened. Yeshan was helpless. The pie in the village was so small that it was divided up cleanly. He could only stare and watch. The Uzumaki clan had thought about joining Konoha village to ensure the continuation of their bloodline, but they were still rejected in secret. There were only so many resources, and no one else could get involved, even if you were a member of the Uzumaki clan who had been friendly with them for generations. Ever since Kakashi made his choice that morning, Yeshan never set foot in the Hotaki clan's mansion again, even though doing so seemed a little heartless. A few days later, when the condolence envoy sent by the daimyo arrived at Konoha village, the funeral entered its final stage. Hotaki Sakumo's body would be cremated, placed in an unusually exquisite box, and buried on the right side of the Hokage's tomb, indicating his former glorious military exploits. Yeshan still did not see Hotaki Sakumo off for the last time. He seemed to have disappeared in the village and was not seen all day. In a dense jungle outside Konoha village, Yeshan was leaning against a bare branch of a large tree, holding a burning cigarette in his hand, looking in the direction of Konoha cemetery. Yeshan fell in love with the smell of tobacco, enjoying the burning and clear feeling it brought, and began to smoke a lot. Yeshan knew the harm of tobacco, but he just liked it, as if all the fatigue in his body would dissipate in the smoke. Perhaps this is the only reason why every adult loves smoking. Only at this moment can they find a little comfort in their increasingly busy days. After all, Hotaki Sakumo's body was not cremated in public, so no one knew what was in the box that Kakashi held in his arms. Yeshan absolutely did not believe that the box contained the ashes of Hotaki Sakumo. It was not that he was too dark-minded, but the body of a cage-level strong man was extremely precious. Until now, the cells of the first Hokage were still multiplying in Konoha's secret laboratory, let alone Hotaki Sakumo. The cigarette burned out quickly. Yeshan felt a slight pain in his throat, but he still lit the cigarette. However, he did not smoke it. He just held it in his hand, as if bidding farewell to his former guide. At this moment, a beautiful figure came into Yeshan's eyes. The light yellow hair and exquisite face revealed the identity of the person Senju Tsunade. Today, Tsunade did not wear the standard ninja vest, but instead wore casual home clothes, which made her look more gorgeous and less murderous. Yeshan's eyes unconsciously stayed on a certain part that was about to burst out, and his originally somewhat sad mood seemed to have improved a lot as that touching part bounced. Does it look good? A faint voice sounded from Yeshan's ears, accompanied by the fresh and pleasant scent of orchids, which made him nod unconsciously. The needle doesn't poke. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Yeshan regretted it extremely. Before he could say anything to make up for it, a white fist appeared in his sight. Not a single trace of chakra leaked out of this punch, but the chakra on the fist was so dense that it was terrifying, but it was like a raging tsunami, and it stopped at the moment when it was about to hit straight down. Nothing dares to stand in the way of the accumulated power of this punch. Compared to her usual unbridled and powerful punches, this is Tsunade's true strength. Yeshan was shocked, and 8 words popped up in his mind involuntarily: focus on one thing and reach the pinnacle. Without any hesitation, strands of lightning appeared on Yeshan's body, and disappeared on the tree trunk just before the fist hit his face. It turns out that no one should act like a hooligan in any world, especially in the Naruto world, because you have no idea what the consequences of doing so will be. Yeshan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled bitterly. Just a moment ago, he made a turn to overtake and drifted at high speed in the face of death, and almost lost his car and his life. Master Tsunade, why are you here? A man of insight is a hero. Yeshan has always been a ninja who can bend and stretch. Tsunade slowly retracted her fist, raised it as if in protest, and said calmly, I should be the one asking this question, why are you here? Because it's quiet and has lots of trees, it's a good place to be sad. In front of Tsunade, Yeshan didn't dare to lie, for fear that the other party would be unhappy and punch him again. Strangely, Tsunade was also in a low mood. Yeshan then noticed that she was holding a bunch of white flowers in her other hand, which looked solemn in the winter. Tsunade sat where Yeshan had just been, puffed up her cheeks to blow away the remaining ashes, looked up at the grey sky, and looked sad and beautiful. You know, these trees have extremely strong vitality and are much taller than their ordinary counterparts. There was a hint of sadness in the calm tone. Since the first generation, the Senjua clan has had an order. All members of the Senjua clan must be at the forefront of the battlefield. In battle, we are the first. In retreat, we are the last. For these 8 words, members of the Senjua clan fell on the battlefield one after another. According to regulations, all the bodies of the tribesmen will be buried in this jungle. This is why they have such strong vitality. Yeshan remained silent. He always remembered the sacrifices the Senjua clan made for the village, even though this family disappeared in the long river of history. Those who plant trees will enjoy the shade. The Senjua clan is undoubtedly a great clan. Without the Senjua clan, there would be no Konoha village today. I have always firmly believed this. Those who plant trees will enjoy the shade. Tsunade murmured these words, and her bright eyes were filled with ripples. Thank you, Yeshan. Tsunade said this seriously, 2 lines of tears streaming down her face. Chapter 82. Those who plant trees will enjoy the shade was just a casual remark made by Yeshan. He did not expect that it would cause such a big stir in Tsunade's heart. In fact, the Senjua clan fully deserves this evaluation, and what they have done is even better. Without Hashirama Senjua putting aside his family grudges and joining forces with Uchiha Madara, there might have been a one country, one village system in the ninja world, but it would undoubtedly have been much later. Without the Senjua clan's leading performance in combat, the many ninjas who joined the Konoha village would not have truly used all their strength to fight for the village. Without the hard work of the 2 previous Hokage, Konoha village would never have been able to win the Second Ninja World War with such difficulty. Although the Senjua clan has disappeared, there are still many people in the village who remember the favors they have given, and Yeshan is no exception. Looking at Tsunade Senjua, who was in tears and unable to extricate herself from grief, Yeshan felt a little sympathy in his heart. Of course, sympathizing with her is not because Yeshan is soft-hearted or because Tsunade is pretty, but simply because Tsunade is the most miserable ninja in the village. After a long time, Tsunade finally raised her hand to wipe away her tears, with a barely perceptible embarrassment flashing across her face. She didn't know what happened to her today. She actually cried so sadly in front of an unfamiliar ninja, but when the sadness came, she really couldn't control it, and the words she wanted to confide in came out. My grandfather and great-uncle died for the village, and they died proud of the way they sacrificed themselves. Tsunade spoke slowly and her words were very clear, but Yeshan always felt that there was something wrong with her tone, which sounded like it contained a hint of resentment. My father, mother, brother, and lover all died for the village at the hands of enemy ninjas. All the tribesmen I knew and had met a few times died on the battlefield. The Senjua clan completely dissipated in order to build a big tree for future generations to enjoy the shade. Tsunade reached out and touched the thick trunk of the tree, as focused and serious as if she was stroking the face of a tribe member. For the so-called will of fire, they died without regrets. Especially Dan, who lay in my arms when he died. His internal organs were blown away and he had no hope of survival. But at the last moment, he opened his mouth and begged me to become the Hokage and change the plight of the village being surrounded by enemies in the future. But I completely lost my fighting spirit. You know, I even became afraid of blood. Tsunade spoke to herself, not caring at all that she had accidentally revealed a secret. I just want to escape from this place, from this corrupted village, and from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was once approachable. I don't want to do anything, even if the village that my tribe members have fought so hard to protect is destroyed immediately. But every night when I think of my brother's broken body and his constant pleading, I lose the will to escape from it all. Day after day, year after year, I am too tired to live. Yeshan pursed his lips, not knowing what to say to comfort the miserable ninja in front of him. The ancestors planted the trees, and the descendants also enjoyed the shade, but the ancestors were destroyed by the descendants. Do you think this is a good thing? Yeshan knew what Tsunade was referring to. After all, the Senju clan had only disappeared in the past few years, and this amount of time was not enough for people to forget their once prominent family. To put it bluntly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the descendant who enjoyed the shade, destroyed the predecessors who planted the trees. Whether it was for the struggle for power or for the future of the village, the demise of the Senju clan can always be blamed on Sarutobi Hiruzen. History books will not lie, and they will record in black and white these beautiful things that are currently being whitewashed. After Tsunade asked, her wet eyes stared at Yeshan, waiting for his answer. Yeshan was in a dilemma. He couldn't figure out Tsunade's personality and temper, so he didn't want to talk to her. If he said something wrong and caused Tsunade's dissatisfaction, it would be a bad ending. But Tsunade had revealed all the secrets, such as her fear of blood, so naturally she wanted Yeshan to say something nice, otherwise the secret would have been leaked in vain. Seeing that Yeshan was standing there like a piece of wood, with no intention of speaking, Tsunade narrowed her wet eyes dangerously. Don't you say something? Yeshan shuddered involuntarily and felt bitter in his heart, but due to Tsunade's pressure, he still spoke cautiously. The elders of the Senju clan did make great contributions and sacrifices for the village. This is an undeniable fact even after 100 years. After saying this, Yeshan paused. Considering that Tsunade was the apprentice of the third Hokage after all, he didn't say some bad words after all. Yeshan still understood the principle that trouble comes from the mouth. There are some things Tsunade can say because she is one of them, but he cannot say them because he is an outsider. Even if we take a step back, Hayama and Tsunade are not familiar with each other at all and are not close friends. And then? Tsunade asked. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with Yeshan's official answer. Yeshan pursed his lips and said, everything else you said is right, I agree. He's a cunning fellow. He's young but full of evil ideas. The morale in the village is getting worse and worse. I don't know when this started. Never mind. Someone like you can never understand the feeling of sacrificing your precious life for something. Tsunade was a little bored. She knew what the village thought of Yeshan, and she also knew about Yeshan's performance on the battlefield. She had read Sarutobi Hakata's investigation report in front of the Hokage. Yeshan frowned slightly and still said nothing. He didn't care at all about how the villagers evaluated him. Let them say it. After all, he was not as thin-skinned as Hatake Sakumo. Tsunade's thin eyebrows were tightly furrowed together, and the sadness in her heart was covered by unknown anger. Speak, you are not dumb. Oh. Yeshan's answer completely angered Tsunade. Her beautiful face was filled with anger and she disappeared on the tree trunk without thinking. Yeshan's face darkened, and with a flash of lightning on his body, he disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Tsunade's fist hit the air, and she disappeared again with a cold snort. The two of them chased each other and used their own tricks to flash back and forth in the jungle with tall trees. One wanted to punch the other to vent his anger, while the other just wanted to get rid of the other. After a long time, Tsunade stopped panting, and Yeshan was sweating profusely, obviously having consumed a lot of physical energy. It's not that Tsunade doesn't want to chase him, it's just that Hayama is so slippery that he can't be caught. Tsunade is a pure physical skill, and although her physical strength is much better than Hayama's, she is still a little slower. Yeshan looked at a certain part of Tsunade's body that was shaking, his eyes were a little straight. Tsunade-sama, I don't think I have offended you in any way. Yeshan felt very aggrieved. He just didn't want to say what the other person wanted to hear. It shouldn't have come to this. He secretly felt that the person who married her in the future would not have an easy life. Humph, don't let me catch you, otherwise. Tsunade glanced at Yeshan with ill intent, stretched out her fist and gently touched the ground. Instantly, the hard ground shook as if there was an earthquake, and cracked randomly at the same time. Yeshan was terrified. With this punch, not only would he not be able to withstand it, even the Jade Emperor would have vomited blood. After Tsunade finished her demonstration, she fiddled with her beautiful ponytail in a heroic manner, turned around and was about to leave. The path that our predecessors have walked is meant to guide us. This is their misfortune but our honor. I have always had great respect for our ancestors who pioneered the way forward. The village may have become less humane than before, but I believe that there are still a large number of ninjas who are proud of their identity. Our mission is just to continue to love it and protect it at the risk of our lives." Hayama's words came out unconsciously, causing Tsunade to pause in her tracks. Hitaki Sakumo died for the village and for the ninja way, proving that the passion in the ninja's blood has not cooled down until now. This is the best of times, but also the worst of times. It all depends on whether you have the courage to swim against the current. After saying that, Yeshan looked deeply in the direction of Konoha Cemetery and instantly disappeared into the jungle. Chapter 83. What Yeshan said was half true and half false. The Konoha village he loved was not the current village full of the will of fire, but the village of his ideal. According to Yeshan, the current situation in the ninja world is like the era of constant disputes among the 7 heroes. If we want to prevent large-scale bloody wars from breaking out, the only way to achieve this is to truly unify the ninja world. The overall strength of the Konoha village is very similar to that of the Qin state that eventually unified the world. Both its geographical advantages and institutional advantages have laid a solid foundation for its unification of the ninja world. In a time of great strife, if you don't move forward, you will fall behind. The Konoha high-level officials headed by Sarutobi Hiruzen did not realize this, and were still immersed in the wonderful experience of holding power, without any plan for the next step. Sarutobi Hiruzen was entrusted with the responsibility of Konoha Ninja Village in times of crisis after the second Hokage was attacked and died. Although he led Konoha to win the Second Ninja World War, the Senju clan was gone. Overall, his merits and demerits offset each other, which means that he did not have much merit, and at most he could be regarded as a king who maintained the status quo. Yeshan believes that what Konoha village needs is not a sheep-like leader, but a lion-like leader, a leader who truly has a global vision and is committed to ending the chaotic war. The war between the 5 great nations had been going on for a full 43 years without stopping for a single day, causing great casualties to all ninjas. If Konoha Ninja Village could annex and digest other countries, even if it would cost huge casualties in the process of annexation, it would be worth it. According to the history of the rise and fall of dynasties summarized by famous historians in the past, a newly emerged dynasty or power group often faces a huge crisis of extinction within 3 generations. The Qin dynasty fell in the Second Emperor, the Han dynasty almost fell in the Seven Kingdoms Rebellion, the emergence of Wu Zetian after the Third Emperor of the Tang dynasty, the Qianyuan alliance during the Third Emperor of the Song dynasty, the Yanwang Rebellion during the Second Emperor of the Ming dynasty, etc., all of which show the importance of the first 3 generations of leaders. If the first 3 generations of leaders can withstand the pressure and leave a good political environment for future generations, then this power group will inevitably be stable and long-lasting. The first and second Hokage completed their tasks perfectly, but when it came to the third Hokage, it seemed a bit out of place. Yeshan knew very well that if this continued, after the end of the Third Ninja World War, Konoha village would basically have lost the strength to unify the ninja world, even if an extremely powerful person appeared. Therefore, Yeshan did not like the Konoha village, which was full of hypocritical will of fire, and what he said was just for Tsunade to hear. A few days later, Hitaki Sakumo's funeral was completely over, and the villagers' attention shifted to other new things. Few people went to the cemetery to pay their respects. Early in the morning of that day, Yeshan walked out of the house wearing all black. He was going to visit Hitaki Sakumo, even though it was a little late. Coming to the street, Yeshan walked slowly along the wall, looking around aimlessly. After seeing a flower shop, he suddenly realized that it was inappropriate to go to the cemetery empty-handed, and immediately walked into the flower shop which had just opened, intending to buy a bouquet of flowers. "Boss, how much are these chrysanthemums?" Yeshan squatted down, picked up a daisy which was rare in winter, felt the full vitality coming from the flower, and couldn't help but put it under his nose and smelled it. A faint fragrance surged into Yeshan's heart, as if dispelling some of the haze in his heart. "Captain, you don't have to pay." Yeshan Wenhua froze in his tracks and looked up in surprise, only to find that the owner was his former teammate, Yamanaka Yura. Yeshan unconsciously stretched out his right hand and touched his nose, and asked, "How are you doing recently?" Yamanaka Yura is a little thinner than before, and her face no longer has the fierce look that she always has. Instead, she looks a little more gentle, and she looks as gentle as the older sister next door. Yamanaka Yura smiled slightly, with 2 cute dimples on her cheeks, and said softly, "Everything is fine, but the captain hasn't been doing well lately, right? Call me Yeshan. After all, you are not a ninja now." Yeshan looked at the other's tightly wrapped calves. Although it was a bit inappropriate to say this, he still said it. When I heard from Chen that you were injured, I wanted to take some time to return to the village to visit you, but I was delayed by other things. This was the truth, and it was not something Ye Shan came up with on a whim. He had always planned to go back to the village to visit Yamanaka Ura, but he was stranded at the border for 10 months and completely missed the visiting time. Ye Shan, I know your difficulties. Yamanaka Ura seemed like a different person. She warmly invited Ye Shan to go into the back shop to rest for a while and skillfully made him a cup of tea. You are a civilian ninja, and I am a family ninja. It is inevitable that conflicts will arise on the battlefield due to our respective interests. But I was able to survive many times, isn't it because of the captain's repeated rescues? Ye Shan held the teacup and heard sincerity and gratitude in the other party's tone. He said, it is the captain's responsibility to protect the team members. There is no need to thank him. After looking around, Ye Shan found that the house seemed to be occupied by only one person, and couldn't help asking, are you not married yet? The reason why he asked this was because Ye Shan knew that Yamanaka Ura had a fiancé, and the two were engaged to each other as children, a match made in heaven. The smile on Yamanaka Ura's face froze, revealing a bit of bitterness, but she didn't say anything. She just focused on handing the exquisite snacks to Ye Shan. Ye Shan was a man of great character and had rich experience in handling the ways of the world. Even though Yamanaka Ura didn't say anything, he guessed most of it. Because of the legs. Ye Shan slowly ate the osmanthus pastry handed to him by Yamanaka Ura, the fragrance lingering in his mouth while he asked slowly, his eyes fixed on her face. Don't blame him. I delayed him. A hint of sadness flashed across Yamanaka Ura's face, but in the end she still protected that person. Humph. Ye Shan snorted coldly and said nothing more. He just felt that the sweet snack in his mouth had lost its taste. Since the victim, Yamanaka Ura, is unwilling to pursue the matter, he naturally won't hold on to it, but a little punishment will inevitably be given when there is a chance in the future. Do you own this store? Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Ye Shan asked to open the topic. I guess so. After a moment of silence, Ye Shan finally said, can I see your legs? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Yamanaka Ura's face. She didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly, then stretched out her left leg which was kneeling on the tatami. When the loose casual trousers were pulled up to the thighs, a metal prosthesis appeared in front of Ye Shan. He put down the teacup in his hand, reached out and touched the cold prosthesis, and took it off amid Yamanaka Ura's exclamation. The entire calf was broken at the knee, and judging from the smooth and flat wound, the enemy's swordsmanship was very impressive, at least much stronger than Yamashiro Tatsuya's. After checking it out, Ye Shan reinstalled the prosthesis and considerately straightened Yamanaka Ura's pants. Then he picked up the teacup and sipped it. Do you remember that mist ninja? Remember. What's your name? One of the 7 mist hidden ones, Kusanagi Yaito. Ye Shan didn't know who the Tonko Yabai people were, but he had heard of the Kirigakure 7. Not only had he heard of them, he had also killed one of them with his own hands. Thinking of this, Ye Shan nodded and said, if I meet him, I will help you kill him. Unexpectedly, Yamanaka Ura rejected Ye Shan's promise. No need. The battle between ninjas is full of unexpected events. The opponent is not a weakling. The captain does not need to take risks for me. Ye Shan thought seriously for a moment and said, there is no chance of an accident. It's just a piece of cake. That's really not necessary. Yamanaka Ura's insistence made Ye Shan give up the idea of specifically killing the Tusu Yabai people, but if he accidentally met one, he was still very interested in killing another so-called 7 people of the mist. Captain, are you going to visit Lord Hitaki Sakumo? After seeing Ye Shan nod, she continued, then you should take the chrysanthemums. Daisies are not suitable. Ye Shan smiled slightly and said, you are an expert, I will listen to you. Yamanaka Ura stood up a little awkwardly, smiled gently at Ye Shan, and walked to the front shop to start wrapping flowers. A moment later, a bunch of pure white chrysanthemums were held in Ye Shan's arms. The size and shape were just right, and there were even more chrysanthemums than the samples displayed outside. After hesitating for a while, Ye Shan did not mention the money, fearing that Yamanaka Ura would feel alienated. Then I'll be leaving now. I'll come visit you with Yamashiro Tatsuki another day. After saying goodbye, Ye Shan slowly walked out of the flower shop, blended into the pedestrians on the street, and disappeared from Yamanaka Ura's sight. Yamanaka Yuro looked up at the clear sky and couldn't help feeling better. She picked up the kettle and watered the flowers while humming a song, feeling quite contented. Yeshan, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene and a warm smile appeared on his face. He then turned around and left without staying. It's a good ending that former teammates can still see the wind and sunshine every day, hum songs and do things they like, isn't it? Chapter 84. Ever since that day when they commemorated Hitaki Sakumo in the Konoha cemetery, Yeshan has devoted himself to the mission. No matter whether it is an A-level mission or an S-level mission, there are few missions that Yeshan would refuse. His extremely high efficiency and completion success rate made Yeshan a celebrity in the mission management office. Many ninjas who were confident in their strength wanted to form a mission team with him to gain experience together. But what frustrates them is that Yeshan keeps chatting and laughing with them with a smile on his face from beginning to end, but he just won't give in on the issue of forming a team and insists on only partnering with Yamashiro Tatsu to carry out the mission. Yeshan has his own plans. For him, since there is no truly effective way to gain power at this stage, he might as well demonstrate his strength in the village first. Only by accumulating one's own reputation can one gain the trust of the people at a critical moment and thus gain a certain amount of power. Interestingly, Yeshan was not the only one in Konoha village who was completing tasks. His old friend Minato Namikaze was also completing tasks at an astonishing speed. Minato Namikaze's move further strengthened Yeshan's determination to complete tasks, indicating that this method was indeed effective. Otherwise, what tasks would Minato Namikaze personally perform? The days passed quietly as Yeshan was completing missions in the ninja realm, and soon a year had passed. During the 43 years of Konoha, Yeshan lost a guide like Hitaki Sakumo, and also lost the guidance of his son Kakashi. If he had not had 3 or 5 good friends around him with whom he could get together from time to time, he would have really become a lonely man. On the second day of the 44th year of Konoha, Yeshan came to the Konoha Task Management Office early in the morning fully armed with Yamashiro Tatsu, hoping to take on another task. Hey, Yeshan, you are really diligent. You started taking missions on the second day of the new year. There was a hint of joy in the tone of the ninja who spoke. Yeshan smiled slightly and said, "Isn't Lord Yamanaka also so hardworking? Compared with you who are busy with all kinds of things every day, my work is nothing." The Yamanaka clan ninja sitting on the main seat was about 40 years old. After Sarutobi Hinata was dismissed by the third Hokage, he became the new director of the mission department and has been working there without any major problems until now. Honestly speaking, the head of the mission department is a very important position with real power. If it weren't for Sarutobi Karakata's own incompetence, it would never have fallen to the Yamanaka clan. Although this position has little power, that is, issuing missions and settling mission rewards, it is a good place to collect various intelligence. Of course, if a ninja has a grudge against you, you can use the power in your hands to retaliate a little, as long as you do it covertly, no one will say anything. Yeshan naturally understood the key points of this position and had been working hard to maintain a good relationship between the two. After looking around and finding that there were no other outsiders, Yeshan took out a scroll from his ninja tool bag and handed it to the head of the mission department on the main seat. Of course, the several ninjas sitting on both sides had their own scrolls presented to them by Yamashiro Tatsu. Director Yamanaka narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "You are just too polite. You said we are so familiar with each other, why should I give gifts? If other people see this, they will think I am a greedy person." Yeshan smiled and said, "Director Yamanaka, what are you talking about? You are the senior and I am the junior. It's no big deal to send some local specialties after not seeing you for a long time. Even if the Hokage investigates, he won't find fault with it." Director Yamanaka pointed at Yeshan with a helpless look, looked around and saw that no one reached out to pick up the scroll on the table, then nodded with satisfaction. All right, take them all. They are just some local specialties. This is also a token of Yeshan's love." A few people put away the scrolls, and the mission hall became lively and they started chatting. Yeshan took out a pack of Uchiha clan's special cigarettes. The Megatama pattern on the package was very conspicuous. After skillfully opening the package, Yeshan walked around starting from the director of the mountain, and finally put the cigarettes on the desk without making a sound. The atmosphere became more heated when a cigarette was lit, especially the special cigarettes of the Uchiha clan that were not available on the market. Even the usually serious director Yamanaka made a few dirty jokes, which made everyone cheer. Several people in the task management office are clerical ninjas who have been dealing with words for many years. They are all heavy smokers and their addiction to smoking is much worse than Yeshan's. So whenever Yeshan came, as long as there were no outsiders present, he would usually take out a cigarette to show his respect. And these people also changed from being indifferent at the beginning to being extremely enthusiastic, which made Yeshan sigh. Smoking is harmful to the body, but sometimes you really can't live without it. Akaji Shohei, let Yeshan do that task. After finishing a cigarette, Director Yamanaka gave instructions to the ninja sitting next to him, then took out another cigarette, lit it up and put it in his pocket. Yeshan, although this mission is an S-level mission, it is safe and has a short duration. The director left it to you under great pressure. The bespectacled ninja named Akaji Shohei said with a smile after handing the mission scroll to Hayama. There are some things that you cannot say yourself, otherwise they will lose their original effect. Yeshan pretended to be grateful and thanked Director Yamanaka repeatedly. After a long time, Yeshan walked out of the hall of the task management office with a smile on his face, intending to find a secluded place to study the task first. Although Yeshan was very strong and the director was weaker than him, Yeshan still chose to maintain a good relationship with him. It had nothing to do with strength. Yeshan simply felt that having more friends was better than having more enemies. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yeshan walked out of the gate, he was blocked by someone. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was the famous unruly princess of Konoha village Tsunade Senju. Yeshan's heart tightened, and he recalled the scene of himself teasing the other person in the jungle outside the village on this day last year. He cursed his bad luck and could only lower his head as much as possible, and at the same time turned to the side to make way for Tsunade. After a gust of fragrant wind blew by, although Yeshan did not look up, he saw two delicate white feet with nail polish walking over. He couldn't help but feel relieved and was about to take a step to hurry out of here. Hey! Just then, a crisp call made Yeshan's heart tremble, but he did not stop, but instead quickened his pace. However, Yeshan's plan was doomed to fail. He hated the existence of such a convenient ninjutsu as the flickering technique. Are you calling me? Yeshan forced a smile and said without raising his head. Why don't you look up? I'm ugly. Yeshan is not handsome, but he is not ugly either. He has an ordinary face. Keep your head up. Yeshan had no choice but to grit his teeth, slowly raised his head, and prayed that the other party had entered menopause and could not remember what he looked like. Tsunade touched her chin with her right hand, with a thoughtful look in her eyes. For some reason, the ninja in front of her always gave her a familiar feeling, but she couldn't remember who it was. Have we met somewhere? Tsunade, who had been thinking for a long time but came up with nothing, could only ask this. Yeshan was relieved immediately and said with a smile, Lady Tsunade, you are joking. What kind of intersection can there be between us? After all, I don't gamble. Yeshan only dared to say this in his heart. It would not be nice to intercept someone in front of him. If they ended up falling out, it would be a lot of trouble. Yet, just when Tsunade was about to give up on the somewhat suspicious ninja in front of her, Yamashiro Tatsuya walked out of the hall and saw her captain standing face to face with Tsunade Hime, one of the three ninjas. She couldn't help but feel curious. Captain Yeshan, what are you doing? Yeshan? Byun Yeshan. It would be fine if he didn't say his name, after all, Yeshan was very low-key in the village, and with his ordinary face, many people only heard his name but didn't know what he looked like. But once he said his name, the other party would definitely recognize him. Yeshan couldn't help but sweat on his forehead in the winter. He looked at Tsunade with a smile on his face, still holding on to the hope that the other party was addicted to gambling and didn't know about him. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. It is true that Tsunade is addicted to gambling, but she is not addicted to it. Hehe, the only ninja in the village who currently masters Hitaki Sakumo's lightning release technique. Tsunade stared at the sweaty Ishin with a bad look, and her hands made a crackling sound. Yeshan complained bitterly, but he was unwilling to stay there and be beaten. If I can't beat you, can't I just hide? Immediately, under Tsunade's angry eyes, familiar lightning jumped on Yishin's body, and then the two of them disappeared at the same time. Shan Changchen stared at everything that was happening before his eyes in amazement, and it took him a long time to utter a word. You are so brave, Captain. Chapter 85. It was not until noon that Yishin completely got rid of the aggressive Tsunade, and he was extremely distressed. This woman is really terrible. She wanted to smash his head with her fist just because she had used a little cold violence. I really don't know which unlucky guy will marry her in the future. I heard that Jiraiya was quite interested in her. Yeshan refused to marry a ninja because the profession of ninja was too inhuman. Not only could they fly, spit fire and water, but they would also take out a kunao and wave it at your neck from time to time. Who could withstand that? If conditions permit, Yeshan wants to find a gentle and capable wife, so that not only can the family life be harmonious, but he can also devote himself to his career. Of course, if he can't find one, then he's just dreaming. Captain, when did you offend her? Although there was no third person around, Yeshan's old teammate and subordinate Yamashiro Tatsuya still looked around cautiously and asked in a low voice. Yeshan remained silent. Theoretically, he had not offended Tsunade, at least that kind of question and answer could not be considered an offense, but in reality, given the arrogant character of female ninjas, especially Tsunade, Yeshan had indeed offended someone. Have no idea. There was a hint of grievance in his tone. Yeshan felt aggrieved, but he didn't take it to heart. If he couldn't beat him, he could still run away. He was not panicked at all. What is the mission this time? Shan Changchen obviously saw that the captain didn't want to talk about this topic, so he tactfully asked about the mission. Yeshan took out the scroll, unfolded it and looked at it, then frowned, but handed the scroll to Shan Changchen without saying anything. Sure enough, it's another mission to hunt down the rebel ninja, but this time the mission location is actually in the land of water. Yamashiro Tatsu's face looked a little solemn. The two of them had completed 7 or 8 missions of hunting down rebellious ninjas in the past year. Each time they completed it easily with the strength of Hayama, so Akaji Shihei said that this was a good mission. But the location of the mission was actually the land of water, which gave Yamashiro Tatsu some headaches. Everyone in the ninja world knew that the land of water was an extremely closed country, and except for the ninjas of the country, ninjas from other countries were strictly prohibited from coming and going. The Water Kingdom is an island country consisting of a large island and hundreds of small islands. It is not only isolated overseas but also extremely far away from the mainland. It is a typical remote country. In fact, if the land of water had not intervened in every ninja world war, it could have just sat back and watched other countries fight to the death. But the daimyo and Mizukage of the land of water said that if they did not participate in the ninja world war, they would not be worthy of being one of the 5 great nations. The remote geographical location and the densely covered river network did not make the water country a paradise for renegade ninjas. On the contrary, renegade ninjas from various countries first ruled out the option of going to the water country for refuge. There was only one reason for this, that is, the water country was too xenophobic. Once they found ninjas from other countries entering the country, they would definitely send ninjas to hunt them down until they died. In the land of water, unless you can go without sleep, food, or water and stay fully alert at all times, it is easy to die in the mysterious mist-hidden assassination technique. Yeshan also had a headache, secretly cursing the traitor who had sneaked into the water country. Why did he have to run to the water country when there were other places to run to? There was no other way, he had to complete the mission after accepting it, and he thought that as long as he was careful, there should be no danger. Before setting off, Yeshan specially prepared some dry food, detonating tags, ninja tools and other mission necessities. It is always a good idea to be safe, and these things are not expensive for Yeshan anyway. In the southernmost part of the Fire Country's territory, there is a border defense force composed of the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan. The number of people is small, only 100 or so, but they have caused great trouble to the Kirigakuer ninjas. This team is nominally under the jurisdiction of the Hokage, but since all its members are bloodline ninjas, the Hokage's orders naturally don't work very well here. The orders of the family patriarchs are still more deterrent. As the supreme commander of hundreds of people, Uchiha Kiji possesses considerable power on the border. He has a stern face and is extremely majestic all day long, but today he is unusually enthusiastic. Come on, Yeshan, you must try this dish. You can't eat it in the village. Uchiha Kiji picked up a piece of food for Yeshan with chopsticks and greeted him with a smile. Yeshan smiled slightly, picked up the dish and put it in his mouth. After tasting it carefully, he found that the food was unusually refreshing and crisp, which made him very hungry. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Kiji, what is this made of?" Uchiha Kiji, who had met Yeshan once, laughed and said, "This is the specialty of the Hidden Mist Village shrimp abalone." A ninja sitting next to Uchiha Kiji saw that Yeshan did not understand the preciousness of the food, and added, "Although the green shrimp abalone is a type of abalone, it has extremely harsh growth conditions. That is, only in areas where the three-tailed abalone appears can this abalone survive. A look of surprise appeared on Yeshan's face. No wonder Uchiha Kiji concluded that there was no such food in Konoha village. This creature could only appear in the waters where the three-tail had lived. It was extremely precious. Brother Kiji, this is so precious. Uchiha Kiji waved his hand nonchalantly and said, it's a rare occasion for you to come to my place, so I will naturally treat you with the best. In fact, the reason why Uchiha Kiji treated Hayama, a foreign ninja, so well was not only because he was very powerful, but also because Hayama was a good friend and confidant of Uchiha Fugaku. Although the Uchiha clan must have weakened a lot before, it still has a lot of coveted political resources and territorial resources. Uchiha Kiji is naturally unwilling to stay at the seaside for his whole life to be on guard against the movements of Kirigakure. He also wants to go further, preferably to be transferred back to the village to work in the security department. It is a fact that Uchiha Fugaku will be the next clan leader. Not only that, after the elderly great elder passes away, he will become the most powerful clan leader of the Uchiha clan in the past 30 years, so Uchiha Kiji entertained Yeshan in this way. Yeshan knew this very well, but he did not refuse. He had a very good impression of Uchiha Kiji and felt that he was someone who could be used. After eating and drinking, they drank tea and rested in the house. Yeshan then told the details of the mission, hoping that Uchiha Kiji could provide some help. Uchiha Kiji pondered for a while and shook his head. It's not that I won't help you, but every ninja in the camp has a bloodline and must not take risks inside the land of water. Yeshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The other party obviously misunderstood his meaning. He immediately laughed and said, "What are you thinking, Brother Kiji? How could I make a request that would embarrass you? I just want a way to sneak into the Water Kingdom safely. I hope you can give me some advice." Yeshan understood very clearly that on the long border, Uchiha Kiji was the real boss, and both the white and black worlds were definitely under his control. "Hey, I thought it was something else? This is easy to handle. There will be a smuggling ship heading to the water country in 3 days at most. Then I will just follow it." Yeshan showed a satisfied smile and thanked him repeatedly. He didn't even ask which smuggling ship it was. Asking this kind of question would make one seem to have a problem with his IQ. Yeshan could tell with his toes that it was a smuggling ship of the Uchiha clan, otherwise where did the top quality abalone he ate today come from? Although the Uchiha clan's smuggling activities were illegal, as long as they were not exposed, it was a golden way to make money. They exchanged the clan's excess products such as detonating tags, ninja tools, and food for pearls and seafood unique to the land of water, and resold them for huge profits. Without a few ways to make money, how could the Uchiha clan have the confidence to act as the ambassadors of distributing money in the village? Yeshan not only did not oppose the Uchiha clan's smuggling, he even encouraged them to smuggle. In his opinion, this behavior was beneficial to the entire Fire Country, at least it stimulated domestic consumption. What interesting things will happen when those nobles who are immersed in enjoyment suddenly find out one day that they can no longer enjoy the specialties of the Water Kingdom? Maybe there will be a war. Chapter 86. As expected, Uchiha Kiji lived up to his promise. On the second night, a smuggling ship arrived near the camp. Yeshan stared speechlessly at the huge vessel parked in front of him, his heart deeply shocked. This is a giant 6-masted sailing ship, which is estimated to be more than 150 meters long and about 30 meters wide. What's even more exaggerated is that it is equipped with 2 cannons. This is not a smuggling ship, it is clearly a giant battleship. The Uchiha clan's business is too big. Yeshan, you can take this boat to the land of water, but you can't reach the port. The management of everyone there is very strict. Uchiha Kiji patted Yeshan's shoulder gently, took out a scroll and placed it in his hand, then continued speaking. These are specially made detonating tags and some ninja tools. They are all practical things. I hope they can be used. Yeshan did not refuse. After thanking him, he put on his hood and boarded the boat with Yamashiro Tatsu in the night. Yeshan got on the boat and someone took him to a secluded room to rest, ensuring that no one would disturb him. "Captain, why did Katsuhisa Yasuda choose to defect to the land of water?" asked Yamashiro Tatsuya. Yeshan did not answer his question immediately, but frowned and thought carefully for a long time, but still had no clue. According to the intelligence provided by the village, Katsuhisa Yasuda was just a special jonin and had nothing outstanding about him. No one expected that he would suddenly kill his 3 subordinates and defect because he had no motive at all to defect. When things are out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy going on. Just be careful. Although he couldn't understand why the defecting ninja from Konoha village would choose to flee to the land of water, Yashin believed that with his strength, as long as he was not surrounded, he would have no problem escaping unscathed. Winter is the season when the winds and waves are strong. Even though the ship is large, it is still very bumpy and very uncomfortable. For several days, Yashan and his partner ate, drank, defecated and urinated in the room without showing up. Gradually, even though Yashan had a very good character, he felt a little bored and dull, and was eager to run outside to breathe some fresh air. As for Shan Chengchen, he was now lying on the floor like a dead fish, staring at the wooden door, obviously reaching the limit of his endurance. Chen, hold on a little longer. I think we are not far from the Water Kingdom. Yashan's voice was a little hoarse, as if it was caused by not speaking for a long time, or also because of lack of water. There is an endless sea between the land of fire and the land of water. If you want to travel between the two countries, you can only rely on ships, unless you can fly. Even if ninjas can walk on water, it is easy to lose your sense of direction on the sea, and there is no place to rest. You may drown due to chakra depletion, so naturally no one would be stupid enough to walk. As he was speaking, there was a knock on the door. Shan Chengchen was alerted, did a somersault, and opened the door quickly. Sir, this place is only a few dozen kilometers away from the Water Kingdom. The man who came was the captain of the ship, also a retired chunin. He reported the situation respectfully and obviously knew Yashan's identity. Yashan was delighted, but he said calmly, I know. After the captain left, Shan Chengchen could no longer contain his joy and said happily, we are finally here. The mission has just officially begun, so we can't let our guard down. Yashan's words made the joy on Yamashiro Tatsuya's face disappear, and was replaced by solemnity. It was well known throughout the ninja world that the land of water was extremely xenophobic, and the place that the Anbu in the village feared most was the land of water. Countless ninjas had failed in this tiny place, so the two could not be too careful. It was midnight, which made it very convenient for Yashan and the others to sneak in. Taking advantage of the night, the two of them quietly left the boat and watched it go away with waves. Yashan stood on the sea, the chakra under his feet used to support his body was released continuously, but he did not move his feet immediately, but looked up at the sky. A full moon hangs in the sky, surrounded by stars, casting cold moonlight, making visibility extremely high. The bright moonlight was obviously not conducive to infiltration, but it did not pose a problem for Yashan. He had his own means to ensure that his whereabouts would not be discovered by the naked eye. Yashan slowly squatted down, made a few seals with his hands, and then pressed them on the uneven sea surface. Water style, water ball technique. Under the urging of chakra, the sea water gathered into a huge water ball, which enveloped Yashan and Shan Chengchen. The two took out the oxygen masks they had prepared long ago and put them on their faces. They carried the oxygen tanks and moved forward at a fast speed as the water ball sank to a depth of about 10 meters on the seabed. Although this method is a bit clumsy, it is safe. Even if there are Kirigakuru's perception ninjas on the coast, they will not deliberately search the seabed. Yashan does not believe that Kirigakuru can really search such a wide range. The water ball was large in size, but it moved quickly, and it could cover a distance of dozens of kilometers in half an hour. When the water ball hit a hard object, Yashan knew that he had reached the coastline. Since it was near a large port, the water was very deep and nothing could be seen at all. Cautiously, Yashan dispersed the water ball technique and slowly swam upwards in the sea water. After a moment, his eyes caught the moonlight. It was not until his head emerged from the sea that Yashan realized that he had drifted to a small fishing village. He could not help but be thankful that it was night, otherwise he would have been discovered before he even reached shore. To be honest, Yashan is not good at sneaking. He has not even practiced systematically to restrain his breath. However, thanks to the scarcity of sensory ninjas, there have been no mistakes so far, and this time is no exception. With such a long coastline, even if Kirigakure has many sensory ninjas, they cannot monitor it in all directions without blind spots. Yashan successfully entered the territory of the land of water. The most urgent task was to determine the location and find a place to hide. Yashan put away the oxygen mask and oxygen cylinder, made a few gestures to Shan Chengchen, and after the other party understood and nodded, he took a deep breath and disappeared from the spot in an instant. That night, a strange thing happened in the small fishing village. A fisherman at the head of the village claimed that he dreamed that someone was forcing him to confess, but when he woke up, he found himself unharmed. The villagers laughed at him and said that he had hallucinations because he worked too hard with his wife. 2 days later, Yeshan and his companions finally reached the central part of the land of water, which was not affected much by the ocean climate. At least the air was free of salty and humid water vapor. But at the same time, it was more dangerous. Yeshan saw mist ninjas rushing on the road more than once in his hiding place, and he became more cautious. Yeshan's mission is to find Katsuhisa Yasuda and bring back his head. This mission is not easy. The first thing to do is to find Katsuhisa Yasuda, and then he can consider killing him without attracting the attention of the Kirigakure ninja. The whereabouts of Katsuhisa Bayoshin were easy to find. He was in the capital city in the middle of the land of water. According to the village spies, Katsuhisa Bayoshin had already surrendered to the daimyo of the land of water and became one of the wandering ninjas supported by him. Yeshan was a little skeptical about the news sent back by the spy. It was incredible that a Konoha ninja could become a disciple of the daimyo of the land of water after defecting. Wasn't the daimyo of the land of water afraid that Katsuhisa Yasuda was a double agent who was specifically sent to sabotage? Besides, when did the daimyo need ninjas? It would be more reliable to just say hello to the hidden mist village and ask for 7 or 8 native mist ninjas than to ask for a traitorous ninja. But the spy's words in the letter were so convincing that the mission office believed his statement, so they hurriedly sent Yeshan and the other 2 to eliminate Bayoshin Katsuhisa. One reason was that he knew some secrets of Konoha, the other reason was that they were really curious about his motive for defecting. Yeshan would not enter the capital of the water country. He was not sure whether there were any permanent ninjas from the hidden mist in the capital. If he went in rashly and was discovered, it would cause a big trouble. With no other options, Yeshan played a trick of waiting for the rabbit to come. He and Yamashiro Tatsu used the art of clones to disguise themselves as a large-scale robber gang, and from time to time they robbed and extorted on the roads that must be passed in and out of the capital. Of course, the location of the robbery was not too far from the capital, but not too close, hoping to attract the ninjas in the capital. Yeshan was betting that the one who would come to suppress the bandits would be Katsuhisa Yasuda, who had just joined the team. If not, it didn't matter. At most, he could just kill the other person and disguise himself to sneak into the capital. So, after traveling through time for 19 years, Yeshan experienced what it felt like to be a bandit. How to put it, it was so joyful to get something for nothing. Yeshan looked at the piles of goods and money in front of him, and seriously thought about why he was poorer than the bandits. After a long time, his low complaints were heard from the cave. It's all my fault that Hiruzen Sarutobi withheld the mission funds. Chapter 87. For several days, Yeshan and Yamashiro Chen disguised themselves as bandits and robbed passing convoys near the capital of the Water Kingdom. They moved from one place to another after each shot and never stayed in one place. Fishing also requires skills. First, you need to choose the right place, then you need to make a nest, and the last step is the most important, that is, the fisherman must be patient and determined not to go home to eat and sleep until the fish bites. If you still can't catch fish, I suggest you change your entertainment activities. Fishing is not for you. Yeshan is very patient. S-level missions will not require ninjas to complete them within a time limit. After all, they are difficult and rushing things can easily lead to accidents. Even if there is a time limit, Yeshan is not in a hurry. The 4 gates of Konoha village in the east, south, west and north are all under the jurisdiction of the security department. He can go back whenever he wants. There are people above him who are not panicking at all. That evening, Yeshan and Yamashiro Chen, with their clones, targeted a convoy of about 30 people and began their increasingly boring life of robbery. As usual, after saying a few harsh words and chopping down a few fearless guards, this caravan actually did not pay the money to avoid disaster, which made Yeshan narrow his eyes. Sure enough, 4 ninjas without forehead protectors blocked Yeshan from the rear of the caravan and raised flags as soon as they opened their mouths. Tisk, they are just a bunch of bandits. I can beat 10 ordinary people like them who are not afraid of death. That's right, stop talking nonsense, kill them quickly, and go back to drink and dance tonight. The leading ninja didn't say anything, but the expression on his face showed that he agreed with his subordinate's words. In the Naruto world, an ordinary person who didn't master chakra was no different from a lamb to be slaughtered when facing a ninja. The only difference was that this lamb could speak human language. Fear showed on Yeshan's face and he yelled, "It's a ninja, run!" After the roar, all the bandits fled in one direction in panic, looking as if they were blinded by fear. Chase! The leading ninja sneered, then led his subordinates to chase after them without hesitation. The two groups ran away from the main road and came to a jungle. Gradually, several ninjas realized that something was wrong. No matter how fast they sped up, they couldn't catch up with the bandits. They couldn't help but look solemn. The meager resources of the land of water cannot support waste. If a few people can live to adulthood and find a golden rice bowl from the daimyo, they are certainly not fools without brains. The teasing in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a cautious look. Yeshan estimated that the distance was about right, so he stopped, leaned against a tree, and looked at the solemn-looking ninja with his hands on his chest. Yamashiro-chen suddenly appeared behind them like a ghost, blocking their retreat. "Who are you?" When things developed to this point, even a fool would know that they had fallen into a trap, but the leading ninja remained calm and asked. "He's just an ordinary bandit. Do you know Katsuhisa Bayada?" Among the 4 unlucky guys who came out to suppress the bandits, the target of this mission, Katsuhisa Bayada, was not there. Yashin's luck has always been bad, and this time is no exception. "Is Lord Katsuhisa Hoseda your target? You are a ninja from Konoha, right?" The leading ninja was quite smart and quickly analyzed Yeshan's background from his words, but he realized it was too late now. Yeshan frowned, realizing that the ninja opposite was too respectful in addressing Katsuhisa Yasuda. It seemed that the rebel ninja of Konoha was doing well in the land of water and had even become an adult. "Either obey or die," Yeshan said lightly, and at the same time released the murderous aura in his body without reservation. Several ninjas were of poor origin and had never undergone any systematic training. They were used to a life of luxury and well-being. How could they withstand the terrifying murderous aura from Yeshan? One of them immediately sat on the ground with his eyes wide open like a calf, without any thought of resistance. Yeshan lost interest and signaled Yamashiro Tatsu to kill the other 3. He then took the frightened ninja to a tree hole prepared in advance, ready to interrogate him to obtain useful information. These 4 people can be called ninjas, and the chakra in their bodies is not fake. But in Yeshan's heart, they are not worthy of being called ninjas. Ninjas must not only have the mysterious energy of chakra, but also have an indomitable spirit. Otherwise, they are just ordinary people with chakra. Half an hour later, Yeshan walked out of the tree hole with an expressionless face. As for the ninja, Yeshan was very humane and allowed him to go to see the 6-path sage without any pain. "Captain, what's the situation?" asked Shan Chengchen, who had been waiting outside. Yeshan shook his head to indicate that the situation was not optimistic, and then began to talk about the information he had been forced to reveal. According to the ninja, Katsuhisa Bayoshin was indeed in the capital, but he stayed in his room all day and never went out to communicate with others. Most importantly, there was a ninja from Kirigakure on the right side of Katsuhisa Bayoshin's room, who called himself a jonin and was obviously a bodyguard. Yeshan was very puzzled, and he couldn't understand why Kirigakure would send ninjas to protect a Konoha rebel. It would be more appropriate to send a hunting team. The difficulty of the mission has undoubtedly increased. It is obviously not reliable to kill Bayada Katsuhisa under the nose of a Kirigakure jonin who is good at assassination. After all, Bayada Katsuhisa is also a special jonin who has been in battle for a long time, not those useless people just now. However, since the fish had taken the bait, Yeshan had no way out and could only bite the bullet and sneak into the capital to assassinate the target. Otherwise, his actions would likely alert the enemy, and if Kirigakure sent ninjas to reinforce, the situation would become even worse. Fortunately, the spineless ninja just now gave all the information clearly, so that Yeshan could have the prerequisite to disguise himself and sneak in, so as not to be in the dark and know nothing. After making up their minds, Yeshan and Yamashiro Tatsu first each created a shadow clone, then used transformation techniques to turn into the appearance of 4 ninjas, and finally each of them smeared blood on their bodies, made a bloody and cruel appearance, and swaggered back the way they came. "Sir, have the bandits been dealt with?" The leader of the caravan was relieved to see the 4 people return and asked respectfully. Yeshan snorted disdainfully, but said nothing. A shadow clone behind him stepped forward and shouted, "Nonsense, just a few bandits, hurry back to the city, I'm hungry." The caravan leader's face became more flattering. He took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and presented it with both hands. "It's just some money for the drinks, I hope you will accept it." "Humph, you are a sensible old man. If you encounter this kind of thing again, come to us brothers and we will keep you safe." Yes, adults are all gods of war. Yeshan and Yamashiro Chen rode in a carriage and entered the capital of the Water Kingdom openly. The soldiers guarding the city naturally did not dare to question them. They did not even have time to hide, so they naturally would not ask for trouble. Yeshan calmly looked at the capital of the Land of Water and found that it was completely incomparable to the capital of the Land of Fire. As the most prosperous city in the ninja world, the capital of the Land of Fire had a permanent population of nearly 1 million, and there were endless caravans coming and going, showing a thriving appearance. In the capital of the Land of Water, not only were there few pedestrians and vendors, but the whole city was even filled with a solemn atmosphere, making Yeshan feel as if he had come to a militarized city rather than a commercial city. But this is also normal. The Fire Nation has a superior geographical location, located in the middle of the entire continent, and is a natural trade center. In addition, it is rich in natural resources and mineral resources, so it is difficult for it to be poor. The Water Nation is an island country, not to mention that its natural resources are poor, and its residents are fierce and dark, and they will kill entire families at any time. It is impossible for it to develop. Yeshan narrowed his eyes and carefully recorded the route into the city in his mind, preparing for a possible escape, but suddenly he found a somewhat familiar figure, but for a moment he could not remember where he had seen him. It was not until he returned to his residence that Yeshan slapped his forehead and remembered who the figure he had just seen was. It was Mizuno Sora, with whom he had fought before. Yeshan's expression became more and more solemn. It was obvious that Mizuno Tsuki Sora was not the senior ninja sent by Kirigakura as the ninja mentioned. Then was his appearance here a coincidence? Yeshan successfully caught 4 small fish, but he didn't know who would be the fish and who would be the fisherman next time. Chapter 88. The appearance of Mizuno Sora made Yeshan's already vigilant heart even more tense. He didn't believe that the other party came to the capital by chance. A ninja, especially a senior ninja, is a valuable fighting force in the village. Unless you are a Sunin, you don't have time to travel around the world. Since Kirigakura has some plan, Yeshan must speed up the pace. If he delays, something might happen and he cannot delay any further. After making up his mind, Yeshan closed the door directly, ate some hot food in the room, and then closed his eyes to rest and prepare for the action at night. In the second half of the night, a thin layer of mist filled the capital of the Water Kingdom, covering the buildings not far away and interfering with the naked eye's ability to observe. Yeshan cancelled his shadow clone and transformation techniques, and wore Konoha's standard ninja vest, with 2 bulging ninja tool bags hanging behind his waist. He looked very capable and energetic. Chen, you stay here and wait for the right opportunity. Once the sound of fighting is heard in the city, immediately create chaos and we will meet at point C. Shancheng Chen nodded calmly, without any objection to Yeshan's arrangement. In fact, he was good at swordsmanship and had no experience in assassination, so he could only leave it to Yeshan. It's 1:43 now. You must set off for point C in an hour no matter what. Remember not to get entangled by the mist ninja. Got it, Captain. After arranging everything, Yeshan used the earth diving technique and sank into the ground under the gaze of Yamashiro Tatsuya, moving silently towards the place where Katsuhisa Bayoshin lived. With Yeshan's current earth escape skills, he could sneak in the ground at a very fast speed, even faster than on land. Not long after, Yeshan stopped at a place. According to the ninja's explanation during the day, Bayoshin Katsuhisa lived here. Yeshan did not immediately cancel the earth escape diving technique, but calmed down and carefully felt the surrounding atmosphere, hoping to find something. However, he was not a perception-type ninja, and it was difficult to find anything with the perception level of a normal ninja. In desperation, Yeshan had to use his chakra to slowly drill out of the ground. Fortunately, it was midnight and the streets were empty, otherwise seeing a person emerging from the ground would definitely cause quite a commotion. Yeshan narrowed his eyes and looked around, then loosened his right hand that was holding the dagger, and swayed over the high wall and quietly came to the outside of a bedroom. The steady and powerful breathing sounds coming from the bedroom proved that the owner was asleep. Yeshan smiled silently, directly activated the chakra in the ceiling technique, and instantly entered a new mode. The sky blue chakra condensed on Yeshan's body surface, with vivid ripples, looking like a happily flowing stream. It was the result of Yeshan's practice for a year, the unfolding of the technique wave killing. This technique is composed of pure water attribute chakra extracted from Yeshan's kidneys. Unlike the equally destructive and powerful fiery kill, the essence of this mode is that it is like water, sometimes gentle and sometimes violent, soft and sharp, and can kill the enemy invisibly. It is perfect for assassinating a special jonin who has been in battle for a long time. Yeshan stood silently in front of a bed, and after confirming that the person sleeping on the bed was Katsuhisa Bayoshin himself, he stretched out his right hand above his face with an expressionless face. Water attribute chakra gushed out instantly, forming a tailor-made water ball that wrapped around Katsuhisa Yasuda's body. Katsuhisa Bayoshin, who was dreaming, was awakened and found himself wrapped in a water ball. He was terrified. He didn't care about the assassin standing quietly outside the water ball. Katsuhisa Bayoshin quickly calmed down and began to make hand seals with his hands, trying to use ninjutsu to get out of the trap. As long as he got rid of the water ball, Katsuhisa Bayoshin believed that he could hold on until the moment when the mist ninja living not far away arrived. Yeshan looked expressionlessly at Katsuhisa Bayoshin, who was making seals in the water ball. He recognized at a glance that the seals he made were those of wind-style ninjutsu, but so what? Under the wave-killing mode, any ninja who fell into the technique was nothing more than a lamb to be slaughtered. Before Katsuhisa Hoseda in the water ball finished his seal, several water arrows shot out from the palm of Yeshan's right hand, which was pressed on the surface of the water ball, and pierced through his body mercilessly. Blood flowed out of Katsuhisa Hoseda's tattered body, quickly dyeing the water ball red, and also causing Yeshan to lose his vision. The mission was to kill the rebel ninja Katsuhisa Yasuda and bring back his head. Yeshan naturally would not forget this. He immediately released the water ball filled with blood, took out a kunao, cut off the dead rebel ninja's head and sealed it. The entire assassination process went extremely smoothly, which surprised Yeshan a little. He couldn't help but suspect that Mizuno Sora really came to the capital of the water country by chance. After completing the task, Yeshan was not in a hurry to leave. He searched for some useful things in the room, but was depressed to find that he found nothing. Estimating the time, Yeshan did not dare to delay any longer, and immediately used the submarine technique to sink to the bottom and escape from the crime scene. Suddenly, two kunao shot in from outside the door and pierced Yeshan's feet with incredible accuracy. Then a familiar hissing sound was heard, which was the burning sound of the detonating talisman before it exploded. Yeshan's face darkened, and without thinking, his chakra exploded from the solace of his feet while he bent his calves forcefully. Under the force, he shot out from the roof like a rocket. Boom boom! The sound of the detonating tag exploded far away in the silent night. The daimyo's palace was soon lit up. A large number of guards surrounded the daimyo's bedroom in an orderly manner. Others also rushed to the city gate at the roar of their leader, hoping to catch the turtle in the urn. But the tall city walls that were difficult for ordinary people to cross had no effect on Yeshan. Taking advantage of the chaos in the city and the smoke produced by the explosion of the detonating talisman, with strands of lightning bouncing on his body, he fled from the capital of the Water Kingdom at an astonishing speed, making it impossible for several pursuing mist ninjas to catch up. This lightning escape technique, the one who came is Konoha's Jonin by Kumoyashin. Watching the assassin walk away in style, the pursuing Mizuno Tsuki Sora spoke in a deep voice to the leading mist ninja. It just so happened that the leading mist ninja, Yashin, also knew that it was Yagura who led the team to kill the Fire Country daimyo that year. After hearing that his own ninja recognized the identity of the assassin, Yagura's young face showed murderous intent and asked, "What is the ability?" "He is good at fire jutsu, earth jutsu, and lightning jutsu, and is also strong in physical skills. He is a rare ninja without any flaws." "No flaws?" Yagura asked in surprise. "Yes, whether it's taijutsu, ninjutsu, or even genjutsu, it's difficult to interfere with him effectively. Unless 4 or 5 jonin are dispatched, there's no way to stop him." Mizuno Sora's words caused quite a stir among several mist ninjas. They obviously did not expect Yeshan to be such a difficult enemy. Yagura's face darkened and he asked again, "How old are you?" "Less than 20. Hiss. Konoha village is really rich in geniuses." A famous mist ninja said with some jealousy that compared to the mist village where talents were dwindling day by day, Konoha was full of talents and there were ninjas with extraordinary talents in almost every generation. But they guessed wrong. Yeshan was a hard-working genius and his talent for cultivation was really not outstanding. Humph. So what if he's a genius? Even the 3 ninjas have to think twice when they come to the land of water, let alone a genius. Yagura said in a cold voice and immediately gave the order. "Send an emergency signal and ask the Mizukage to send out the Anbu to assist. Leave 2 people to protect the daimyo, and the rest of you follow me to chase him. We must keep him in the land of water." "Yes." Chapter 89. After activating the secret technique of thunder release, under the stimulation of the lightning chakra, the chakra in Yashan's body is in an extremely excited state. Although it will increase his physical burden, he will correspondingly gain a speed that ordinary ninjas cannot achieve. Yagura and his companions could only watch Yashan walk away, without any way to do anything. They gritted their teeth and wished they could skin Yashan alive. At this time, a ninja came out of the messy room that Katsuhisa Bayoshin had turned into, and whispered something in Yagura's ear. Yagura's originally gloomy expression became even more terrifying. He didn't expect that Katsuhisa Bayado was so useless that he couldn't even hold on for a few breaths. However, it also proved from the side that Yashan's strength was not weak. Immediately send someone to the village again to explain the pros and cons to Lord Mizukage and make sure that Yashan stays in the land of water. Yes. Ching, the pursuit is up to you. Don't worry, sir. No one can escape the Water Kingdom under the white eyes. A ninja with an eye patch on his right eye said in a deep voice that he actually possessed the bloodline unique to the Hyuga clan of Konoha the Byakugan. Blind eyes. Ching made a seal, and chakra poured into his special right eye. Thick blood vessels bulged near the eye socket, making it look somewhat hideous and terrifying. 7 o'clock direction, about 4 kilometers from here. Everyone became alert and looked at the Supreme Commander Yagura at the same time, waiting for his orders. Yagura gave a bloodthirsty smile and said coldly, "Chase." Everyone accepted the order in a low voice, and then disappeared from the spot in an instant, embarking on the path of pursuit. Outside the capital of the water country, Yashan had just arrived at the agreed-upon point C when he sensed a familiar aura approaching quickly, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Sure enough, a moment later, Shan Chengchen appeared in his sight and immediately said the code, "Stop the car and sit in the maple forest at night. I'll have chicken at your house tonight." Yashan said the nickname lightly, and then asked, "No tail?" Shan Chengchen nodded and said helplessly, "Yes, the mist ninja followed us." Yashan was speechless, but he did not blame Yamashiro Tatsuya. The first thing he thought of was that there were sensory ninjas among the mist ninjas, otherwise it would be impossible to find his location accurately. Things are getting tricky. Yashan murmured, and then his expression changed, because in just a short period of time, the mist ninja caught up with him. Familiar lightning jumped on Yashan's body. Without saying anything nonsense, he picked up Yamashiro Tatsuya and started running wildly, and soon left behind several mist ninjas again. Yamashiro Chen grimaced in fear at the densely jumping lightning on his captain's body. He felt that if this continued, he would be electrocuted to death without the mist ninja having to do anything. But he couldn't say anything because his speed was indeed not fast. Yashan just ran wildly in the land of water with Shan Chengchen in his arms without hiding his whereabouts, and stopped at noon the next day. Looking at the blue sea and the salty smell lingering in his mouth and nose, Yashan put Shan Chengchen down panting, and without saying a word, he sat cross-legged on the ground, racing against time to recover his chakra. After Shan Chengchen landed, he first lay on the ground with an expressionless face. After a while, he stood up tremblingly. It was not that he didn't want to move immediately, but he was really numb from the electric shock. After regaining his mobility, Shan Chengchen immediately went to the coastline without waiting for Yashan to speak, looking for a boat to cross the sea, but found nothing. In desperation, he had to search for a nearby small fishing village, hoping to buy a boat or simply rob a boat. Time passed by minute and it was afternoon. Just when Yashan was getting impatient and was about to find a boat himself, Shan Chengchen returned somewhat tired. Yashan didn't bother to exchange pleasantries and asked directly, "Have you found the boat?" Shan Chengchen nodded, took out a thick scroll, spread it neatly on the ground, and then placed his hands on it with seals. Oh! After a round of eye rolls, a small wooden boat appeared in front of Yashan. The whole boat was very small and could only fit 2 people, which made Yashan's mouth twitch. Shan Chengchen scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I have searched the area within a radius of dozens of miles, and there is no human habitation at all. I found this boat in a dilapidated fishing village." Yashan sighed, feeling the chakra in his body recovering, and said, "That's it. At least we have a place to rest." From the land of water to the land of fire is a vast ocean, about 600 kilometers away. The weather conditions on the sea are ever-changing, with hurricanes and heavy rains coming at any time. It is obviously unrealistic for a ninja to cross the sea in one breath, so there must be a place to rest in the middle of the journey. Although this boat is a bit shabby and narrow, it can be used as a temporary resting tool anyway. There is no time to lose, hurry up and get into the sea. Yamashiro Tatsu nodded, sealed the boat into the scroll again, and came to the sea with Yeshan and started running on the sea. About a meal's time after Yeshan and the other two left, 7 or 8 mist ninjas came to the place where they had just stayed. They were Yagura and his group. Ching opened his white eyes in the sealing technique and carefully searched for Yeshan's trace. After a long time, he said in a hoarse voice, "Sir, they ran into the sea." Anger appeared on Yagura's face. He took the strange-shaped weapon behind him, swung it in a semicircle, and smashed it into the tree beside him. Trees as thick as an adult's waist fell down with a sound. Several mist ninjas around them couldn't help but shrink their necks, and naturally knew why Yagura was angry. The first thing was that I was so angry that the damn Konoha ninja was like an electric rat, running away so fast that I couldn't catch up with him at all. The second is that the people in power in the angry village ignored the signal for help and allowed the enemy ninja to escape from the water country. "Find a boat to chase them," Yagura said, gritting his teeth. Several mist ninjas looked at each other, unwilling to continue chasing but also unwilling to disobey Yagura's orders, and froze in place for a moment. Yagura naturally guessed what his subordinates were thinking, and snorted coldly, "Idiots, find a boat and chase in the direction of the whirlpool country." Several mist ninjas suddenly realized what was going on and began to praise Yagura for his cleverness. In fact, the mist ninja is plotting something precious in the whirlpool country. If they can get it, the strength of the entire mist village will be greatly improved. Of course, the direct descendants of the Mizukage will participate in this good thing, and ninjas like Yagura who have the stain of mission failure are naturally excluded. But Yagura's ambition made him unwilling to be a ninja who was ordered around and had no absolute power all his life. He wanted to become the Mizukage, and he had a lot of ambitions that he wanted to realize. Now there was a great opportunity before him. Yagura's plan was to break into the land of whirlpools under the pretext of hunting down Konoha ninjas, get involved in confidential missions, and thus increase his own power. For Yagura, Katsuhisa Bayoshin was dead, just a traitor. Even if this traitor had some relationship with the daimyo, so what? A dead person had no use. Now it was more important to think about how to grab the credit. Yeshan, who was running on the sea, could have headed straight for the border of the Land of Fire, but he was smart enough to think that such an escape route would easily lead to his capture by the pursuing mist ninja. So he decided to take a detour, making a semicircle, reaching the border of the Land of Lightning from the direction of the Land of Whirlpools, and then returning to the village via the Land of Frost. What Yeshan didn't know was that his own cleverness and wit actually brought him trouble this time. Sometimes, if you don't believe in fate, there's really nothing you can do. While escaping, Yeshan ran into a place where the hidden mist village was plotting to find something precious. It was unclear whether it was a blessing or a curse. Chapter 90. On the vast sea, Yeshan and Yamashiro-chen had a Naruto version of Lost on Journey. Yeshan's plan was to go to the old site of the Whirlpool country and then go through the Lightning country, the Frost country, and finally enter the Fire country. The ideal is full, but the reality is very skinny. Since entering the sea in the evening, the first problem they encountered was the direction problem. Yeshan knew that the Whirlpool country was located in the southeast of the Water country, but it was very difficult to accurately find the Whirlpool country in the vast ocean. The general direction is fine, but it is of no use on the sea. They need precise direction. Yeshan looked at the stars that filled the night sky and accompanied the moon, and fell into deep thought. This direction should be correct. Shan Chengchen, who was lying on the boat, rolled his eyes and said weakly, "Captain, this is the 4th time in a few hours. I think you are right." This small boat became a lifeline for Yeshan and the other man, allowing them to take turns resting on the boat. Otherwise, they would not have the confidence to cross the entire sea on foot. There is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Shan Chengchen perked up and said quickly, "Good news. The good news is that there's no way the mist ninja can catch up to us." What Yeshan said was absolutely correct. After all, if they were running around on the sea in an irregular manner like this, even if the mist ninja had the Byakugan with extremely strong insight, it would be impossible for them to accurately find the faint trace of chakra left by wading through water, unless they had radar and Air Force fighter jets. Yamashiro-chen was speechless. He knew that there was no way the mist ninja could catch up with them. Not only that, he also knew that this sea journey would be extremely difficult. Where's the bad news? The bad news is that we might be lost. Hayama was embarrassed. It was the first time since he became a ninja that he got lost during a mission. In the face of Yamashiro-chen's slight resentment, Yeshan felt that the character he had established seemed to have collapsed. But it doesn't matter. We have sufficient supplies. We can hold out for 10 days or half a month. Fortunately, before the mission began, the steady Yeshan prepared a large amount of food with a rich variety, even including a lot of canned meat. Canned meat is not very popular in Konoha village and even in the entire ninja world because of its poor taste and flavor. Ninjas would rather eat compressed biscuits than canned meat. However, the canned meat that Yeshan brought was not the standard canned meat of Konoha, but a new variety of canned meat produced by the Uchiha clan based on his opinion, which tasted good. As for the water that is indispensable to the human body, it is not a problem for the ninja, a magical profession, to condense water using chakra. In a word, there are only ninjas who die of starvation, not ninjas who die of thirst. Yamashiro-chan ignored Yeshan's words and stared at the sea intently. Suddenly, his right hand shook and several shurikens shot out. Yeshan felt more and more embarrassed as he looked at the dead and strangely colored sea fish that floated out of the sea. It seems, there is no shortage of food at sea. But it doesn't matter. Yeshan is thick-skinned. He just walks on the sea by himself and ignores Yamashiro-chan's actions. The two of them walked in the general direction towards the land of whirlpools, until Yeshan looked out at the azure blue sea, and an exciting green color seemed to come from the horizon. Yeshan was cheered up and quickly took a photo of the sleeping Yamashiro-chen, and pointed to the green in the sky while he looked at her in confusion. Look, it's green. Shan Chang-chen, who had just been awakened, reacted a little slowly and murmured, who cheated? It's not someone who's green, it's the sea that's green. After several days of boring travel and the blue color filling his eyes, Yeshan, who has a strong character, couldn't help feeling a little tired. When he saw the green, he became incoherent. Shan Chang-chen stared at the green in the distance, his whole body trembling and his eyes turning red. It's been 5 days, 5 whole days. Do you know how he spent these 5 days? Anyone would vomit if they walked on water for 5 days in the vast ocean. It is just too difficult. Not only are there sea fish that can jump out of the sea and attack at any time, but there is also interference from the capricious weather. Sometimes it's sunny, sometimes it's rainy, sometimes it's calm, and sometimes there are huge waves. Even the 3 ninjas can't withstand it. The two were so excited that they immediately packed up their tattered and leaking boat and ran towards the land at a faster speed. It took them several hours to finally reach the vicinity of the island, but they stopped and did not move forward any further. Because at the old port of the island, 2 ships with the Kirigakura logo were heard. Yeshan knew with a simple thought that there must be mist ninjas on the island, and there must be quite a few of them, otherwise there would be no need to dispatch 2 large ships. Standing still on the sea would easily expose their whereabouts, so Yeshan used the water ball technique, and the 2 of them sank to the bottom of the sea 5 or 6 meters deep with oxygen masks, communicating their next plan with gestures. What should the captain do? Shan Chang-chen asked while gesturing. Due to the poor light on the seabed, Yeshan had to work hard to see his teammates' gestures clearly. After thinking for a while, he also started making gestures. Don't worry about them, let's continue to the land of thunder. Although he didn't know what the mist ninja was planning and whether it would cause some damage to Konoha village, Yeshan didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Compared with the fearless mist ninja who intervened and faced the battle head-on, Yeshan preferred walking on the disgusting sea. Yamashiro-chen naturally had no objection. To him, the interests of Konoha village were definitely not as important as his own life. At this moment, Yeshan used the water ball technique to slowly retreat in the direction he came from, wanting to run farther and then bypass the island and continue to head towards the land of thunder. But it just so happened that Yeshan and the other man were discovered by the Kirigakura ninja even though they were hiding at the bottom of the sea. A lifelike water dragon swung its tail nimbly at the bottom of the sea, opened its bloody mouth and bit straight at the water ball controlled by Yeshan. Yeshan sneered, and visible chakra gushed out from the fingertips of his right hand that were pressed against the surface of the water ball. Similarly, a water dragon quickly formed and rushed forward to meet it. On the sea, Yagura withdrew his right hand from the sea with a gloomy face, and said to Qing who was standing beside Zhonli, "Where are they?" Qing rolled his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Here it comes." As soon as the voice fell, 2 water dragons suddenly shot out from the calm sea surface and bit the few people fiercely. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the ninjutsu, Yeshan and Yamashiro-chen successfully stood on the sea surface. It's you. It's you. Life is full of encounters. Yeshan never expected that it would be such a coincidence that he would meet Yagura so far away from the water country. Yagura looked very unhappy. He mistakenly thought that Yeshan had followed him to the land of whirlpools, otherwise he would not have been able to explain what had happened. It seems that Konoha is also interested in that thing. That's right, it originally belonged to Konoha. Yeshan's heart tightened. Yagura's words confirmed his guess. As expected, the Mist Ninja was planning something here, but he really didn't come here on purpose to cause trouble. He was just passing by. Humph, you don't need to know if Konoha is interested. There's nothing much to say. Just have a fight. Yeshan's style is that he doesn't like to talk nonsense when facing the enemy, because too much talk will lead to mistakes. He still prefers to take action directly. Ninjas should communicate with techniques. Can nagging kill the enemy? Yagura sneered, a murderous look appeared on his face, and without saying a word he drew out the strangely shaped weapon behind him, and a sharp aura rose from his body into the sky. Yeshan showed no weakness and directly activated the Thunder Escape secret technique mode, releasing an equally sharp aura. Don't be so arrogant, you rat of Konoha. Yagura instantly appeared in front of Yeshan, and without paying any attention to Yamashiro Tatsu who was nearby, he swung his weapon directly at his head. Come die.